"Hey, who's that?" a student asked. "I'm not sure, but he just sliced off a vampire knight arm. He has to at least be another vampire knight, right?" "That's Leo, the new 10th vampire knight," another student said proudly. "Did you not hear about his introduction event?" Leo had briefly shown up at Fex's execution, but he hadn't made much of an impact or impression, and the people who watched what was happening that day were far too focused on other things to even notice Leo. However, what was memorable was when Leo had been announced as a vampire knight. That day, anyone who disagreed with him about becoming a vampire knight, he fought them head-on in a duel, and he would often slice off their arms in the process. This news had spread to the other families. It was dubbed a crazy and exaggerated story, but they did not know what Leo looked like that well either. Those in the 10th of course remembered who Leo was, and that's why they were proudly telling others that this was their vampire knight. "Why does it hurt so much? And how was he able to cut through my arm so easily?" Jax thought, as he gripped tightly, applying pressure around the wound. Usually, something like this would have healed up by now, but it was still seeping out blood. Looking up at Leo filled him with rage. An unknown person from the 10th family, the lowest of the families, had chopped off his arm. He needed to pay them back. With his other arm, he had surrounded it with his blood like a red wax, and then used the hardening skill. This time, he wouldn't let a silly beast sword harm him. Knowing the intent behind his attack, Leo could tell the strike was going in for the kill, so Leo was ready to retaliate. "If you plan to take my life, then I am allowed to take yours," Leo replied, slashing his sword vertically. It didn't manage to reach Jax, for it was stopped as sparks flew up in the air, and the attack had hit another blade. A two-handed long blade, but something was different about it. If it was an ordinary blade with as much power as Leo had put in, it would have sliced right through. Looking at the man holding the two-handed sword, he noticed that the hilt of the sword, where his hands were wrapped around, was covered in blood. From his new sensitive nose, he could tell it wasn't just any blood, but it was human blood. Going upward from the hilt of the blade, the red energy could be seen down the center line of the sword. "Is this one of those blood weapons the vampires have?" Leo thought. "Put down your sword and stop attacking at once," Tila said. Tila was the vampire knight who was wielding the blood weapon. An older knight who worked for the 7th family, the Dawn family. He was even older than the current leader, but that still didn't stop him from doing his duties, and he was quite popular between the other knights as well. Looking around, Leo could see that 4 other vampire knights, including Tila, had surrounded him, and one of them was Silver. She had wrapped her red string around Leo's bicep before his strike had hit Telo's sword, weakening the power. "Leo, listen to him. We don't want this to turn into a serious matter. Not while everyone is still alive and well," Silver explained. Complying, Leo put his sword away. Even he wasn't sure if he could take on this many vampire knights. The blood weapons were a big variable, and he was unsure how many vampires carried them. Not even all vampire leaders had a blood weapon. Tila, when putting down his sword, could feel his hands were numb. How can a human-turned-vampire be so strong? "I'm sorry, maybe I was mistaken, but I have been told that my duty as a vampire knight is to protect those in my family," Leo explained. "I couldn't just stand idly by while he was hitting one of my own." What Leo said made some sense, but that would only be true if Aaron was somebody. They could understand his actions if he was trying to protect someone important, but not just a simple vampire who worked for the 10th. "Leo, but you attacked another vampire knight," Silver said in a soft tone, trying to express what type of situation he was in. Even more reason why he shouldn't have acted so unreasonably. "Tell me, should he not be punished for hitting an innocent person, someone who isn't even an adult yet? In my eyes, I can see the real person who should be punished." "Innocent!" Jax shouted, while still holding his severed arm. The end of it was throbbing as it tried to regrow. "That blade is not a normal blade. Has it been made with fairy blood?" Jax thought. "I am innocent. You didn't even listen to what I had to say," Aaron shouted back. This was a troublesome matter. The situation had calmed down a bit, and while Leo had gone over to Aaron to talk to her, the other vampire knights were talking, trying to solve the situation. Honestly, They didn't want a matter like this to go up to the council if there wasn't the need for it. The problem was the people involved. To use the influence skill on NICU, they would need the permission of the first leader Bryce, and it was unlikely they would get that. As for it to be used on Aaron, they would need Quinn's permission, or at least the person acting as leader currently. That person was Leo. Silver had brought up that this was just not possible as Leo didn't have a strong enough influence skill to make her submit, and she also mentioned if anyone else tried, it would be against the rules. Finally, Jax's arm had healed to the point where the wound had at least healed up and he decided to speak his mind. There is no need for this to go to the castle, we just need to know who is lying. There is a simple way to find out that girl is lying. Jax replied. She said she was the one who killed the bloodsucker, something even the teachers failed to beat as well as all the other decedents. Part from NICU. I say let the two of them fight. Let's catch her for her lies, and she should be punished for it. Silver was wondering if this was really a good idea and if it would even solve anything. How was showing one strength proof if they were the killer or not? But there was a little idea to his madness. He felt if he could prove that Aaron was a liar with this, then maybe the others would feel like she was lying about everything. Still wondering what to do, Jax had already walked out to the others and made the suggestion. So you say that NICU was quaking in his boots, that you were really the one who defeated the bloodsucker? Then prove it. Prove your strength by defeating NICU in front of everyone here. Getting away from Leo, Aaron pulled out her blade. Gladly. It had finally come to this. When NICU had come up with his lie, he never thought this would be the result. It looked like Aaron was already gearing up, ready for a fight, and Jax was giving him some type of look, as if he wanted him to teach her a lesson. This isn't the same as in the forest, NICU thought. He had to tell himself this, as he was still a little shaky from what had happened before. He clenched his fist and started to walk to the center of the hall. The students had already cleared an area giving the two of them a place to fight. I've fought sparring matches before. This isn't some beast that's trying to kill me like the bloodsucker. And I'm a descendant. I should have more skills than her. While NICU was in shock back at the forest, he did not see how Aaron was able to kill the bloodsucker, nor how strong the bloodsucker actually was. In his mind, he too would have been able to kill the bloodsucker if he had a fair chance against one. Judging by both of their upbringing and his blood being more pure coming directly from the first family, NICU thought he would win this. The only worry he had was the beast weapon she used. He was sure that the weapon was the reason for her beating him on the practical test and probably why she had killed the bloodsucker. Cheers coming from the descendants erupted when NICU went to the center ready for a duel. On Aaron's side, surprisingly there were a few supporting her other than her friends, and they looked to be all from the 10th family. No longer were they as shy as they once were or suppressed. They felt confident knowing Leo would be there to strike anyone who would try to harm them in front of him. If it gets too dangerous, I will be stopping this silly fight immediately, Silver said, and Tila agreed. The two of them stood closest to the two and would be watching their every move ready to interfere at any time, while the other vampire knights stood off to the side to deflect any oncoming attacks. NICU was the first to charge in, throwing out blood swipes, two of them either side of Aaron and then one straight down the middle so she had no chance to dodge. You don't even care about hurting others, do you? Aaron said. The two to her side were timed, so when the attack was blocked by the knights from hitting the crowd, the third strike would already be ready to hit her, but taking out her blade she simply slashed through the attack, not even using any of her own blood aura. I have to remain calm. I can't get too agitated otherwise it might happen again, Aaron thought. And I need to finish this quickly. A flurry of blood swipes continued, and Aaron was avoiding them all, not even using her blade but just moving out of the way of the attack. Aaron wasn't moving very fast, so the onlookers were confused. And that's when they noticed she was moving just as NICU was making his movements. This was possible because of two things. First was Leo's ability, however. Just because someone had this ability didn't mean everyone could avoid attacks like so. She had the fighting experience and had trained constantly with Leo. Before becoming a vampire she was already a skilled warrior, but she had been in far too many dangerous situations later. Compared to those at Pure, Arthur and Leo, these attacks were deadly slow. Blood rise! NICU shouted. cutting his own hand and controlling it before it dropped to the ground, forming it about in the air. This attack was similar to a blood swipe but was more flexible, and it looked like Nikyu could move it at will. I knew he was going easy on her, being able to use blood control at such a young age. He is talent we all need, Jack said. Although she wasn't able to avoid this attack, just like with the first blood swipe, using her sword she was able to cut through it. It was now clear to everyone that when comparing the two attacks, Erin's was stronger. Blood attacks would not work on her, so Nikyu went for a different strategy, moving in at a great speed. He went to punch her in the stomach, but with the guard of the sword, Erin had blocked the attack. That's not what I was going for. Using all his strength, he hit the butt off the sword, knocking it out of her hand, falling to the floor. Without your sword, you're useless, Nikyu said. Now at close range he went to punch her again, but she punched his hand up with a greater force and then hit him back in the chest, making him fall to the floor. When Nikyu went to get up, the blade from the floor was already pointing at his neck. You would be dead if it wasn't for me back at the forest, and this is how you repay me? Erin asked. At that moment, having realized he had lost the fight to a vampire, and through Erin's words it had all hit him, he started to break down in tears. I'm sorry, Nikyu cried. I lied. She wasn't the one who killed them, I did. But, it was an accident. The bloodsucker pulled them in front of my attack. Nikyu continued to sob, and all the students looking at him realized something seeing this scene. Nikyu was still a child, younger than all of them. Because of his skill they were treating him like an adult. I hope that has satisfied you, Leo said. Fine, she can leave, but I will need to interrogate further into this. Jax replied. That sword, something has to be up with that sword. They probably could have pushed further, Leo could have asked for more, but he thought it was best to leave it as it was. As Silver had said before, no problems had been caused and everything was fixed. There was no need to make more problems and an enemy. The others and the 10th family finally had something to be smug about. One of their own had defeated one of the strongest direct descendants. Soon they would no longer be called a weak family, they felt. Then, word back from the castle had been received, and Silver, as the current figure of the school, had made an announcement. While we teachers can't guarantee you protection in the school, a decision has been made to suspend school for the time being. All students should head back with their vampire knight and to their respective families. Once we believe it is safe for you all, then school will reopen once again. At that moment, standing in front of the 10th gate, was a hooded man. It was the border between the pooling area and those that lived in the inner area of the 10th family. It's time to take over this place. After the order was made, the students started to return back to the 10th castle. There weren't many students in the 10th family attending the school. There were 10, and then also Erin and the rest, making a total of 14 students. All of them followed Leo and couldn't stop talking about not only Leo's crazy actions but Ern's great and unexpected achievement as well. Looks like they have some new person to admire, Amy said, giggling to herself. She could see that Erin was hearing all of it and didn't know how to take it. The words were making her lose focus, and her usual closing eye routine she did for training, she was unable to do. Any second now it seemed like she would snap at the students who were gawking at her. In fact, one of the kids that tried to talk to her, she had already threatened to shove her blade right through his backside if he didn't get away. Once in the pooling area, those students continued to follow Leo. This was because they would be staying at the main castle with him. The reason for the attack on the students was unclear, but they could only guess they were after something or someone, so they wanted to give them more protection by allowing them to stay in the castle. The parents wouldn't have had this time with them anyway, as they would have been staying at the school apartments. The kids had just been made aware of this, as they thought they would be staying in the inner castle area. You mean we're going to be staying with the queen? Maybe I should try talking to her? A student said. Are you crazy? Didn't you hear what she said to Jake? The queen's better off being one of those beauties you just stare at from afar. Another replied. Once again hearing this, Erin's hand was shaking. On the journey here the students continued to talk amongst themselves and had come up with a nickname for her, Queen. She did not like this one bit. Don't worry about them, Amy said, placing her hand gently on her shoulder. Boys will be boys, and some girls would love this type of attention. And you're one of them, Xander commented. receiving a kick to his leg right after. "You are very pretty though," Timmy said in a gentle voice. When Timmy said these words, Erin didn't feel any anger, and instead went to rub the top of his head. She saw him as a little cute brother. "Queen, we think you're pretty too." "Yeah, you're the best. Rub my head please." The queen should treat all her followers equally, and rub all our heads. The boys nodded in agreement. Passing the inner gates, there was nothing out of the ordinary. Leo was scanning with his ability and the guards were fine, and so were all the houses in the inner area, which was a relief for him. When entering the castle, the 25 castle vampires went and showed the students to their rooms. Usually the vampires that lived in the castle would be related to the vampire leader in some way, but the 10th family didn't have many descendants and according to the rest, Vincent had none. For the students, it was the first time they had ever stepped into the castle and was staying here. They thought they would never see such a thing, and it only confirmed that they wanted to work for the 10th family even more. "It's good that you have done this," Edward said, looking at the smiles on the students' faces. "The other leaders have only let the students enter the inner castle area to protect them. Unless they're part of the family, they won't let them into the castle. You have given these guys hope." Although Leo didn't care for any of the vampire politics and ways, he was just doing what he thought felt right. He had always felt that way, and it was the same with a certain kid he had chosen to follow. "I heard you did a good job as well, Timmy. You have become a brave vampire that will soon take my position," Edward complimented. Timmy was all smiles. His grin was so wide it looked like it would fall off his face. He was scared as well when he saw the bloodsuckers, but he kept thinking back to last time at Fex's execution. He couldn't help due to how weak he was, and this time he could. This was what had given him courage. Suddenly, there was a change in attitude from a certain someone who had gone down to his knees and placed his head on the floor. "Master Knight Edward, after what happened, I have seen the wrong in my ways, and I wish for you to teach me your ability. If you can take me on as your disciple, I will work harder than anyone you have ever seen before." "Lift up your head, boy," Edward said. "The only person you should bow down to like that is either the king or the family leader, and I don't see any of them here. Of course I'll teach you, but it won't be easy. Timmy has natural talent in my ability, so let's see how you do." Things had calmed down for a couple of days, with no more incidents happening. Leo and Edward would remain in the castle, not going out like last time, afraid that there could be another attack behind their back. The council themselves had yet to make any moves as they had no clue where the Roa and his people were located. They had decided on two things: either find out the reason for the attack or find out who the leak was. If they were watching carefully enough, then sooner or later the said person who was helping them would slip up, and they could get all the information they needed. But there were no leaks so far. They expected as much, since the attack was only a couple of days ago, for not much to happen. As for Nikyu, there was no news of what his punishment was. Either Jax didn't really submit the report or Bryce was able to sweep the whole matter under the rug. Still, once they confirmed the truth of what Nikyu had done, he wouldn't have gotten much of a punishment anyway. If it was truly an accident, it was understandable. The only thing he would have been punished for was lying to a vampire knight and trying to pin the blame on somebody else. But the person getting pinned on wasn't exactly popular, so the second part of his crimes always seemed to have no light shed on it. While in the castle, Erin was worried about a major thing, and that was how she was different to the others and why Quinn had told her to keep it a secret. But it seemed like even he didn't know at the time. This led her to speak out to the one and only other person she felt like she could trust 100%, Leo. She had explained to him what she felt, and how the color of her aura was different. "Well, of course I knew all along we share the same ability, but when it came to these matters I trusted Quinn with his thinking," Leo said. "For all of us humans, it's difficult and we do not understand what is going on. However, I understand how you feel and you wish to know what you are. When I get time I will try my best to ask about what the Dampiers are and what is so worrying about them." "Thank you, Master," Erin said. Suddenly, Leo's face took a serious turn. He turned his head and was looking in the direction of the front of the castle. "What's wrong?" Erin asked, concerned. "That man from the forest, he's here." Standing inside the inner castle area was a regular-sized man. The guards that were meant to be there were no longer there. Slowly his body started to change, as he grew in size, becoming a giant, ripping through the clothes he wore, his muscles bulging and his hair falling to the ground. Finally his transformation had finished, and he was now the bloodsucker known as Roa. If there is an important mission, it's always best to do it yourself. It was strange at first for Leo, as he could hardly sense anything. When people or things were further away, it was hard for him to feel the strength or see the certain creature's aura. This was unless he was trying to look for it. This would also limit the range as he tried to look further. But even then, if the force was weak, he was unlikely to be able to sense it, which was what had shocked him even more. His abilities should have allowed him to sense only those in the castle, yet though the castle walls out far, he could sense a strong energy, and it was the same as what was in the forest. He came straight to the 10th castle, so they really are after something from the 10th family? Or someone wants to get rid of us? Leo thought while looking at Aaron. Tell Edward to gather the vampires and inform the council immediately. Tell them that the bloodsucker that was in the forest has arrived. They will understand. Then we shall all meet up in the reception of the castle. Hurry. Aaron hadn't seen Leo so panicked before, so rather than asking questions about what was going on, she rushed off to gather the others and did as she was told. Walking out, down to the bottom floor, Leo was trying his hardest to concentrate on the energy. There were only 2 times he had felt a power similar to this one that worried him. Once, when he was underground to rescue the kids. Later the energy was found to belong to Arthur, the other energy the vampire king himself, and now this one. Is he as strong as Arthur? Leo thought. No, he's weaker, but he's still strong. Aaron had gone to Edward to inform him of what the whole commotion was about. He had a devastated look on his face, and looked like he nearly fell over. Now of all times, Edward replied. I will inform the rest of the inner castle vampires and the council. You, gather the rest of the students and head for the reception area as well. Wait, you're going to take them all outside? Aaron asked. Isn't that where the enemy is? Last time, while you were at school, we too were attacked by the bloodsuckers, and that was in this very castle. No one should be able to enter the castle so easily. At the front door there is a lock that only so few know the combination to. Sure, these days it is left unlocked more often due to the vampires coming in and out. But there were guards stationed that hadn't seen a thing. I can only guess that there might be people working with these foul creatures, or there is also someone working against us in the castle. There's a good chance that these guys are after the children for some reason based on their past attack. The safest place for everyone right now is beside me and Leo, where we can protect you. Now go. Aaron didn't ask a second time, and she was off to gather everyone else, storming into their rooms one by one. But she couldn't help but think, were the bloodsuckers after her? The bloodsuckers had seen her use her strange powers that day, and just maybe, she was the reason why they had returned. It's happening again, we're getting attacked. Everyone I care about. Aaron thought, worried that history was just repeating itself with a new enemy, only this time it might be due to her. Everyone was now in the reception area. Their students looked worried while the adult vampires were doing their best to put on a brave face. Some even excited that their skills would be put to the test. Each of them was wearing the advanced tier beast gear which was handed to them for contributing to the 10th family. The students were also handed the intermediate beast armor, which usually would be given piece by piece as they completed more tasks for the family. But this was an emergency matter. I'm sure you are aware, but it looks like the bloodsuckers who refer to themselves as the true vampires have attacked. I have tried to get through to the 8th leader Jill, but she is not receiving communication, which means I cannot contact the council at this moment. Edward explained. We don't know what their aim is, but the most important thing is those beasts are out there in our inner castle area. We don't know how many they are, how strong their forces are, but the people we wish to protect are out there. I don't want any of the 10th members to die. Stay close to me and Leo at all times, and follow our orders. The kids were shaking, their teeth rattling. They had already seen the bloodsuckers once before, and how strong they were. They thought they were now safe out of the forest and in the castle walls, but now they found out they were about to go face them once again. Seeing this, Leo stood out in front of all 14 students. The enemy is strong, but so are you. If you are worried about getting hit, Stay close to me and I will take the hit instead. What Leo was saying sounded ridiculous. How could he guarantee none of the students getting hurt? But for some reason, his words had given them confidence. Wasting no more time, the small little army left the 10th castle and ventured into the inner castle living areas. The first thing that they noticed was it was quiet. They were meant to be under attack and they were sure they would hear screams. Can you sense anything, Leo? Aaron asked. For now, I can only sense their leader who is staying by the gates. Maybe he is staying there to stop any reinforcements from coming in. Leo replied. Soon, a little while later, they noticed that it was far too quiet. Even if the place was being attacked, there would be some vampires out in the streets talking and more, but there was none of that. That's when one of the vampires spotted a dead body in the street. Soon walking, they spotted more dead bodies. Leo could sense the aura left behind by the attacker, but the tracks were going all over the place. Trails could be seen left and right. It was clear there was more than one enemy, and that's when he could see multiple aura trails heading inside the buildings. Check the houses, Leo shouted. Every one of them. The soldiers got right to it. The group split off into two but still stayed close together. Leo led the students and Edward the castle vampires. When entering the house, Leo made the students stay outside, for he could guess what had happened. After checking every household in the area and reporting back with the other team, Leo's fears were confirmed. Somehow, without causing an alarm, or any one of them noticing, every vampire in the 10th households was killed. If this was the case for all the households, then that would be nearly half the vampires belonging to the 10th family. Many vampires had been invited to live in the inner castle area from the 10th family, out of kindness and support, rather than keeping them in the open pooling area. The conditions were better and so were the houses. If they were empty anyway, then they saw no harm with them being used. How my family know? A student started to cry at the top of their lungs. It set off a chain reaction, as the students realized there was a good possibility that their parents had been killed. The ones that lived in the castle, some of their families worked in the castle as servants and were safe, but there were a few that had extended family that lived in the inner area. They also had mixed emotions, some showing anger, others sadness and regret. Some of the students that were also greatly affected were Aaron's group. All of their families had just moved into the inner circle area, and although they hadn't checked their homes yet, they feared the worst. Mother, father, Xander cried, along with Timmy and Amy. Why did this happen to us? A vampire asked. We still don't know what's happening. This could be happening to the whole settlement. Edward replied. After all, I still can't get through to Jill. Although Edward wasn't so sure about that, Jill was one of the vampires that had a grudge against the 10th family due to what had happened at the execution. There was a good chance she was just ignoring Edward's call. Everyone, pick up your weapons, Leo said, drawing his blade. Your friends and families might be dead, but you still live, and the enemy still lives. You want revenge, right? Well, now is your chance. Coming right at them was a small army of bloodsuckers. The battle had begun. The vampires and students were a little struck at what they were seeing. They knew that there was a high chance that they would be facing bloodsuckers, however, they never knew how many. Coming towards them, it looked like an army of blood-sucking crazy beasts were on their way. Some were running straight down the street, while others were using their hard claws to climb the side of buildings, and few were running on the top of rooftops. Stay close together, Edward said. Remember, they can't use blood attacks. Our range is our advantage. How many of them are there? Amy asked, nervous herself, wondering if they could even survive such an attack. I'm not sure. They're moving fast, maybe 30? Aaron replied. 50 is closer, Leo said. There was no point hiding the enemy's true numbers. It would do nothing for them. On their side, 24 vampires, 2 vampire knights and 14 students. It wasn't a fair fight at all. The vampires had gotten in a row standing in front of the students. They stayed strong in their beast armor. What are you doing? We can fight as well, Aaron complained. We never brought you students out to fight in the first place, said Edward. We brought you out because we thought you would be safer with us. Edward nodded towards the two boys and they started to move. Xander and Timmy's bodies were changing slightly. Timmy was faster and had formed mist over more than half the students, while Xander finally had gotten a hang of what he was trying to do, and covered the remaining students in a mist. As he promised, he worked harder than any student Edward had seen, and he could already use the mist ability. Still, there was a lot to learn. "Aaron, protect them," Leo said. The vampires in a line were waiting for Edward's orders, and then when the bloodsuckers were close enough, Edward shouted the signal. He released a blood swipe out from his hands. The rest followed, and multiple lines of red aura could be seen ripping through the streets. There were too many for all the bloodsuckers to avoid. The bloodsuckers responded wildly, as some pushed each other over. They tried jumping to the side, getting on the rooftops, but the attacks had hit their legs and arms, causing some of them to fall onto the ground. "Keep firing. Don't let them get close," Edward said. While some bloodsuckers were getting injured, they saw someone break formation and start to run towards the street. That's when they recognized it was Leo. "We might hit him?" one of the vampires said, concerned. "Don't worry about him and keep attacking," Edward said. Out on the field, Leo was able to avoid each of the strikes coming from behind as if he had eyes on the back of his head, and those bloodsuckers who were injured, he would slash down with his sword one by one. Getting rid of their numbers as they were now would be a big blow to the enemy. However, he knew that this was only to help them in the long battle. As soon, the bloodsuckers had reached the vampire's position. The ranged battle had become a physical one. The bloodsuckers barged their way through, crashing into the enemy and digging their strong claws into the armor. Some of the vampires screamed, and if it wasn't for the beast gear, they would be dead by now. Still, it was strange, as the target of the bloodsuckers never seemed to be the vampires themselves. Their eyes would wander, and they would constantly be looking ahead at the mist. "They are after one of the students," Leo thought. Hurrying, he slashed the few bloodsuckers that were rolling about on the floor and went back to help. "I can't really see through this fog. What's happening?" someone asked. "Just stay here and we'll be safe," another replied. "He's right, we have to trust them," said Amy. The group of students were a little further back from the fighting force, but still close enough to hear every detail of what was going on. They heard screams, snarls, shouts of pain, and cursing. Some of the students were thankful they couldn't see what was going on outside. "Everyone ready," Aaron suddenly said, which came as shock to the others. Did it mean they were about to be attacked? She knew what was happening outside, and she didn't really want to tell the others either. The vampires had put up a great fight, killing many bloodsuckers in the process, but in the end they were too many, and they were stronger and faster than the vampires. The second it became a close-ranged fight, they were at the disadvantage. "I won't let them die," Aaron thought, gritting her teeth. The only other two that were aware of what had happened outside was Xander and Timmy. Seeing the scene had even caused them to shiver, and breaking their concentration, the mist started to disappear, revealing the horrifying scene in the street. That's when they saw it. The vampires were only down to a couple, along with Edward and Leo a little behind them, while the bloodsuckers still had half their size left. Nearly all the vampires were dead. "No! We're going to die!" the students screamed. With so little vampires holding the line, the bloodsuckers had started to charge forward at the students and leapt through the air, but before it could reach out, its body was sliced in half. Even though Leo was far away, he had performed a chi-mixed attack with blood aura to kill the beasts, and as soon as it sliced through the body, the red aura disappeared in seconds, not continued to move forward. "Has he learnt blood control already?" Edward thought, seeing this, still distracting a couple of the bloodsuckers. Rushing to their side, Leo was ready to protect them all. "Don't move," Leo said. "If you move, it makes it harder for me to protect you." Things weren't looking the best, but Aaron was still confident. They had Leo and Edward, even herself, and she felt they should be enough to get rid of the remaining forces. Whether they could do so protecting all the other students was a different story. However, the bloodsuckers didn't move forward and instead were looking back down the street, as if their attention was on something else. "He's here, the big boss has finally arrived," Leo said. Bloodsuckers were generally already a little bigger than normal human beings, and now one twice the size could be seen walking calmly down the street. I'm surprised you were able to kill this many, Roa said. I was told that the 10th family was a weak family. Looks like their information was wrong, and there isn't only one special person among you all. Leo knew that they would run into this man eventually, but he didn't predict how strong the bloodsuckers would be, or the size of their force. The bloodsuckers attacking them now were stronger and faster than those that had attacked them before. So his predictions needed to change just going up against Roa alone. Leo felt that him and Edward needed to work together. Ah! A student screamed from behind. Leo quickly threw out another blood swipe, but this time the bloodsucker jumped back, avoiding the slash. Stay with them. Protect the kids, Edward shouted. I will deal with him. Don't worry about me. I am a vampire knight for a reason. When you finish dealing with them, we will get rid of this guy as well. Leo was wondering what to do. He sensed Aaron's energy as well as the other students. Judging by their strength, it was impossible for them to come out alive without his help. He stood by the gate for so long. Perhaps he was worried about reinforcements from the other families. Did he come out because he could tell his people were dying? Then maybe there is still a chance. Leo thought. Readjusting his position on the sword, Leo was ready. I will be helping you soon, right after I kill all these bloodsuckers. Closing his eyes, he focused on his chest, and the strange warm energy was ready to be brought out. Leo was ready to use his soul weapon. While the students were stuck in the mist, all of the vampires were fighting for their lives against the bloodsuckers. They had tried their best, using everything they could, and they were thankful that they were even able to last this long. Countless times they would have died, been too slow, or overpowered if it wasn't for the beast armor. They felt that the other vampires were fools for mocking things that could improve their ability like this, and in the future they may come to regret not using such tools. However, despite everything, they were still no match, and they could tell when they started fighting. Their legs were shaking, as they were coming to terms with accepting their death. We won't run, an older vampire said by the name of Naj. We can't run. I know all of you must be scared like me. But there's a reason I haven't turned and ran yet. My family is already dead. But those kids are still young and alive. Our future, the 10th family future, now lies in their hands. And I will continue to fight until my last breath. Those that had thought about running away felt a little disgusted with themselves. If they ran, then what life would they even be living? Could they even live with themselves if they were still alive? Naj's words had given the vampires the will they needed to continue on. They did want to run away, but the kids behind them were pushing them on, so they continued to fight until eventually there was only one left. The bloodsucker had badly damaged and ruptured a lot of Naj's internal organs. It was beyond the point of healing as he laid there on the floor. He could see the bloodsuckers he had tried to keep so far behind go ahead of him, and he regretted that he didn't train harder. Reaching out his hand, he wished to fight even more. Don't worry, I will protect them, said Leo, as he went off throwing out his sword-infused blood swipe, killing the front runner of the bloodsuckers. Protect our future, Naj said with a smile, being the last of the castle vampires to die. Now the only adult vampires still left alive were Leo and Edward, but Edward had his own mammoth of a task to deal with. Right now he was standing in front of the giant bloodsucker, Roa. Ah, Edward. You have lived for so long waiting for Vincent to return. Did he ever come back? Roa asked. It was a shame. I liked that guy. He even had the guts to leave this place. I respect him more than any of the vampires at that council table. It would be a shame if I have to kill you. Then why are you killing and attacking us? Edward asked. Roa started to laugh, and the power felt so great in his laugh alone, it seemed like it was causing Edward to step back a little. You might be right. How about this? You give me the girl and I will leave things as it is. After all, that's the only reason why I'm here, Roa said. Edward was a little confused. There were a few girl students, but why would he want a girl? However, his loud voice made it so both Aaron and Leo had heard, and they very well could guess who they meant. So it really is my fault. If I give myself up now, will everyone live? Aaron thought. But before she could even say anything, Edward had started to turn and change the area around him into a mist. Whatever the reason, I cannot comply after all. I have to pay you back for killing all of our family members," Edward said as his whole body disappeared into the mist. Hearing this, Ern regained her own composure. Giving herself up wouldn't bring back those that were dead. "You couldn't beat me when I was a leader? What makes you think you can beat me now?" Roa asked. But Edward was never planning to beat Roa. He was just buying time for someone else. Knowing there was no more time to waste, Leo had no choice but to activate his soul weapon. Reaching within himself, he let the warm energy out. With his blade held in one hand, his other seemed to be covered in something. To Erin, the only change she noticed with her ability was his aura seemed to be more concentrated in his left hand. "What's that covering his hand?" Amy asked. "You can see that?" That's when Erin realized that the aura was actually visible without using her ability. The whole of his left hand was covered in the red vampire aura, but in a layer underneath the normal yellow color humans had used. One of the bloodsuckers went to grab one of the students, and Leo at the same time struck his blade down, striking its arm off. However, two of the other bloodsuckers were soon on him, both going in for the attack, but only moving his left hand. Something strange seemed to happen. The course of the attacks had changed, and where they were originally aiming, their attack was hitting another place. They couldn't stop this momentum, and the two bloodsuckers ended up impaling each other in the stomach. Turning around, Leo swung his blade, slicing both of their heads off. "What was that?" Amy asked. "Was it telekinesis?" It certainly looked that way, but Erin knew there was more to it. Two more bloodsuckers were going for the other students, showing his hand. Soon one of their movements slowed down to almost a halt. Then jumping in, Leo struck the one in front, killing each of the bloodsuckers with one hit. Still, this time he was hit by the bloodsucker on his side, but the claws just bounced off his beast armor. Currently, Leo wasn't wearing the best beast armor, so something like that shouldn't have happened. Just like the other armors, it should have ripped through it. The only person that had a clue what was going on was Erin. She could see it. The auras of the bloodsuckers were changing every single time Leo moved his other hand. Leo's soul weapon was called Aura Manipulation. It was an enhancement-type ability that allowed him to alter other people's aura. He could remove the aura from a strike, making it powerless, making one feel like they no longer had power going to their legs, and could redirect and change the direction of one's aura, changing the path of the attack. The problem was, the stronger the enemy Leo used this skill on, the more of the enemy's aura he would have to manipulate, and it would only tire him out quicker. This was why, even though Leo was a vampire with great stamina, sweat was running down his forehead. "I will keep my promise and get rid of all of you," Leo shouted, as he continued to fight off the remaining bloodsuckers. Roa, who was stuck in a mist, looked almost bored. "If you were thinking that the other vampire knight would be able to help you, then think again," Roa said. "Those bloodsuckers that are still alive were the top of the top. Candidates to become vampire knights, vampires living in the castle area. Why do you think they were able to kill your castle vampires so easily? I don't know whether your friend is the lucky one facing all of those, or you are only having to face me." Roa was doing a lot of talking, but Edward hadn't said a word. He didn't want to do anything that would reveal to him where he was. "Your skills are good. They always have been," said Roa. "I have no clue where you are, but it doesn't matter." He stretched back both of his arms, as far as he could, then storing up the energy in them, they started to slightly vibrate. Like a spring, both of his hands shot together, clapping them. A deadly loud bang rang out. It was 100 times louder than a gun going off. Nonetheless, it had done its job. With a simple clap, Roa had gotten rid of the annoying mist, and Edward's real body could be seen. Edward tried to start up his ability again, but it was too slow. Punching downward at the top of his head, Roa used his full power. This caused Edward's head to collapse into his ribcage and his body falling to the floor. "No!" Timmy cried out. "Edward, Edward!" Timmy continued to shout. Using her ability, Erin could see it. Edward was dead. All it took was one hit from Roa. His strength was beyond any current vampire leader. When Roa looked up, he was surprised at what he could see. 25 of his elite bloodsuckers had all been killed, and a bald-headed blind man was standing in front of the students, huffing and panting. Who is this vampire knight? He is as strong as a vampire leader, yet I have never seen him before. Roa thought. It's a shame he is already spent. Placing his blade in the ground, Leo held onto it, holding himself up. He had used his sole weapon for too long, and he was now completely out of breath. The bloodsuckers were faster than he thought, but he had kept his promise as not a single student was hurt. Aaron, Leo said, taking in huffs of air. Take everyone and run. I will hold him as long as I can. After seeing what happened to Edward and seeing what condition Leo was in, Aaron didn't think she could beat such a man. She knew she would lose. Again. It's all happening again. Everyone's going to die and I can do nothing about it. Aaron thought as she turned around and started running. She then felt her head bang into something sturdy. I'm sorry, it looks like I have come too late, a soft old voice said. When Aaron looked up at what or who she had bumped into, it was an unexpected face. It was the Vampire King. Nobody interferes. I will be dealing with this matter myself, the king said. Behind him, 10 royal vampires and his 2 royal knights bowed down. Seeing the king arrive himself, everyone felt a sense of relief that this would soon all be over. The kids could feel the comfortable, strong energy radiating from him. To them, the king was a sign of power and they could never imagine him losing to anyone. The students were quickly protected by the royal vampires, and Dwight had even pulled Leo back with them. Did he do all this by himself? It looks like my evaluation of his strength was off by quite a bit, Dwight thought, seeing all the dead bloodsuckers on the floor. What worries me more than anything is this might not even be his peak. When they knew all the kids were safe, they moved a distance away from the fight so as not to get hurt, but could still see everything with their superior eyesight. With attacks coming from these 2 strong forces, if a stray was to come at them, not even they could stop it. With the king here, it should be over. He'll get rid of that giant bloodsucker and get revenge for us. The students started to talk. Although everyone seemed calm and thought nothing could go wrong, there was a look of concern on both Dwight's and the other royal knight's face. This was because only they knew what the current condition of the king was. Please, just don't use too much power, Dwight thought. The king is finally getting involved. I thought you would never leave your castle, old man, Roa said. Well, it looks like we have just moved from step 3 all the way to step 10. This was going to happen eventually. Slamming his fist into his hand, each time creating a loud bang. Edward! Timmy continued to cry. He hadn't stopped crying his name since he had seen what had been done to him. That's when Dwight realized that his body was still in range of their attacks. Quickly going in, he grabbed the body and returned to where the others were. When placing the body on the floor, everyone saw Edward's headless body. Though the head wasn't missing, it was just inside of his own chest. He was dead, and there was no coming back from this. What will happen to the 10th family without you, Edward? Dwight thought. Now was not the right time for you to leave them. The 10th was already a shambles before, and there were many times where the council had thought about selecting a new leader, but Edward was what held it all together. He knew the ways of the vampires and how the vampires acted. With him gone, who else could take the lead of this fragmented family? The king took off his grand white robe, dropping it on the floor to reveal a strange armor that was radiating with power. The chest piece was black in color, but the design on it almost looked like a demon face was engraved into the front. And there were 2 red glowing eyes near the pectoral area. Underneath the armor he wore a simple white bright shirt, but there were more pieces of armor around his hands and feet. They had a similar design of red and black to match the chest piece. The king's armor, passed down from king to king, Roa said. It looks like you decided to take this fight seriously. Then so will I. Roa was the first to act, pushing both his feet off the ground. The power was so strong that the floor beneath him rose up like an explosion. The ground had been flung so forcibly that it destroyed a house behind it. When Roa reached the king, he threw out his fist too fast for nearly anyone to keep track of, but Aaron and Leo could follow it with their aura. The attack continued moving forward, destroying 3 buildings in front of it from the force of the wind generated. How is it possible to have that much power? Xander asked. Can the king really beat that thing? Do not doubt the king, Dwight said sternly. Standing on Roa's body on top his shoulder was the king himself. With such a large body you are very easy to hit, and the biggest weakness of a bloodsucker, how weak their vitality is. Lifting his foot up, the king stomped hard into his shoulder and Roa's feet were sunk deep into the ground. He tried to grab onto the king, but he was no longer there. Instead he clawed at the back of his knee, making him fall on his front. Pulling one of his legs out of the ground, Roa managed to land a kick on the king, but he had blocked the attack in time, raising both his hands. There was no time for rest between the two of them, as they continued to attack each other. But it was clear that the king was faster, and it looked like his blows were dealing more damage as well. Soon Roa was covered with cuts and punctures all over his body. Roa had managed to hit the king a few times. His speed was also great, but each one was blocked. Soon it looked like Roa's life was going to come to an end. There were too many wounds on his body. Dwight was thankful that so far the king hadn't used any blood skills, for this was his main concern if he was to get involved in a fight. Falling to the floor, it appeared that Roa was done for. "We will bring you in and find out who has been helping you," the king said. "You shall suffer for the rest of your days, never getting a day of peace until you tell us who has been helping you." But then, something strange started to happen. Roa's body started to shrink down. The bloodsucker's features were becoming less prominent, and he was now back to looking like a normal vampire. Apart from the hair, he looked exactly like his old self when he was leader. Surprised, Roa croaked out. "You thought that once someone turned into a bloodsucker through blood addiction, it wasn't possible to turn back into a regular vampire. This was why you punished us, tried to chase us out. But I knew that one day I would prove you wrong." Roa was expecting the king to be shocked by this revelation, to feel bad for how he had treated all the past vampires, but he just stood there looking at him. "Come on, say something. Think about all the vampires you executed that didn't need to be killed. I was right. I proved you wrong. Is this why you have decided to return?" The king finally replied. "That isn't the reason for getting rid of the bloodsuckers. When you turn into one, you are too far gone for us to change you the way you think. We already knew it was possible to change your body back. Just like when a vampire is starved from blood, there are ways for it to revert back. Of course there would be ways for those addicted." Roa's hand was now shaking with anger. He didn't understand. What had he been doing this whole time? Why had he been trying so hard to solve this problem? There was a time he thought that maybe if he returned to the king proving this fact, that he would allow them to return to the vampires, to live side by side with them, but now the king was saying this was never a possibility. "Why? Why do you reject this part of the vampires so much?" Roa shouted, as blood continued to pour out from his wounds. The more he moved, the quicker it looked like he would come to his death. "Because we must protect the humans," the king replied. "This is something that not only you, but some of the vampires don't understand. It is our mission. It was what we were born in this world to do." Barely standing on his two wobbly feet, Roa was still shaking with anger. "Once I've killed you, I'm going to kill all your precious humans as well." A strange bubble formed around the whole of Roa's body, and nearly in an instant all of his wounds that he had seemed to be disappearing in front of everyone's eyes. "Is he healing himself?" Amy asked. "But he didn't drink any blood." "No, he's not healing," Dwight replied. "Roa used to be the leader of the second family. They have the ability to reverse time in a small area, and right now, he's making it as if the wounds on his body had never happened yet." When all the wounds had finally healed, Roa started to transform his body into the bloodsucker once again. "I know you're getting tired, old man. I could feel and see your movements getting slower towards the end of the fight," Roa said. "You thought the fight was over, and now you will have to beat me all over again. And I will come back no matter how many times it takes to beat you." Instead of looking at Roa, at that moment the king turned towards Dwight. "No, your majesty, please don't." Dwight wanted to call out. He knew why he was looking his way. "If you do this, you will die. You are right. If I have to battle you over and over again, I would tire before your ability would run out," the king said. "Which means I only have one option, to completely overpower you and kill you. I will not give you a chance to use your ability again." The king's eyes started to glow red, and his whole body started to shake. At first, when they looked at the king, they thought they could see him shaking, but that's when they realized it wasn't him that was shaking at all, it was them. The strange power the king was activating made everyone's body start to vibrate slightly, and the students, including a few of the royal vampires, fell to the ground. They felt weak and couldn't take the upsetting feeling they had in their stomach. "What is going on?" Erin asked, as she too had fallen to the floor, taking a knee. But Leo stood there strong, still pinned up with his sword. "Listen up," Dwight said. "You two don't know much about the vampire world, but you are now too involved. There is a reason why some of the leaders are so obsessed with becoming the vampire king. When one becomes king, there are two things that get passed on to the next. The first being the armor the king is wearing. It is one of the only two sets of armor in existence that has been purely made out of blood crystals. Today we haven't seen the extent of this armor, due to its power not being activated by any human blood. As for the second thing, it's a skill passed down that only the king can learn, and that skill is what you're about to witness." When saying these words, there was a sharp pain going through Dwight's heart. With the current king's strength, using such power could possibly end his life. If it didn't, it would certainly shorten it. "Summoning this much power, are you trying to kill yourself, old man?" Roa said, even he felt uneasy. "Roa, you are strong? Stronger than possibly any other vampire I know of," the king said. Then the image of a certain someone who had returned recently popped into his head. "Let me take that back, you are stronger than any vampire here. You could beat any of the leaders. I can't go easy on you." Lifting his hands from his side, red balls of red liquid had formed, and soon from all the dead bloodsuckers around, and all the dead vampires in the inner castle area, their blood was floating in the air. Every single last drop of blood had been lifted from the ground and taken directly out of the dead bodies. The skill passed down from king to king, absolute blood control. Dwight said, "When one obtains this skill, they can control the blood in their own body, advancing the vampire's body beyond what any leader has ever seen. There's no need for the king to become a bloodsucker to match up with Roa's speed, for his body has already reached that point. But that's not the only thing the skill can do." Roa charged in once again, at full strength. He was just as fast as he was before. But suddenly, at a light speed, all of the blood that was in the air had moved to where the king was and had formed a giant wall of blood. It looked like there was a waterfall pouring from above. When Roa punched the wall of blood, it did nothing. His hand went through it, but there was nothing else. Then, a sharp pain could be felt through his whole body and eventually into his back. Turning his head, he could see that thousands of blood daggers were floating behind him, stabbing him constantly. With no choice, he attempted to run through the waterfall of blood, but that was his biggest mistake. The blood surrounded him like a tornado and threw him up in the air. He noticed that from the wounds that had been made, his own blood was working against him, restraining him from doing anything. He couldn't see anything and had no clue what was happening. Looking around, all he could see was red blood swirling around. He kicked and punched, nothing was effective. Finally, the blood had disappeared around him, and he could now see that he had been thrown up 50 meters into the air. He could see the whole city from up high. However, there was something else there that wasn't there before. It was a giant blade made of blood. It was taller than any of the castles. Turning his head, he could see 6 more surrounding him. "Old man, do you really have to go this far?" Roa shouted. "Do you hate us this much?" Now genuine tears were running down his face and sadness was taking over from the anger. Roa started to revert back to his regular vampire form. "Look at me, I am one of you. I served you and you're going to kill me. Kill your own kind over them." The king had his hands held up to the sky. He said nothing but coughed as his own blood had started to trickle out of his mouth. That too started to float up in the air and join the blood-made blades. Swinging his hands down, all of the giant blood blades swung at the same time. At the same time they had clashed into Roa's body. When it did, the swords started to crush into each other and a great explosion of blood occurred. The sight could be seen for miles in the vampire settlement, and all of the vampires had witnessed what had just happened. Pathetic, Bryce thought while watching the spectacle from his castle window. If I was king, I would have never used so much power against a weakling like that. Damn it! Damn it! Damn it! Another vampire stomped the ground, witnessing Roa's death. It may have been the end of your life, Roa. Cindy, the current second vampire leader, said, but you have affected the vampire world far greater than you know. Now it will be the start of a new era. Saying these words, tears started to fall down her cheeks. As for the rest of the vampires, they soon found themselves covered in a rainfall of blood. Little droplets fell down like rain and covered everyone's faces from the explosion. In the sky where Roa's body once was, there was nothing. Not a single scrap of flesh or clothing, but somewhere in the rainfall of blood was his. The king had since fallen and was laying on the ground. Dwight, knowing the fight was over, rushed over to His Majesty's side. He held him up to check if he was okay, and thankfully there seemed to be faint sights of breathing. Tell Cindy to head to the main castle now. We will meet her in His Majesty's room. Your Majesty, you have done enough. You have protected the people from the great threat. The king shook his head, disagreeing with this. He wanted to speak, to tell Dwight of the 10th people that had died and of the future he wouldn't live to see. Killing Roa would not put an end to the vampires' deaths. But he was too weak to speak. Don't worry. I promise we will work harder than ever. We will find which dreaded bastard was working with the bloodsucker, and I will personally kill every last one of them, Dwight said, shaking in anger. After the incident with those that called themselves the true form vampires, the 10th family was in recovery mode. Now standing outside the inner castle were a few vampires from the royal family who were each as strong as a vampire knight. They were placed there just in case anything else was to occur. They had realized after the attack that the 10th family were the only family who were attacked. None of the other vampire families or areas had been touched. Even though the supposed leader of the true vampires were dead, they still suspected that there were more bloodsuckers out there that hadn't joined in with the battle without a leader, or perhaps now under the control of whoever was helping them before, which was why the guards were placed there. An investigation was carried out with the main purpose of clarifying a few things. Why was the 10th family targeted? It would have made sense if it was another family's doing, but not for Roa to target them since he knew nothing about the recent changes in the Vampire Council. The second purpose was to find out who had helped them. The investigation led them to discover a few key things. The guards that were stationed at the 10th gate to the inner castle area had been influenced to not raise an alarm. It was assumed this was how the bloodsuckers were able to infiltrate the 10th area without anyone knowing and killing those that were inside. It was hard to tell whether it was a vampire from one of the other vampire families or not after the revelation that Roa was able to turn back to his regular state and use his powers as per usual. As a leader, he would have easily been able to influence them and anyone on the way who would have seen anything. Still, Dwight was keeping to his word, and he wasn't letting any leaf go unturned in his thorough investigation. It would take some time. The problem was he felt like time was something they didn't have. At the 10th castle, they were struggling without Edward. There was no support sent from the council, and on top of this, the king wasn't in a position to help them much either with the investigation. All the trust that they had built up with the vampires had disappeared in one moment. Since the other families were full, vampires who wished to move families weren't able to. But no longer did anyone want to move into the inner castle area where so many had died. In their minds, the 10th leaders and vampire knights failed to protect them, and the one thing that put them all together was Edward. The only ones that had remained in the inner castle area were staying at the castle itself, and those were the students that had survived. They saw what happened firsthand. They could tell that if Roa had attacked any of the other castle areas, it would have been the same result. It was why the king had to use so much power. Also, where else could they go? Their families had been slaughtered, and now there was nothing else they could do. What stood out in their minds, though, most were the vampires that had fought to protect them from the bloodsuckers. That memory was ingrained in their minds. When they fought as the 10th family vampires, and the students wanted to do the same, not letting their blood be split in vain. With Edward gone and wishing to help Leo with his duties, two people stood up to the task. That was both Xander and Timmy. Xander knew a lot about vampire politics as he studied about it before joining the first family. It was important for him not to offend anyone and tiptoe around if he wanted to rise up, and he thought this knowledge would help greatly. As for Timmy, before Leo and the others arrived, he was Edward's personal assistant. So he knew the tasks that needed to be done day in and day out. In front of the 10th castle, a ceremony was held for the vampires that had died, as well as a special send-off to the vampire knight Edward. Anyone was free to join from the other families, and surprisingly nearly every vampire from the 10th family had attended. Even if they never wanted to be in the 10th family, they could still remember and appreciate everything Edwards did for them. Surprisingly, there was also a high turnout from the other vampire families, with 6 family leaders turning up with their vampire knights. They were the leaders that had chosen not to get involved on the day of Fex's execution. "Edward, you were quite the popular guy," Leo said. "Our time together was short, but I could tell that you were a good man. Too many good people die in this world to allow others to live." When the ceremony was over, the students entered the castle in tears, and Xander, Amy, and Timmy couldn't stop sobbing as they walked back inside. It was an unusual thing to experience. Vampires often just went into eternal sleep when they were ready. It was peaceful, and it was something they wished to do. To them, death was a horrible thought, leaving the world without doing everything one had wished. As for Erin, she stormed off after the ceremony, and when she entered the castle she went straight for one of the training rooms. She threw her katana-like blade on the ground, and used the large thick heavy blade on her back. She didn't want to focus on practicing on skill. She didn't want to think about anything but just letting her anger out as she swung the heavy blade. Images would constantly appear in her head, not just of what had recently happened but also what had happened in the past. "It's the same. I didn't do anything. I thought I had gotten stronger," she screamed, swinging the blade again and again. A strange energy was rising in her as she pictured Edward's head getting smashed in. She swung hard, hitting the floor, when she saw her parents being killed by the Dalki. "What am I meant to do now?" she shouted. At that moment the doors opened and Erin turned around huffing and panting to see who it was. "Erin, are you okay?" Amy asked, but she soon covered her hand over her mouth. "Erin, your eyes, they're yellow." In the king's bedroom, Cindy, the second leader, had tried her best to use her ability on him, but it was impossible. Her ability could only reverse time by so much. If she was reversing his condition by 2 hours, he was worsening at such a rate that all it was doing was slowing it down. "Is there nothing you can do?" Dwight shouted in anger. Cindy didn't take this personally, as she knew Dwight just cared about the king. If a new king was elected by Vampire Code, Dwight would have to leave him. This was why most royal vampire knights decided to pass on with their king. But Dwight didn't want the king to go to sleep. Not yet. Not until he found out who was betraying them and had caused him to go into such a state. This was why if the king needed to go in internal sleep, he would choose not to. "I'm sorry, if he sleeps now, then he will regain his strength and no longer be in pain. Maybe after 1,000 years or so, he will have the strength to move like a regular vampire. But he has already aged greatly. He will never be at the strength he once was." Clenching his fist, Dwight knew what this meant. "So you're saying he has no choice? He has to go into eternal slumber now? And a new king needs to be elected?" "This is the last one," Bonnie said, as she carefully steered the spaceship and it started to descend. "Thank the heavens," Void replied, as he started to get his equipment ready from his little satchel bag that was attached around his waist. He pulled out a flat square device that was no bigger than a book, then placed a round camera lens on the front of it. "Visiting all these places has been quite intense. We're lucky that everyone has been so nice to us so far." "We're reporters, that's our job," Bonnie replied. "They know that people like us are needed. Besides, we're practically the only ones. Don't you feel a sense of duty?" Void sighed in defeat as he knew she was right. The two of them had been in countless life or death situations together being war reporters, and this time was no different. He knew the job he had signed up for. Bonnie was a well-known reporter that had continued to give reliable information to the civilians and update the people living in shelters all around. But it was a job she couldn't do alone. Many new reporters relied on gadgets like drones and such, but she liked to do her reporting the old-fashioned way with a good old cameraman, and that was Void. She was quite the beauty as a reporter. She had silky straight brown hair with a fringe that went down to her eyebrows and no further. She looked like a pop singer and also had the diva personality to go with it. Her facial expression could change whenever she wished. On camera when it mattered, she would have the right emotional face to match, but off-screen or when needed to be, she could smile, warming people's hearts. Meanwhile, the man behind the camera never got enough credit for his work, but he didn't have the face to be on camera either. Freckles covered his nose and were heavy under his eyes, even though he was an adult. He also had curly hair that was a nightmare to deal with. At times like this, he didn't care and just allowed it to go wild. As long as it wouldn't block the camera lens, he was fine with it. As the ship descended, they could see they were landing in the middle of a plain tiled floor, right in front of a Chinese-styled palace. There were several buildings placed around on different levels and tiers, and they were landing on the lowest. Leaving the ship, there were men waiting to greet them, and each of them wore bright white robes. "We have finally arrived," Bonnie said with a big smile. The Greylash family. The group of men escorted Bonnie and Void as they headed into the building. While walking, Void couldn't help but continuously take pictures of the spectacle around him. It had such beautiful architecture, and it felt peaceful. "Could you please delete and not take any more photos?" Hector said, the member of the Greylash family, who was currently leading the reporters. "Maybe not, no, but those photos could help our enemies know the layout of our base and more." Void immediately bowed down, apologizing, and got to deleting the photos right away. He was surprised that they had told him so respectfully. There were times when they would get in quite the pickle for something like this. He knew better. He just couldn't help but want to take a picture when he saw such an amazing sight. As the two of them continued to walk, they thought back to the reason why they were here right now, and the reports they had made so far. Before coming to the Greylashes, they had met with the military leader Oscar, and also with the Bree family leader Mona. They tried to meet with Pure, but had no clue where their base was nor had any leads to go on. The reason for speaking to these people was to ask what the current state of the Civil War was looking like. News about a demon-tier beast on a particular planet had already been spread far and wide, and everyone knew each powerhouse had their eyes on the prize. The question was, why hadn't anyone acted yet? The reply was a surprising one, and it gave hope to those that maybe the Civil War was coming to an end. The powerhouses were currently in talks with each other to see if they could somehow make it so it was a joint hunt for the demon-tier beast. All sides had already felt that there had been too much death on all accounts. They could only imagine what would happen if they all tried to go for the demon-tier separately. It would be even worse. So they were currently negotiating a way to make the hunt fair between all of them and hunt together. It was a sign that maybe the talks after this could lead into something further and end the Civil War. However, there was something else on their minds and something else Bonnie wanted to ask each of them. In your current talks, are you considering inviting one of the, as people are calling them, new era powerhouses? Bonnie had asked Oscar, the Supreme Commander. It's actually one of the reasons why we have been so patient. After the Sunshield's disappearance, there has been a lot of speculation about what will happen. Everyday members of Pure are coming out more and more, and I believe they will no longer hide and will be willing to talk soon. My bet is on them becoming a big powerhouse. Daisy, however, does have a way with the people. Many factions have decided to go with her because of her charisma and skill of leading. Honestly, I am unaware of how much strength their group truly has. But I could say the same for Pure as well. When Bonnie had asked the question to Mona, leader of the Bree family, she had said the opposite. I think that Daisy will come out as one of the major powerhouses, Mona replied. In the past, they have always been right behind the Big Four in terms of strength. If it wasn't for True Dream's strange ability, I always thought soon we would be inviting them over to the leader's table. As for Pure, there is speculation amongst the people that they are an incredibly strong group, but I don't believe that. If that was true, why did they ever have to go in hiding and act as a terrorist group in the first place? The only person we have to worry about is their leader, who contains a demon-tier weapon. Both of these interviews were broadcasted all over and the public were split when discussing who would become the next powerhouse. But Bonnie had one more thing to ask. Recently there has been talks about a new power rising, a faction called the Cursed Family. They have quickly taken over a few planets with very small forces. Because of this, they have also been considered a contender. Do you know anything about them? The Cursed Family? Oscar replied. I have heard their name in reports here and there as they have taken over only a few planets. But when looking into their members, there seem to be no names that stand out. The Cursed Family, Mona said, a little surprised at the name. I don't think it's even worth mentioning any new powers. This happens from time to time, and they will just be absorbed by either Pure or Daisy. Although, maybe if one of these groups takes over the Cursed Family, they will have enough power to take over another. Both Bonnie and Void had entered the room where Owen was sitting down in a relaxed manner. They had already asked him a few questions, but finally, Bonnie had gotten to the same question as she had asked the others. About which new era power did he think was going to rise to the top? So far, the military had said Pure, while Mona had said Daisy. It was expected that the general public opinion was also one of these two, so she was excited to see if a third opinion would sway one side's favor. Which is the new era powerhouse out of those two? Owen repeated. I think neither. The ones that will shock us all are the Cursed Family. Owen replied. This blew Bonnie's expectations out of the water. Owen had said those words so confidently, while the other two had debated over the two. Just what had made Owen so confident? When Bonnie spoke to Owen, she hadn't mentioned the cursed faction like she did with the other interviews. She thought it was an interesting subject at first, but it seemed like neither of the other big families were particularly keeping their eye on this new faction. Their replies were disappointing and didn't make for a good interview. So she thought it would be pointless to ask again a third time, and would only bring it up at the end of the interview just in case. But for the first time, the interviewer had brought up the faction themselves. Bonnie's little sense was tingling, as she felt like she was onto something. I have to ask, Bonnie said in an excited voice. She was upbeat now, and the change in her tone could be heard by everyone. Why do you speak so highly of the cursed faction? Their name has recently been passed along, and I also noticed that they seem to have started out their planet questing campaign near the Greylash family territory. If you really thought this highly of them, wouldn't it have been better for you to either get rid of them early on, or try to get them to join under you? During the interview, Owen had his metal fan covering his mouth the whole time. He often spoke this way when speaking to others, but he decided to take it down and place it on his lap. When she could finally see his face, she noticed how young Owen really looked and how precious his smile was. For a second, she completely forgot how he was one of the people who sat with the others at the leader table. The others were quite old and gave off a wise feeling, but Owen, he seemed to have the mind of a trickster, a fox in disguise. How much do you know about the Cursed Family? Owen finally asked. Not much. Just what we told you right now. Then let me tell you something. In this world, I think there are people who are born to be natural leaders. Even if they don't know it themselves, when they are chucked into a situation, people will rely on them. When I met their leader, I could tell he was not someone who would work under me. And if your evaluation is like mine, I knew it would be more beneficial to work with him, rather than become an enemy of his. Bonnie was a bit stunned by what the Greylash family had said. Out of the big four powers, there were many that hailed the Greylash's ability as the strongest, but there was always one thing holding them back. It was the fact that their ability didn't work well against the Earth ability that the military had a monopoly over. The reason she felt shocked was because their leader was quite possibly treating the Cursed Family leader as an equal. Even more, the two of them seemed to have met in person. You seem to think very highly of them. Who is this leader you speak of? She asked. When she tried doing her research about the current leader of the Cursed, it was hard for her to come up with anything. She was sure it had to be a leader of a high-ranking faction that possibly broke off and now created their own, or something similar along the lines. The other possibility was it was someone who had broken off from Pure, but that was unlikely as well from what she had heard from the reports. Owen started to chuckle and stood up from his seat. Why don't you go and meet them, see if your evaluation is right like mine? Also, you've met him before. With that, the interview had come to an end, and Void and Bonnie were told to pack their things and leave. When entering their ship, Void was looking back over the recordings and footage they had received. Where to now? Void asked. We could try to find out more about Pure, or we can head to one of the planets that Pure and Daisy have taken over. It seems like the two factions are at boiling point with each other. He asked. No, Bonnie said, shaking her head. Didn't you hear what he said? We have to go see the Cursed faction. They could be the next big thing, an influence of power in this war. Are you serious? Void replied. You know it's safer for us to record this thing from who we think is going to be the winning side. Otherwise there's a chance we could get caught in the crossfire. Usually when we're recording, we make that faction look good so they're more willing to protect us, and you really think this cursed faction can do this? Think about it, Owen was far more confident than the others, and we only have to go see them. I'm sure we can tell once we meet them whether or not it's the right decision to follow them. On the Cursed Family ship, the group was having a meeting. Each of the groups had been busy going from planet to planet taking over the other factions if they were to cause trouble. The main way they would do so was through a duel, but more times than not, it wouldn't work out and they would have to demonstrate the extent of their powers before the faction agreed to either work under them or leave. Most of the factions had agreed to join under them as there wasn't much they could do. Some that had left had tried returning attacking a second time, but after setting up teleporters from the cursed ship to each planet, they were easily able to send their strongest fighters and defend the planets successfully. The successful defense had gotten around the small factions and other planets which made it easy for them to take over, but now they were in quite the pickle. All of the planets that were once claimed by the Sunshield family had already been claimed. With the cursed faction including the Crow's planet, they had taken over 6 in total. 10 had been taken over by Pure, while double the amount 12 had been taken over by Daisy. Beep, beep. The ship's indicator went off. Sam answered the call and spoke to Bonnie, who was on the other end for a while before telling her they needed to think about it. Quinn and the others had also heard everything he said. So what do you think? Sam asked. Actually, I would like to hear your thoughts on this. Quinn replied. You have been great in coming up with plans and talks through all of this so far. I think we should do it. The interview and the filming will be good press for our family and people. They can see how we treat our own, and maybe more people, including the civilians, will be happy to switch sides. Quinn thought about it for a while and finally gave his answer. Bonnie and Void were now just floating around in space, waiting for a reply. They didn't want to set a destination as they knew they might be going in the complete opposite direction. That's when they finally got a reply back from Sam. When the call ended, she had a strange look on her face that Void didn't understand. Why aren't you jumping with joy like you usually are? Void asked. We got the interview you wanted, didn't you? Yeah, but didn't you hear? Bonnie replied. They want to do the interview on planet Katuma. She then pressed a button getting up a map of the Beast Planet area. Each of the planets were color coordinated, something that she had set herself. A different color represented what planets belonged to which powers. Void looked for a while and finally spotted the name of the planet, which was colored white. What was white again? Wait, what? They want to do an interview on one of the planets owned by Pure. Bonnie nodded. It means they have decided to make the first move out of the new era powers. I knew this was going to be something exciting, Bonnie said with a smile. Hey, did you see the latest report from Bonnie? What, the one with the Bree family? No, not that one, you lemon. How the hell did you miss it? I'm talking about the one with the Greylash family. A new user has entered the chat. I was waiting to see it. Not everyone has no life checking out these things all the time, you know? We're in the middle of a civil war. Us non-fighters have to keep on top of things. Anyway, basically they said this cursed faction is going to be the one that becomes part of the big 3. You really believe that? Why would Owen give a no-name faction like that as his answer? A new user has entered the chat. The cursed faction, that name is kinda lame, but doesn't that remind you of something? Were any of you guys at the inter-base tournament last year? There was a kid who called himself the Cursed Child. Cursed Child? Come on, couldn't he have come up with anything better? The Big Toe sounds like a cooler name than that. Just thinking about entering with a stage name like that, and hearing the announcer shout out Cursed Child makes me cringe so hard my balls start to hurt. If your balls start hurting after thinking about that, I think maybe you should go see a doctor. Anyway, the Cursed Child actually did really well. Some say he could have even won the tournament if he wanted to, but decided to forfeit. I'm telling you, these two things are linked in some way. A new user has entered a chat. Guys, have you seen this? After the latest interview, someone went ahead and set up a betting ring. Basically, you choose which new era faction is going to come out on top. Seriously, well, I guess there's nothing better for people like us to do. Maybe we should try to earn some easy credits? Who even set up this thing anyway? Not sure, but what's interesting is you can see how much people have bet, and so far, the cursed faction has the least amount of bets. Maybe I should put some money on them. Who knows what could happen? Just like at the tournament, the cursed child could surprise us all, lol. On the cursed ship, as usual, Quinn was preparing to take a small team with him over to one of the planets that Pure had currently occupied. Just in case, people needed to be left behind so they were able to protect the planets that they had occupied themselves. More eyes were now on them than ever before, and there was a good chance that if Daisy found out that Quinn had taken a large force with him to one of the Pure planets, then they would try and attack one of his. Status: Strength 60, Stamina 60, Agility 60, Charm 60. Every time they had taken over one of the planets, Quinn had made sure his people went around and took as many blood samples from different people as possible. Sam was already ordered to do this, and he continued to, until Quinn had finally hit his max once again. Consuming blood now didn't increase any of his stats, which meant his body would be at the limit, at least until the next evolution. Am I just as strong as those vampire leaders now? Quinn thought. Or maybe I'm just at the bottom. Quinn could assume this was as strong as a vampire noble could get. All of the leaders were vampire lords, so their stats should be better than his. However, there were a few advantages Quinn had over the other leaders. For one, he had beast gear which the other vampires didn't use, improving his stats significantly. The other advantages were his chi, and finally his soul weapon. However, there were the blood weapons vampires carried that a few had as well, and also the vampire's abilities. If Quinn was to compare his shadow ability at the moment, he would say his ability was weaker than theirs. But seeing how well Arthur was able to utilize the shadow, he knew he had room for improvement in that area. Especially since his shadow was still at the ability level of 7, and he had one more skill to unlock before going up to level 8. As for becoming a vampire lord himself, the EXP amount was far too high. According to Fex, vampires took hundreds of years to become a vampire lord. Although Quinn felt like his progression had slowed down a lot, if they knew how quickly and close he was to becoming a vampire lord, they would have had a heart attack. All he could hope for after completing the quest of becoming part of the Big Three was to receive an instant level up. Entering one of the medium-sized spaceships, he was on his way, and with him was Nate and Sam. These two were chosen because they needed another strong fighter, and Sam was there to try and talk to the reporters, as well as settle things with Pure without too much conflict. There were also around 50 or so faction members, ranked around D and C, taken with them. These had fought with Quinn during his takeover, although fought with was a very generous phrase to describe it. Ah, I wish it was one of the Daisy planets we went to, Nate complained. We wouldn't have had to fight at all. I could have used my charming looks to swoon them over into surrendering. Has that ever happened? Sam replied. If anyone is going to win over people just from their looks, then Quinn's got more chance than anyone. Nate glanced at Quinn's pure skin. That didn't seem to have a mark on it. No acne scars, no scars at all. And there was no change in pigmentation in his skin. His body was better proportioned compared to Nate as well, who had short, stumpy legs. Hey Quinn. I know you're busy with this whole taking over the world thing, Nate said. I'm not trying to take over the world, Quinn replied. I'm trying to change it. You're making me sound like a villain. Potato, potato. Anyway, my point is now that you're kinda my boss and everything, I don't want to step on your toes. Do you have any girls you're interested in at the base at all? Or boys, of course. But there must be someone in your life. What Nate actually was thinking was, what if Quinn was interested in any girls at the base who had made Nate's list? Then he would have to give up immediately because there was no way he was winning. Maybe in the past he could have fought for his love, but he knew he stood no chance now. Not yet anyway. Thinking of girls. There's plenty that have been in my life, Quinn thought. Layla, Aaron, CIA, Kez, Silver. He never had time to stop and think about these types of things because he was always running for his life. Thinking about the girls, Quinn wondered about the information he had received so far about the Pure planets. From Layla and CIA they had told him that this was only a small portion of Pure's force that were involved in this fight. But with each of the planets that had left what they refer to as the numbered behind on them. Those in Pure that were ranked from 5 to 20 were left on each planet in charge. And there was one of the high-ranked numbers, from 1 to 5 in charge of the whole operation. In a way, Layla had explained that Pure were only committing a little more than 1/5 of their force in this takeover. They were confident that this was enough, and they had been doing a good job so far. Because of this insider information, it was why they had decided to attack Pure first. Not wanting to mess anything up, Quinn had decided to personally be involved. A meeting place with the reporters had been made beforehand, and it was placed a distance away from the shelter where Pure was based. They would have seen the ship coming, but such a small one they wouldn't possibly think that it was an attack with so little people. They had also scouted out the planet a few times, and no ships were sent to attack them, and it was the same this time. The location they had agreed to meet at was an abandoned shelter, or a destroyed one that used to belong to the military before the planet was completely taken over by the sunshields. It was the smaller of the two that were on the planet. Both Bonnie and Void were already there patiently waiting for them. Bonnie felt like bouncing up and down as she saw the ship land, and when the rail came down she saw who was out in front. Her excitement quickly dwindled. "Isn't that the kid I interviewed at the all-base tournament?" she said out loud, not even being able to hold in her thoughts. "The mystery leader of the cursed faction is just a kid?" The ship had landed a distance away, but Quinn spoke loud and clear while walking over. "Do I really look that young?" Quinn said. He had heard her with his hearing from far away, but when Quinn finally got close and Bonnie got closer, a strange feeling had come over her. Her face started to blush bright red and her pupils winded. "What have you done to me?" she asked. When Quinn was finally close enough, she grabbed him, pulling him forward and pressed her soft lips against his. "What the hell is going on?" Nate shouted. Bonnie didn't know what was happening and just acted on instinct. Her lips were still pressed against the boy's, and suddenly, the strange feeling she had that was in her body had disappeared. Void, who was standing off to the side, had his mouth left wide open, and he also had his camera held out. What the others were unaware of was Void and Bonnie had decided to live stream their first meeting as a surprise, and everyone had seen the deed done. Quinn had gotten famous all right, as all the jealous boys who were die-hard Bonnie fans burned the image of him in their heads. "What happened? How could he do that?" a user commented. "Was it just me? Or did it look like Bonnie was the one that lent in? Are you crazy? Why would she go for that curly-haired bastard? It was clearly an ability of his or something." One of those that had their heads filled with jealousy was Nate. "How can someone be that lucky? Is it really that easy if you have good looks, to just pull up and get a kiss like that?" The next set of actions were unexpected even for Quinn. He had taken a step back and wiped his mouth. When she had pulled him forward, he knew there was no harm in her intentions, but never expected something like this to happen. "That was my first kiss?" Quinn, being quite the lonely hermit at his school, never experienced anything like this before. Maybe it wasn't a good idea to test out my charm stat, Quinn thought. Recently, Quinn had learned to use his charm skill with greater control. It happened when his stats had reached level 60. So far, he had relied on the system when using his skills. The problem with this, it only allowed him to either use the skills or not. This was also the problem with the shadow ability and was why he was unable to pass on the knowledge to Sam. Thanks to Fex, Quinn had been practicing how to use some of his vampire skills in a more controlled manner. The only problem was, when using his charm skill other than using it via his influence, he would attract unwanted attention. Now he was able to focus his charm stat so that it was only being directed towards one person. He had done several tests and had found out a few things. The charm stat affected humans a lot easier than it did vampires. Fex had explained that it was natural evolution, a way for vampires to get their meals easier. However, Fex was still affected by it, but that was due to how high Quinn's stat points were. What he also found out through tests, though, was the more someone was exposed to it, the less of an effect it would have on someone each time. Apparently, this was also the case with all the skills related to the charm stat. Removing someone's memories once was fine, But if one needed to do it a second time, there was a high chance it wouldn't work properly. As a final test, Quinn had used it against Kaz, but there seemed to be next to no effect. The vampire knights were often around other leaders, so perhaps they were training against it or had built up some type of resistance to it. All of this led him to what he had done when leaving the ship. He was still currently testing it now and again, and had done so with Bonnie. But this was not the outcome he was expecting. This boy, was that his ability? Why do I feel nothing now? Bonnie thought. But it couldn't be his ability. I'm sure of it. This kid is the same kid that was at that interbase tournament with the unique shadow ability. Trying to forget and ignore what just happened. Bonnie looked at the ship they had arrived in and noticed that Quinn had only brought around 50 members with him. I thought they were coming here and inviting us, because they wanted to make an announcement to everyone, to show us the cursed faction's strength. Did I overestimate them? It's nice to meet you again, Bonnie said, giving out her hand to shake this time. Yes, Quinn replied, shaking it back. All those that continued to watch on the stream had been given the wrong idea by these set of words. Meet again, so these two are an item. No wonder she embraced him like that. No, I'm telling you, he has her under some mind control trick or something. I'm telling you, trust me. The faction members were brought off the ship and were preparing themselves while casually chatting away. They didn't look afraid, as if they had done this type of thing a few times before. Bonnie had asked Quinn some questions, but the answers he gave were uninteresting to say the least. She would ask if there was any relationship between him and Owen, and he would reply, not really. Then, when she asked about Daisy and Pure, Quinn didn't really know what to say. He left all the research stuff to Sam and said if they had any questions about it that they should ask him. In the end, she had given up asking Quinn any questions and was starting to feel like the whole thing was a big disappointment. Owen, this is the guy that you said is a natural leader. Someone that you saw at the same level as yourself. I can't believe it. How can all of these people just follow him? How did he even get all those planets in the first place? Thinking about this, Bonnie tried to push herself on. There had to be something or someone running things behind the scene. Trying to get an idea that there may have been someone else running the cursed faction. She decided to interview all the faction members that had been brought with them. The young boss. One of the members replied. Of course we have no reason to worry with him here. He will take this place over just like how he did all the other planets. And the interviews and questions continued. We thought the same thing when we first saw him. I guess my opinion of him changed when the Sunshields attacked one of our planets. I think he took out about half of their forces out himself. Yeah, what the guy you spoke to before said was true. We saw him do it again with another faction. They had agreed to give in, and then suddenly wouldn't let us leave the planet. All of their members had the 50 of us surrounded. But Quinn and Syl dealt with them all. None of us even needed to lift a finger. If I had to say anything about Quinn, it's that he's certainly strong, but he's only better than me by a little bit. Also, I would have to say he has a horrible personality. Can't trust the guy, he's a playboy all right. One time I saw 5 different girls go into his room. Nate answered. After interviewing the members, Bonnie was now struggling with what to think. Some of the things they had told her sounded almost impossible. And now there was even new information about defending an attack from the Sunshields. It sounded so barbaric that she was wondering if they were making things up just to look good for the report. Finally, she decided to approach the one person who seemed sensible so far about everything, Sam. It seems like the members are gearing up just in case of a fight, Bonnie said. But with so few people, you can't expect to take over this planet? I know this isn't the main planet Pure has a hold off, but they still have an entire shelter full of people. Some of these guys think that you might be fighting today. That's because they might be. Sam replied. We always have to prepare for anything. Why do you think we haven't moved yet? She was wondering why the ship had landed at the abandoned shelter, and they still hadn't done anything other than casually talk to each other. It's because we are waiting for them to come to us. By now they would have seen that our ship hasn't left yet, and they will be investigating. At that moment, the sound of vehicles could be heard coming their way from a distance. Sam turned around and could see everyone getting ready, including Quinn. You better be filming everything on that camera of yours, because you don't want to miss a single thing. Recently, Quinn was unable to get in contact with Layla or CIA. He was little concerned, but the last time they spoke and gave him information, they both sounded and looked to be doing good. He didn't know why, but he was always worried when thinking about the two girls. Maybe it was because he didn't know much about Pure, or maybe it was something else. What this meant, though, was out of all the planets Pure currently occupied, Quinn had no idea which one the two girls were on. However, if they were on this planet, he should have been able to sense them, but he knew at times that the vampire blood bond sense wasn't always the best thing to rely on. Since when he was on the Blade family island, it didn't work the best due to a strange interference. Otherwise, he would have been able to find Peter a lot sooner. The group stepped out of the shelter. The planet's surface looked to be mostly gray gravel with red rocks scattered about everywhere. To show that they weren't too intimidating, they only brought 10 men with them as well as the reporters. "Are they going to be okay?" Quinn asked. He had expected the reporters to stay at the back, possibly behind the others, but instead they were in the front row just off to the side of Nate and Sam. Quinn didn't know when, but he noticed that the equipment Bonnie and Void were wearing now had changed compared to before. While Void was pointing his camera towards her and she stood in front of it, the two of them were wearing King-tier beast gear. "I'm sure they know what they are doing," Sam replied. "They survived this long getting by, right? And they had to get their beast gear somehow?" Still, out of concern, Quinn decided to go up to them both. He placed his hand on both of their shoulders. "We're not planning to fight right here, but it gets rough. Stay close to me." And Quinn was off again. "That was a little strange," Void said. "When he was talking about it getting rough, I thought he was going to tell us to run away. Someone's a bit overconfident and cocky." Soon after, Nate had approached the two as well. "If a fight breaks out and you want to live, get behind me. I promise I won't let anything hit you." "What about me?" Void asked, noticing that Nate was only looking at Bonnie. "My body can only protect one person. Sometimes we have to make sacrifices." Nate nodded, giving him a thumbs up, and walked off as well. "I have to learn how he does it. Maybe if I mirror him for a bit, I'll learn a thing or two." Nate thought. "These people are weird," Void said. But Bonnie didn't make a comment, and instead just continued to watch everything. A large square-looking vehicle with 6 wheels as big as the jeeps next to them was on its way over to the shelter. It didn't look to have any weapons on the vehicle itself, but was made more for transportation. "An estimate of how many people that thing can carry?" Quinn asked. "I would say 500, but you don't have to worry. I doubt they would send more than 100 people to deal with us," Sam replied. Eventually, the large vehicle stopped. The 2 jeeps by the side carried 4 groups of people, each covered in beast gear, and then finally, the door to the larger vehicle opened up and fell to the ground. Just as Sam had estimated, it looked like they had brought a group of around 100 or so with them. "It looks like Pure have finally arrived. From the looks of things, it seems Pure hasn't sent many members themselves, and have mainly gotten aid from the faction members of the shelter that had gotten taken over," Bonnie said, giving her report. "Cut," said Void. "That was good with them in the background. Let's get a few more takes." Out from the front, a man walked out who had several scars over his face, and behind him were 2 more. They walked with a sense of confidence compared to the rest. When using his inspect skill, Quinn could tell that the 3 in front of him were the only Pure members there, or most likely anyway, since they didn't have any abilities. "Are you the leader?" Quinn spoke but was cut off. "I suggest you pack your things and get out of here while we are being nice. We saw you arrive and expected you to leave, but you never did." Void's hands were sweating slightly, but he kept hold of his camera, filming everything. He always got tense in situations like these. Usually, one side was the aggressor and led the negations to show they were in control, and it looked like Pure was doing a good job. He was also wondering when Quinn was going to call the rest of the people that had been left inside of the abandoned shelter. "We're from the Cursed faction and are here to ask for a meeting," Sam said. "You can guess why we are here, so if you want to be aggressive we can be as well. But if you want to deal with this situation so as little people as possible die, then that's up to you as well." "The Cursed faction?" The man started to laugh. "You guys actually decided to come here? Let's go in closer for a better shot," Void said, and now they stood by the side of the 2 groups who were standing 5 meters apart. So you want to meet the leader of this planet, so you can request a formal duel? The scar-faced man said. But why would we do that, when we can deal with you here? I think we deserve a little respect. This isn't the main planet of the pure, is it? Sam asked. And while we have brought our leader himself, besides you're not even a numbered member of pure, correct? So you shouldn't even have any authority to make a deal with us in the first place. At that moment, the scar-faced man and the two men beside him, demeanor changed. They no longer had the look of fools who were joking about. You two with the camera. This thing isn't live, is it? The scar-faced man asked. No, this wouldn't do well as a live stream. The numbers were quite low, so we decided to just make it a report and get better angels. We will send you the footage before it goes live and can cut out anything you don't want to be broadcasted. We want to work with both sides. Bonnie answered in a polite manner. Good, because I'm wondering how you guys know about something that is only top secret within Pure. It looks like we got a little rat, and unfortunately, anyone who knows must die. The scar-faced man then pulled out a dagger and threw it right towards Bonnie. It was faster than she had expected, and she never thought them two were the ones that would be targeted. This had never happened to them before. However, the dagger hadn't even reached midway before it was stopped and caught midair by Quinn. At the same time, Nate had come over and had become a human shield in front of Bonnie, hardening himself. But it was pointless as Quinn had already caught the dagger. Are you sure you want to do this? We just asked to be brought to the person in charge on this planet. I don't want to kill you if I don't have to. Sam sighed and started to shake his head as he made his way back to the others, and they all sat down on the floor. He knew how this would go, and based on the Scarman's personality and how aggressive he had been from the get-go, he knew what his answer would be. Quinn, don't damage the large vehicle. It looks nice, maybe we can use it, Sam said. Hey Square. Kind sir. Bonnie whispered. Aren't they going to go help him? It looks like a fight going to start any second. Help him? Didn't we already tell you about how he took down the sun shields on his own? If I tried jumping in the middle of that, I might get hurt myself. Attack them, the scared man said. But before he could finish his sentence, he found his own dagger piercing through his skull. It was thrown with such force that the dagger went through and carried on until it got stuck into the vehicle behind. Quinn, I don't know whether this is a good thing or a bad thing, but ever since Blip's death and the incident with the parasites, you have become a little colder in terms of killing. Nate thought. Quinn jumped in to deal with the rest of them, without hesitation. When Blip had passed away, after finding out more information, Quinn had been made aware that there probably was something he could have done. There was time that had been wasted in between when Quinn had chosen to save the parasite members, and getting back to the ship. In truth, there was no way for him to know for sure whether or not he could have saved Blip's life that day. Others had told him he had done the right thing, even Linda. She had great anger when she went to the parasite's base. Quinn was questioning whether it was the right thing to do, but Sam had informed him she needed to see something. She quickly realized that they too had families, children and others living there. When she felt like her brother's sacrifice had saved all these people, she felt a little better about it. But for Quinn he felt different. He blamed himself for putting strangers' lives ahead of those he actually cared about, and this had happened more than once already. A person needed to look after themselves before they looked after others. After all, what's the point in saving everyone if you yourself end up dying? Quinn stuck to this mindset with himself being the cursed faction. He needed to protect them before thinking about saving others. Hesitating against those that attacked him first could mean the death of one more person. Are you getting all of this? Bonnie said, looking at what was happening. Quick, film it all. I can't, Void complained back. He's moving too fast. Using his fists, Quinn pounded through abilities and any beast armor they were wearing. Using his kicks, he was able to hit away those that got up close from behind, and moving from person to person, he was too fast for anyone to use their ranged abilities without hurting their own. Quinn was taking out 100 or so men one by just using his fists and legs. At one point, he had activated his new gauntlet skill, creating a blade made of flames, and it grew in size, stabbing 3 of them quickly before retracting again. From battles on other planets before, Quinn had realized that when adding chi to his active skill, he was able to make the flame blade that appeared from the top of his gauntlet longer. The more chi he used, the longer the blade could be. When people saw no weapon in his hand, it was a little surprise for them to suddenly feel a hot poking blade in their stomach. How is he doing all of this? Bonnie thought. From the looks of things, he hasn't even used any of his abilities. He's beating them all bare-handed. We have to get in closer, Bonnie said as she ran forward with Void following. It became clear to the Pure members that they were going up against someone who was impossible to beat. The only thing they could rely on was him tiring out, and it didn't look like he was slowing down anytime soon. That's when one of the members spotted the reporters coming in. One of them went to grab Bonnie. He tried protecting her before. Maybe we can get him to let his guard down. But before they could, an iron-hard fist was slammed into the man's face. Are you two idiots? Nate shouted as someone else went to hit him with a sword. A clang was heard, but there was no pain. Soon, though, more started to join in. Nate was able to block and hurt most of the attacks without him getting hurt, and using his body to block things from hitting Bonnie but not from hitting Void. An ice spear was heading his way. Not wanting to destroy his precious camera, he pulled the camera away from his face. Damn him, that guy really meant it when he said he was only going to protect Bonnie. Void thought, I only have one thing left to say. Bonnie, I love you. A shadow was lifted in front of his face. It had not only blocked out the spear but also the sound of his sentence. Still, he was alive. You listen to me? Quinn said. You stay close. If you want to live, then don't go too far. When the shadow dropped, Void could see out of the 100 or so people there were only about 20 left, and each of them had dropped their weapons begging to be spared. The short little fight was over. What do you want us to do with these guys? Sam asked. Get the guys to take over the large vehicle. They can set up and relax in there for now. They can keep an eye on them in the vehicle, and when this is all over, it's up to them if they want to join us or not. We only need one of them to give us directions. The group started to get ready, and although the Jeep was only meant to fit 6 men, by hanging, climbing, and sitting on the front, they managed to fit 10 members on one. The reporters, Quinn, Sam, Nate, and their guide were sitting on the other Jeep that was brought with them. What the hell is this crap? Bonnie said. I've never seen you film so bad before. You didn't manage to catch anything other than flying bodies, and random people using their abilities. It was hard, like I said. He was moving too fast and taking them all out too quick. I couldn't keep the camera still in one place. Void complained, still feeling a little awkward about what he had said just moments before. It's true, why was he so fast? I can tell he has good beast gear on, but that was too fast. Maybe the faction was just weak? Or, for a second, Bonnie started to think about what all of the cursed faction members had told her. All the stories she thought were exaggerated. What if they really weren't exaggerated? A tingling feeling was felt in her body, but Quinn hadn't been tested yet. He needed someone that could at least draw out his power before she could judge him. Also, there was only so much one person could do. If the people following him weren't strong either, then he could only get so far. During the ride, Quinn checked his system screen with a concerned look on his face. It was close. If that attack was stronger and I had used too much of my shadow, then that would have been a little problem. Quinn thought. After a bumpy ride over the small red rocks, they had finally made it to the shelter. As soon as they saw Quinn and his gang, a surprise move was made. The doors to the shelter were opened for them. Now that he was inside the shelter, Quinn was pretty confident that Layla and CIA weren't here, which made him feel a little better. He could sense Sam, so he was sure there was no interference going on like before. When they entered, multiple different beast weapons, open-palmed hands and abilities were pointed at them. Get out of the V-shields. If you try anything, we will attack. Once they had descended, the guide had been recognized as one of their own, and immediately the guide went running towards them. Oh, thank you, he killed them. He brutally killed and beat all the guys. Take him out. Take him out now before he can kill us all. The guide said, panicking so much he had even fallen over a few times running away. Just play along, everyone, Sam said, and they all raised their hands, acting defenseless. Are you recording? Bonnie whispered. It's still on. Void replied, with his camera hanging off a strap that went chest-high. Void was a little bugged about what had happened. They had tried attacking them in an attempt to make out Pure as the bad guys. This time, the whole broadcast was being live-streamed. They waited for a while, with no one saying a word until finally, a dark-skinned black man with sunglasses had come out. It was another member of Pure. Using his inspect skill, Quinn noticed that there were a lot more Pure members in the shelter. Counting at the moment, there were around 600 faction members with a good split. The shelter itself also had civilians all over that had been made to move away from the entrance gate. Pure was a bigger organization than both the government or the general public thought, but Quinn already knew all of this because of Layla's first-hand information. The name is Abdul, the black-skinned man said. Why is he wearing sunglasses even though it's not sunny? Nate commented. Are you one of the low-ranking numbered from Pure? Quinn asked right off the bat. If Layla and CIA weren't here, then it was a simple task to take over the planet. Oh, maybe we have underestimated the cursed faction to be able to have information like that. Abdul said. If you know that much, then if I was to tell you I was ranked number 16, you should be able to know my strength? Quinn knew his strength all right. He knew it wasn't strong enough to pop the instant level up on his quest notification. Until this happened, he knew he had nothing to worry about. Nobody has to get hurt, Quinn said. I think everything will be a lot easier if you leave this planet and then come back with your commander. I'm telling you, don't make the same mistake as the last group of people you sent. For someone who is in their current situation, surrounded in another one's base, with so few people, you certainly are making some crazy demands. Abdul replied. You know, I can see it in your eyes. You're like a wild dog that refuses to be put down. It's a shame because I would have loved to have you work under me. But I can tell you won't ever let that happen. Maybe you need some convincing. Signaling with his hands, the men started to move in, aiming for those around Quinn. I was just wasting my breath after all, Quinn said. If you give up, then I will save you all. Shadow lock, open. Above Quinn, for strange shadow-like oval portals had appeared. 3 of them were quite large, but the 4th one was the biggest of them all. What is this? An ability, fire above? Abdul ordered, and the faction embers started to shoot their abilities into the strange-looking shadow portals. From the portals themselves, a claw had appeared from one, a furry figure from another, and more from the other portals. Beasts! We're under attack from beasts! They shouted. The beasts that had decided upon the shelter were of the king tier, so it proved difficult for many for them to deal with, but finally a beast had exited out from the largest of portals. A large one that mimicked an elephant on Earth, only it had several trunks on its front and was 2 times the size. Seeing the attacks nearly bounce off the beast's skin, Abdul realized. They were dealing with an Emperor-tier beast. This wasn't the first time that Quinn had done something like this. This was his usual way of taking over the past planets. The only difference was he never did it so openly before. Sam had said to him that he couldn't. Just force the base into submission if he wanted them to be loyal. This gave Quinn the idea of being their savior. If a shelter was attacked by strong beasts that they had no clue where they had come from, and Quinn displayed his strength by saving them, then he could offer them protection in return for them coming over to his side. Not only this, but they would also feel indebted to him. After unlocking the shadow skill Shadow Lock, he of course went through a testing phase with the ability. It was a skill that allowed him to lock creatures and living beings in a separate space, the shadow space. It was similar to his dimensional space, but there were many differences between the two. When using his dimensional space, he was able to put as many items and take them out as he wished, as long as it wasn't living matter. The shadow lock was the opposite, only allowing him to lock in living things in the shadow space. However, there were more differences. Depending on the strength of the creature when using shadow lock, it would use a certain amount of MC points. While the skill was active and had creatures or people in the shadow lock, then those MC points would also be locked away and were unable to be used. Before coming to the shelter, Quinn had locked the king tier beasts as well as the emperor tier beast, only allowing him a little amount of MC points left to use his shadow. He was worried about this, for if he ever went over the amount of MC points that were meant to be locked away, Then the skill would break, unlocking the shadows and allowing for all the beasts to break free. This was why he hadn't used his shadow, and only used it when needed to in the previous fight. There were also other ways for the shadow lock to be broken, and one of them was from the inside. Similar to the shadow void, if someone was to attack the strange space they were in, it would eventually break, but what Quinn found was that beasts when entering the shadow space would only do a few things. They would sleep, run in the space looking for an exit, or just walk around. They didn't see the space around them as a threat. But there was one time where a beast was left in there for too long and Quinn could only assume it had gotten hungry. In its pain, it started to beat on the space around it. This was why, even though the space could be used on humans, usually, after a short while out of frustration they would attempt to attack everything breaking out of the space. Still, depending on one's strength, it would take longer for one to break out than others. The beasts were going on a rampage currently in the shelter, not only attacking the faction members but also houses, stalls, and the marketplace. One of the beasts had tried to attack Quinn and his group. "Of course, it's a beast, it will attack us as well," Void said. "This isn't the Bree family where the beasts are tamed." Using his hand, he knocked the beast's claw away. When their two eyes met, the beast chose to ignore Quinn, knowing who the clear winner would be out of the two of them. "These people's lives are in your hand," Quinn said. "If you want us to kill these beasts for you, then we can do it at any time." Abdul could hear Quinn loud and clear. He wanted to go over and smash the cocky brat's face in but was too busy dealing with the Emperor tier beast. His weapon of choice was dual-wielding axes and he was holding his ground well. Each time a giant trunk would swing his way, using his own force he was able to knock it away. Abdul was a muscular man and had good beast gear on, but shouldn't have been able to do such things. The way he was fighting right now reminded them of feats that Quinn could do. What the others didn't know was this was due to Abdul using chi in his attacks. Still, even though he was able to hold his ground, the other members who were fighting the King tier beast and getting whacked away by the Emperor tier beast's other trunks weren't doing so well. While the others were distracted, the group started to move out into the shelter. Quinn stayed where he was, just behind the Emperor tier beast and Abdul. Both the reporters didn't move away from Quinn, listening to what he had told them before, and besides at the moment, for Void it was the best angle for all the chaos that was happening. Online, people could see the whole thing being streamed. How could he do that? The cursed faction are so cruel, people have to worry about beasts attacking shelters all the time, and now he has unleashed a bunch of wild beasts at the shelter. You can hear all the screams. These people are scum. Look, he's just standing there. At the moment, Quinn and his group were unaware of how much hate was being directed towards him online for his current actions. To them in this situation, getting uninvolved people in the shelter, he was the villain. "Make a decision," Quinn shouted. "Give up and let these people live." If Abdul had time, maybe able to think straight, he would have been able to deal with the Emperor tier in some way, but not like this. Not while the chaos was going on and his men were dying left and right to the other beasts. He knew giving up and asking for help meant the cursed faction had won. "Please help us. Help us," the others cried. These people weren't part of Pure but the faction that had joined them on the planet. They had no loyalty. Still, Quinn stood there doing nothing. Gripping his fist, Abdul whacked one of the trucks with all his strength. He had finally managed to chop the top part of it off. But in the process he was whacked by another of the beast's trucks, sending him sliding across the floor. Feeling the pain and power of the beasts, and the continued screams, he had made his decision. "Help us. Stop this madness, please." At that moment, Quinn ran underneath the Emperor tier beast's legs and activated his flame daggers. Infusing his chi, they were able to grow in length, reaching and piercing the belly. He continued to run as the beast screamed in pain, lifting its front legs. The others who were looking at Quinn before on the ground and now had no clue where he was, and before they knew it, they spotted him up in the air, above the large beast's head. Spinning his body multiple times he came falling down, and at the right moment, he had performed the moves of the hammer strike while adding in his own power of chi. With the added momentum of the spin, he was able to perform a strike more powerful than usual. Hitting the elephant's beast right on the top of its head, its heavy body was slammed down onto the ground, and Quinn fell with the beast onto the floor, He stood there on top of its head as it laid there dead. Seeing everything unfold in front of him, Abdul now knew that they never stood a chance. Even if he was to attack him after Quinn had killed the beasts at any moment, Quinn could have taken over this shelter. What Abdul was wondering, though, after seeing the attack and the strange sudden force, was whether or not Quinn was using the power of Chi. Something only high-ranking members of Pure should have known. After defeating the Emperor-tier beast, it didn't take long for Quinn to kill the other King-tier beasts as well, and the screaming all around the shelter had soon stopped. Many of the faction members were angry at Quinn for what he had done, and some were about to lash out their pent-up feelings at him, until Abdul stepped in. He knew it would all be pointless. The younger faction members were young fools who were just too hot-headed to realize that. The fighting may have stopped, but they were now in a tricky situation they had never been in before. What to do with the remaining members of the faction, including those that were part of Pure. The planets they had taken over had no affiliation with any other big factions, so it was easy to convince them to come under the cursed faction once they had shown them their power, and Quinn had saved them. This time, taking in any members of Pure was dangerous. They were still a large force that had more power than themselves. There was a high chance that at any point in time, Quinn could be betrayed. Eventually, all of those that had arrived with Quinn, including Nate and Sam, had returned to their positions. Bonnie, seeing this, was wondering just where they had gone off to during the fight. "Is everyone okay?" Quinn asked. "Yep," Nate added, rolling his shoulder about a bit as if it was sore. "I had to take 1 or 2 blows though, but I guess whatever doesn't kill me only makes me stronger." Abdul, who was listening in, was confused, and then he thought of something. "It can't be," he thought. The fighting had stopped between the two of them, but Abdul and the others hadn't really been made captives. There were far too many of them, and not enough of Quinn and his group to even do that in the first place, so Abdul still had control of the shelter. He just wasn't able to leave or communicate back with Pure, for now at least. He then ordered his men to go check on their families, and when they returned with their report, his eyes had widened. "You," Abdul said, approaching Quinn, who was chatting away with Sam about what to do next. "You protected them all, thank you." It was the only words he could say. Bonnie and Void were confused, and had turned off the stream as soon as the fight was over. Just seconds ago these two were enemies and Quinn had unleashed an army of beasts on him. Why was he thanking him? There were still people who ended up dying, Quinn said, but at least the people who aren't involved in this didn't get harmed. Now, Bonnie was starting to get an idea just what Nate and the others had done during the fight. While Quinn was waiting for Abdul to surrender, Nate and the others went around protecting the families of the shelter from the beast attacks, while also making sure not to kill the beasts. "Still, you didn't need to do that," Abdul replied. "As thanks, let me give you some advice. What you used to take down that beast, it was Chi, right?" This startled Quinn for a few seconds, but then he thought back to what Aaron and Leo had told him. When they were on the run, Pure had sent an agent that was also able to use Chi. According to her information, all top-ranked officials in Pure knew how to use Chi in some way. What Quinn didn't understand was Leo had told him that everyone who once knew Chi had died. There was a chance Leo was somehow involved in Pure, but Quinn doubted that. Leo would have told him otherwise. "I don't know who taught you it, or whether or not you learned it naturally by yourself, but this is a warning. Your Chi is strong, but if you were to fight with the level of Chi you have against the Pure leaders, you would be outmatched. At the moment, yours is at the primary stage. Your control is good, so you should be able to learn the second stage quite easily. But all the leaders are already at the third stage." Hearing Abdul talk, Quinn had no clue what he was going on about. When Leo had taught him Chi, the only thing he had taught him was how to sense it and move it around his body. Everything else was a learn-as-he-went basis. He was wondering if even Leo knew about these stages of Chi, and how Quinn currently compared to him at the moment. Quinn still kept up his daily mediation of Chi, but it had stopped growing in size long ago. He was at a standstill, and it would have been good to learn more about it from Leo or someone else. "What stage of Chi are you at?" Quinn asked. "I am only at the first stage, so even if I wanted to teach you, I could not," Abdul replied. While Quinn was thinking about Chi, and wondering what he could do to improve himself, Sam and the others had realized that something else had occurred that they were unaware of. "Bonnie, look at all of this," Void said, showing her all the comments on the video at the end of the live stream. The group read them out, and nearly every single comment was condemning Quinn for the actions he had done. Once the fight was over, the livestream had stopped, and due to everything happening, Void and the others hadn't uploaded the videos of where Pure had tried to attack the cursed faction first. "You guys have to do something. You have to fix this now," Sam said, worried and concerned. "I thought having the reporters come with us would show the cursed faction's good side. But it looks like it's only made things worse." "Don't worry, we can fix this," Bonnie said. Quickly, the two of them went around interviewing all of the survivors of the attack and had them explain how the cursed faction members had protected them from the beast during the attack. The clips from when Pure first arrived and attempted to attack them were also edited and made in a way to make the cursed faction look as good as possible, and finally, they had finished off the report, claiming that the Pure's planet now belonged to them. Even though they didn't know what to do with Abdul and the others yet, Abdul had made it clear he would not be fighting them and allowed them to do as they wished. When the videos had been uploaded, Bonnie thought she had repaired the damage, but the comments didn't make it seem like so. "Are you kidding me? Obviously the cursed faction, now having taken over the base, have forced the people to say that. But why would they make a false report? Isn't it obvious? We all saw it. Their leader and Bonnie are an item. Of course they're not going to report anything negative." "He's right. I saw that video as well." Bonnie went up and kissed him. "Also, they say they were attacked before, so why didn't they upload that footage until now? Did they really get attacked? I heard the screams and cries of all those people. They must have been so scared from the beasts. Did you see how he made that guy beg before he even stepped in to help? Whatever, it's clear that the cursed guys are the bad guys in this. This is portably how they were able to rise so quickly, using underhanded tactics like so. Do they think we're stupid, that we would believe whatever the report tells us? Don't blame Bonnie. It's the cursed faction. They are evil, twisting things like this." The comments were more negative than ever, and it looked like due to the incident before being streamed. Even Bonnie and Void's reputation as reporters was being affected. "Quinn," Sam called out, but didn't really know what to say. More than anyone, Quinn was doing all of this for those people who were commenting. He wanted to create a safer world for everyone, and to see everyone writing things like this about him. People were so cruel, even when they didn't have all the facts. "Don't worry," Quinn said. "In the end, it will all be okay. If I have to play the role of a villain to make a change, then so be it." The news reports from Bonnie and Void were surely quite popular. They were well known, and one of the only reporters giving out first-hand information. However, it was something that was more for the citizens and people living at the different shelters spread across the universe to watch. Large factions and powerhouses would have their own ways of gathering information. With negotiations going on, though, there had been less for these factions to do, and more people than usual were watching Bonnie's report, as they were waiting to see what would happen between the new era powers. Outside a large shelter, there were fields filled with all sorts of different flowers. Each section was a different color, like a rainbow. Inside the shelter was the main base for the group known as Daisy. They too had just finished watching the report. Daisy was a faction that was mostly made up of women, and at their base in their main conference room there was Helen, who now flaunted a long pink pastel hairstyle. Then there was also her two closest friends who had started the faction with her. Ivy, who was 2 meters tall and thin like a tree with green hair, and Peach, who was as round as a peach herself. She had orange hair with red rosy cheeks. "I'm surprised that group from back then has made it this far, and they even went ahead and attacked one of the pure planets," Ivy said. "No, I saw it in that boy's eyes that day," Helen replied. "I knew he would be trouble and crazy enough to do something like this. Something is wrong with that boy's head. To be able to use beasts against civilians like that." "Well, I guess that gives us a few options," Peach suggested. "We can either take on the cursed faction now while they are focused on Pure. The good thing about this is, while everyone hates them, if we're the ones to take them out, we will be even more popular than ever with the people. We could attack Pure. Out of Pure and the cursed faction, I still think Pure is the bigger threat, so while they are focusing on the cursed, we can take them out. Or we wait it out and see the outcome of this. After a battle between the two, one side should be weakened, even if it's by a little bit." Helen thought about it for a while, and what she was struggling with was why had the cursed faction decided to attack Pure over them? They had two choices, two paths to choose from moving on after taking over the last of the unclaimed planets. Do they have some information on Pure that we don't? In the middle of her thoughts, a call had been made and an offer had been given on the other end. Now this is a surprise, Helen thought. Away from the Daisy faction, a group of planets in the beast part of the universe was owned by Pure. There was one in particular they had chosen to set up base at. The beast planets that Pure occupied were set up in a way so the main base was located in the center. All the other planets surrounded it in some way. This way, if there ever was an attack, they would have to go through one of the planets ahead and they would be informed beforehand anyway. This, of course, wasn't the main base of Pure, whose whereabouts were still unknown. The center planet where the Pure base laid was covered in a white pastel ground. And built on that ground the shelter, which was a different shape than usual. Pure had converted it into their style. A large oval dome that blocked everyone's view from the outside. Having complete control of everything, who went in and out, what, when, and where. Relaxing in a basic bunk bed on the bottom bed. Layla decided that she would get some rest. While doing so, she started to watch the video report. She soon went down a rabbit hole and had seen everything. What? She screamed at the top of her lungs. CIA grabbed her pillow and held it over her head. Hey! I'm the one that's meant to do the screaming, CIA said. What the hell is going on? Look, it's Quinn, he. Then CIA saw the video replay of Bonnie kissing Quinn. Oh, calm down, it was only a kiss. Besides, it looked like she was the one that leaned into him, CIA replied. Just a kiss, Layla said, not having calmed down, her face still feeling quite hot. So have you ever kissed someone before? CIA shrugged her shoulders and pointed to the top of her head. How am I meant to know? I can't remember. As time went on, CIA had become less and less dependent on Layla ever since arriving and working for Pure once more. She hadn't learned much about her past, but had learned Pure's ways of doing things. And she soon realized that maybe it was better that she had forgotten everything to do with this organization. Soon, she was starting to accept what she had become, and although she didn't realize it, Layla could recognize that she was more of her old self, the fake persona she was portraying at school. After settling down and watching the rest of the reports, a smile appeared on her face. It looks like the others are doing well. Are you happy that the enemy has taken one of our planets? CIA said sarcastically, smiling back. Once again, Quinn, you have become so strong. When I return, I might not even recognize you. Will you still have time to speak to me like we used to? Layla thought. Things were much simpler at the start between the two. Quinn would often rely on Layla for help. Helping him figure out the vampire stuff, being a blood supply for him, among other things, and great mental support. Now, he had others around him that could help him with that. Clenching her fist, she wouldn't give up. She had also improved herself over time. The two of them left their room the next day and started their normal routine. When walking around the base at the canteen, Layla was seeing something that was disturbing her. A blonde, spiky-haired boy called Ronnie, a member of Pure, had 4 other men up against the wall. Each of them appeared to have bruises on their bodies and marks on their face. When are you guys going to understand that this shelter no longer belongs to you guys? Ronnie shouted. Others could see this happening, but just walked past and continued to grab their food. The only thing you guys respond to is physical pain, Tony shouted, punching one of the larger men in the stomach and causing him to drop to the floor. What are you doing? Layla said, rushing over. You can't treat them like this. They're not members of Pure, so of course it's going to take some time for them to settle into our ways. Layla complained. Tony turned to look at who exactly was nagging away at him. Pipe down, Agent 100. I remind you that I'm Agent 64, so I carry a higher rank than you. Of course you would use the agent ranking card on me, Layla replied. We're an organization that is against discrimination. Even if I'm a lower rank than you, I have the right to speak out and speak my mind when I think what you are doing is wrong. Tony started to walk towards the 2 girls and pulled out 2 finger daggers which had a circle handle at the end where he could spin his blades. You're right, you can speak your mind. However, we can also have disagreements as we see fit, and would anyone care if a low-ranking agent like you were to die? Ronnie said, throwing out both of the small finger daggers. Layla was wondering what she should do, but before she could act, an invisible force had pushed back the daggers, and had thrown them back into the wall, piercing right through the solid metal. Footsteps were heard clanking against the metal ground, and in her field of view stood in front of Layla. A large white overcoat could be seen with a number on the back. In Pure, only 5 members proudly displayed their agent's rank, and they were the top 5 within Pure. On this overcoat was the number 5 being displayed. Mother, Layla thought. In charge of becoming a new era power was Layla's mother, Agent 5, and at some point, her and Quinn were destined to clash. The young girl is right, Agent 5 said. At a time like this, we should be treating those that are helping us with respect, not through fear and abuse of our strength, like them. Immediately, Roni's tune had changed. He looked down, finding it hard to look the Pure leader in the eye, and decided to walk away from the scene. That bitch, everyone respects those with a higher rank, because they know how much those members have given up for the sake of our goal. Ronnie thought, we higher ranks have contributed more, so why shouldn't we be treated better than others? And Layla, Agent 100, she shouldn't even be in the numbered agent ranks in the first place. If we are going to talk about privilege through birth, then she's the worst. Just because she has some type of blood relation to the leader. It was no secret around the base that Agent 5 was Layla's mother. Ronnie didn't know when, but apparently a certain incident in the past had made everyone aware of this fact, and rumor of course went around the whole base. Agent 5, real name Lucy, was not only a high ranker, but she was well respected in Pure, because she was one of the founders of Pure. Even though she was lower ranked than some of the other members in Pure, she was respected even among them, and she would do anything to get rid of the ability users of the world. Thank you, Layla said, giving a little bow, as she felt the wind of the overcoat walk past her. Is that really your mum? CIA asked. She doesn't even act like she knows you. How are we meant to convince someone like her to leave Pure? I'm not sure we can, Layla replied back, looking at her mother walking away. Later that day, a meeting had been called. All of the Pure members had been gathered in front of the main building, still inside the dome shelter. Also, all of the faction members who used to be a part of the shelter before it was renovated were invited. Lucy had been given quite the strong allies to go with her on this campaign. When the Civil War started, many of the larger factions had formed an alliance and people thought they would soon be a new great power, but they were defeated when they had stepped on the toes of Pure. The people that were in the shelter today were part of the group that had attacked. The main 3 leaders of the old alliance were also present. Time for the daily speech again. It really feels like they're trying to brainwash everyone, CIA said, standing somewhere in the middle of the crowd with Layla. The person who was giving the speech was none other than Agent 5, Lucy. She stood there with her long brown hair and wrinkled face. Her body was in top shape, but her face told a different story as there were deep wrinkles. The world has been in chaos, and has been worse than ever before, and why? The reason is simple, because of abilities. Lucy started to explain. The powerful ability users that refuse to share their powers with anyone else, bully and suppress the world. Why was it even before this we had the term the Big Four and the military? The powers were divided because these people ruled. Think back to incidents in your own lives, when one of these big powers ever did something wrong, where they punished for it. Or were they exempt from such things, their actions brushed off, stating that these people were more needed in the world than us. We are fighting for the good of the world. If Pure are in charge, will there no longer be fighting? Of course not. Will the wars stop in the world? No. But it will be on equal terms. It will be fairer than how things are today. Every day so far, Lucy had given out similar speeches to the people at the same time. She would also have Pure members come up on the stage and speak about their own experiences. Their rough treatment form higher ability users and answered anything other users wished to ask. Hearing all these stories made CIA wonder. What did you mum go through that made her hate ability users so much? Actually, I don't know, Layla replied. She was starting to realize how much she didn't even know her own mother, and it was making her more upset by the day. Whenever the two would converse, it would always be about Pure. Do you really need to save her? It's risky us being here the way we are, CIA explained. I know, but I do have some good memories. Scenes of when Layla was really young were flashing in her head. But even they weren't too pleasant. However, she did remember seeing her mother smile. It warmed her heart thinking of this, and it was something she hadn't seen her mother do ever since she was a kid. She is my mother, the person who raised me. I just can't leave her like this. At least I have to give her a proper goodbye. Does that mean you're going to tell her what you really are? CIA asked. What if that goes wrong? Layla didn't want to think about that, how her mother would react knowing what she now was. She was wondering if she would only be thinking about what benefits this body could bring for Pure. Letting out a big sigh, CIA came up with a suggestion. Why don't I have a look? I can see you've made up your mind, so I should be able to see something right as long as I touch her. Lately, CIA had been getting better at using her powers as a banshee. Through a simple touch of someone, she could see a possible future. The only problem was, this type of ability could only be used once, and what it would show, how long in the future, she did not know. It was possible that she might have visions later on about this person, or nothing related to them at all. The only sure thing was when she would touch someone for the first time. Layla was still unsure if she even wanted to actually know about a possible future where her mum disowned her. But before she knew it, CIA has raised her hand and had been selected to come up on stage. Oh, CIA, have you remembered something about your past? Lucy asked. CIA stood there looking at everyone, and she started to shake. A few moments later, and her legs gave in as she fell to the floor sobbing. I can't do it. Because of them, they removed my memory. I can't even remember who I am. She shouted and continued to cry. At that moment, Lucy came over, offering her hands, lifting her up off the ground. Don't worry, young child. We will help you get your memories back. And Pure will be sure to make you feel at home and welcome, she said with the gentlest smile. There was one thing for sure, Lucy was able to easily win the hearts of the others, even those that weren't members of Pure previously. The thoughts of Pure being some type of vicious terrorist group had long gone out of their heads. After CIA's little act, although they were channeled by some of her true feelings, she had returned to Layla. So what did you see? Layla asked, too curious not to ask. Let's talk after this meeting is over. When the meeting was over, the two girls returned to their room, and Layla was worried about what type of answer CIA would give. Did you find out anything? About what would happen if I told my mum what I really am? CIA shook her head. Whatever it was, it didn't seem like it was good news. I saw Quinn, CIA finally said. Your mother and him were fighting. I don't know over what, but it looked like a lot of people were watching. That's not too surprising. Does Quinn end up losing then? Why are you so worried? No, he doesn't lose, but if we don't get involved, I'm afraid Quinn's going to kill your mother in that fight. Since the start of the Civil War, the leaders' table had not been used. The great powers were unable to meet each other without the fear of fighting one another. Before, there was the military with the Supreme Commander Oscar and his 8 head generals. Jack Truedream, Mona Bree, Bernie Sunshield, and finally Owen Greylash. These people were part of the leaders' table and were in charge of the human race. Pure was an outside force who didn't wish to be any part of what was happening at the leaders' table, and it was part of the reason why they were considered a terrorist group, not because their power was lacking. Today was the first day since the Civil War started that the leaders' meeting room and the building would be used again, only this time there were far less people. In a dark room, there was a large round table and only 3 were sitting there. A light source from the table shined on their faces, and each of them had 2 guards standing by their side. At the table, Mona Bree, Owen Greylash, and finally Oscar White. I'm happy that the 2 of you finally agreed to join this meeting, Oscar said. Well, the troublesome ones are out of the way. Owen chuckled, with his fan still covering his mouth as always. Well, I'm hoping that the talks today can put an end to this civil war, so there aren't more situations like what has happened with the Sunshield family, Oscar said. At that moment, both Owen and Mona gave each other a little glance. They knew who was behind it, and it looked like Oscar was still unaware. A lot of people have died in this war, humans. Oscar continued to say. And I think everyone has missed the real threat in front of us, the Dalki. If we don't get our act together soon, they will attack and all of this fighting for freedom will be pointless. You do have a point, Mona said. Which is why we have agreed to this meeting. However, the people still remember how they have been treated, how you utilize the dungeons in your camps. I think now that there is no longer the threat of True Dream, that things will never be back to the way they used to be. They don't need to be, Owen quickly added. Things are looking up, but I do agree if there is a way to stop the fighting, especially now it would be best. We can try to solve our own and individual problems later. Oscar was a little relieved hearing the two of them talk like this. It seemed like they were willing to cooperate. So far the military had actually been staying out of any scuffles, and was content on protecting anything that was to happen on Earth. Because of this, unlike with the other families, their powers hadn't diminished, although they were affected the most when the war started, as the military also had the most deserters, either moving to the other families or starting their own factions. Although it is unfortunate, a lot of the initial fighting has stabilized with the troublesome groups disappearing, Mona said. Now, only those loyal to their said groups remain. As long as us three can work together, then we should be able to move forward. Great, Oscar said, clapping his hands together. An announcement won't be enough. The public won't believe in our harmony as three separate powers. Which is why I think we should deal with the demon tier beast as a group together. And the beast weapon itself, how will the reward for that be split? Owen asked. At the moment, there is nothing in the world that is comparable to a demon tier beast weapon. Even if we gave gifts to the other groups that were comparable to the demon beast weapon, it would not be acceptable. I have a suggestion. When the crystal is obtained and forged into a weapon, it is locked away. The location is only known by us three at this table. Each of us will put in a combination only known to us, and to use the weapon the three of us must agree to its uses. This will make it so none of the current powers gain strength, and it doesn't fall into the wrong hands either. At the same time, I think the demon tier weapons are needed in order to help us defeat the Dalki. At first, Mona and Owen didn't give an answer straight away. Their reason for this was they had their own plans with the demon weapon. One of them was protecting themselves from a great force that the military didn't even know about. Still, what other options did they have if they weren't to do this hunt together? Then it would surely be a bloodbath. There is still one problem, Mona said. Although most of the current powers are under our control, not all. Do you think we should invite the new era powers to hunt with us? Otherwise there is a good chance that they could get involved in this as well. This was another topic of discussion that needed to be brought up and couldn't be ignored. With the current tensions, it would be impossible for the three of them to work together and be invited along. And I don't think any of us have the time to control them, Owen said. However, if there is only one of them, then maybe we can invite them to this hunt as well. What are you thinking of? Oscar said, knowing Owen already had something in mind. I'm sure they would agree to this, but how about a duel between the three new era powers? Winner takes all, supervised by us three here at this table. I'm sure they are tired of deaths just as much as we are. If this offer was made public, they would have pressure from the people to be accepted. If this can be solved without getting others involved, then they should snap at this opportunity. It would also be a way for us to see their strength, to see if it's worth inviting them to the hunt with us in the first place. Remember, people don't like to be controlled. They like to have a sense of freedom whether it really exists or not. What you have to do is make them believe they had a choice in the first place. Is that how you control your people? Mona commented, but Owen chose to ignore it. I think your suggestion is a good one, said Oscar. The event should also be broadcasted to everyone, and we should also agree that if one of the other sides does not accept the outcome of the duel, that we will join forces to eliminate them. A blacklist is too little of a threat. The others couldn't see it, but Owen was starting to smile. There were many that had only seen Oscar's good side. One of the heroes of the war, but if he was really truly a good man, he would have never have been able to have done the things he had done in the first place. Here at the leaders' table, he could show his true colors. Great. So it's decided, Mona said, rising from her seat. A location shall be set. Now the only thing we have to worry about is whether or not they accept. Secretly, Mona didn't mind letting one of the Emperor Tear crystals fall into protection, for she had her eyes on the bigger picture. With the device from the Green family, she would soon have her own collection to choose from. Especially with this alliance, she wouldn't have to worry about attacks from the others. "How did you come up with this idea?" Oscar asked. "Have you heard that there has been a little bet going on online?" Owen asked. "It seems the public are already casting their votes on which one of these new era powers will come out on top. That's when the idea popped into my head. There is already more attention on them than us, so let's give the people what they want. A little show. Although, I have already made my own personal bet," Owen said with a smile. Soon after the leaders' meeting, the information was soon passed on to Bonnie and Void. After all, they were the ones that were requested to record this event and reveal the news to everyone else. At the moment, the two of them were staying at the previously owned Pure Planet with the Cursed faction. Their next move hadn't been made yet. Perhaps they were waiting for a reaction or news from Pure themselves. But none of that had arrived yet. With this news, maybe they won't have to do anything, Bonnie thought as she sat there typing away at a holographic screen. She often wrote down her notes and what to do next when it came to her interviews. The problem is, will Pure really accept taking part in this? Bonnie thought. They might not have a choice. If the Cursed faction and Daisy agreed to the terms of the duel, and Pure didn't, even without them, one side would be declared a winner and they could absorb the other faction's forces. Without a doubt, there would then be one faction far stronger than the other, whereas currently the powers were seen as almost completely equal. Plus, with the pressure from the people and with Pure trying to get in the public eye more, they wouldn't be able to miss this opportunity. While Bonnie was deeply consumed in her thoughts, Lucy was in the middle of a call with the leader of Pure, Rank 0. The request had been sent out and she was waiting for the leader's answer. "We really have no choice," Mr. Zero replied. "Now is not the time for everyone to know the full strength of Pure. We need to make sure we always have a hidden card up our sleeve. I will leave this in your hands, number 5. I hope you will achieve this task for the future of Pure." "I understand. May Pure be with you," Lucy replied. The first to reply to the duel was Daisy. They claimed that if there was anything that could get less people involved in a battle, then they would always take that choice. It just made those following Daisy grow more attached to them than before, and others who were with other factions wishing they had a leader like that. In contrast, many thought after the broadcast that lots of people would have deserted the Cursed faction, especially after they would have seen that Quinn was behind the beast attacking certain shelters in the first place. Yet, for some reason, no one had caused a fuss at the Cursed faction. On the outside, no one understood why, but slowly, comments online were starting to appear with support of the Cursed faction. They would get shut down immediately, but those that were within the Cursed faction never got mistreated, and felt like their lives were better than ever. Still, there wasn't enough positivity to overturn the negative opinion of the Cursed faction. And even more so, now that they were the last to reply to the duel. In truth, they felt like they couldn't decide until they had heard from Pure, and now that they had agreed, they knew their answer. "Of course we will join the duel," Sam said with a smile, while a camera from Void was being pointed in his face. Sam wanted the Cursed faction to appear in the front of the camera more, hoping they could change others' opinions. "There is no need to get others involved, and we won't do that. We don't want to hurt people either." However, once again when the report came out, people were complaining that Sam's response was too similar to the Daisy faction, and they were just trying to gain public favor by repeating what they had said. Even Sam was getting worn out and tired by all the troubles the media was bringing to them. Sitting outside at a table, Nate, Sam, and Quinn were talking. Sam had his hands in his hair, pulling at it. "Hey, if you carry on like that you're going to go bald," Nate mentioned. "Don't worry," Quinn said. "If any of us had said anything on the camera, it would have been worse. You're doing a good job. So now that we've agreed to the duel, what exactly is it? Is it one-on-one fights or group battles?" "Actually, it seems to be a little complicated," Sam replied, pulling out a piece of paper and drawing a diagram so everyone could visualize it better. "Every faction will create an A team and a B team. These teams are groups of 3 and they will be there on 3 battles. Both of these groups will also go up against the opposing team's groups. so each group will have to fight a total of 4 times. Each win is 1 point, and whoever gets the most points will be declared the winner. I'm guessing they chose to set it up this way so they could see the strongest people in each faction. After all, a faction's strength isn't just reliant on one person, kinda. Sam ended his sentence, as he realized that many of the Big Four were reliant on the overwhelming strength their leaders contained. In a way, this duel was a trap for the new era powers, as they would be displaying all their secrets, such as abilities and strength, but they had no choice but to participate. So we have to make 2 groups of 3. Then I guess we should pick the 2 strongest to lead each group? Quinn said. I have some suggestions, Sam replied, but it's completely up to you. Right now, without a doubt, the 2 strongest people in our faction are both you and Syl. We can't just have 1 strong group and 1 weak group if we want to win this thing for sure. So I suggest Quinn will lead Group A while Syl leads Group B. The real question is who to have supporting them. Our next 2 strongest after them would be Nate and Dennis, and both of these people are great physical fighters. Then we have 2 options, to either pick someone who would act as a great support, or just go for the next set of strongest people we have on our team. If Nate and Dennis already filled up 2 slots, Quinn started to think of other people on the team that were considered strong. Linda and Peter with their new bodies were certainly strong. However, their strange powers and strength would reveal to the world who they really were. Fex was also a good choice, but he would be limited, and there was always the worry that if he was put in a tough position, he would reveal himself. But then who else was there? Their choices were finite. Do you have anyone you think will do a good job? Quinn asked. Yes, Sam replied. There are 2 people whose ability will be useful and also are strong. Fex, with his string ability. The creative ways he uses his power, and the fact that it's an original ability means others won't know how to deal with it that well, and then my next suggestion would be Paul. Since you gave him the book from the parasites, he has now become a level 8 poison user. I will go with your advice then, Quinn said. Yes, Nate cheered. I knew following you would be interesting. I can't wait to see who we face out there. The strongest people in the world, all in one place. After informing Bonnie of what their team had planned to do, she then updated the others as well. The reporters were in contact with all of the current powers, and the other side would almost always answer their call at the moment. That's when a new piece of information had hit them all, after the duel had been accepted. The duel was set to be broadcasted live to everyone, and it would be taking place on the planet where the demon tier beast was known to be located. The idea was that once a new era power had been chosen, they would be invited onto the leaders' table, and from there, they would start their hunt for the demon tier beast. The decision to have the duel out on the planet where the demon tier was located was a careful one. Why? There were a number of reasons, but one of the main ones was due to new information that had been received about how closely the Dalki had been watching them lately. They could see that the civil war fighting was dying down and was coming to an end. If the humans were in the Dalki's position, they wouldn't give them the chance to recover and attack them while they were recovering. So they needed to get moving and fast. The military Bree and Greylash family already had their main spaceship with their forces stationed and hovering just outside the planet, and each ship had their own unique design as they landed. The Greylash ship was large and quite thin, tall almost like a tower. Its design was mainly white with certain sections of the ship colored blue. The Bree family ship was mostly brown. It was flat like a pan, but at the very end on its left side and right side 2 towers could be seen. The whole ship itself looked like a giant beast, perhaps to remind everyone what their power was. Finally, the military's ship had landed, and they had chosen to bring one of the new Bertha models to show off to the others. A top state-of-the-line ship, there were only 8 of them in existence. There was no shelter on the planet, but each group had already done extensive scouting on the planet, so they knew where the safe areas were and where the demon tier beast was located. They had chosen a safe area well away from the demon tier beast. They didn't want any unexpected interruptions to happen during the fight. When all 3 ships were stationed, out from them, walking onto the cold hard surface were the leaders. The planet they were on was quite the unique one. The surface was shiny and mostly a clear blue substance like a crystal. But it was as hard as a diamond. Much of the land was uneven, and they were on the few stretches of land that were flat. Exiting from the ships, each leader came out with around 30 or so people behind them. Everyone knew there were more on the respective ships, but this was the number of agreed-upon people that would be taking part in the demon tier hunt. Too large of a force and too many lives would be lost, but too little, and they would never be able to kill such a devastating beast. Even if most of them didn't come back alive, it would be worth it for the demon tier weapon. That's how valuable a demon tier weapon was considered. "Oh, today will be an exciting day," Owen said as he felt the chill of cold air on the planet. He looked over to Mona, who was wearing her witch-like outfit and pointy hat. Standing by her side, a humanoid bast which was floating in the air, glowing almost like a spirit. None of the others had beasts with them, as they had all remained on the ship. When Oscar had arrived, he did so wearing his usual military uniform. However, this time he came knowing the stakes, on his back a box that was as large as himself. The moment he stepped foot on the planet, the others knew what was in that box: a demon tier beast weapon. One of the two known demon tier beast weapons known in existence. Standing by his side, he had brought two head generals along with him, while the others remained looking after Earth. First by his side, a female head general who went by the name Zara. She had red fiery hair and silver-plated beast armor. She looked like a knight in the olden days, apart from her modern military uniform that could be seen underneath. Then, the next head general was someone many didn't recognize as they hadn't seen him in any meetings before. This was because it was someone who had recently gotten a promotion, joining their ranks. He was a muscular, stocky man, but the thing that stood out was one of his arms was robotic. The man was previously a general at the second base but was now known as Head General Duke of the second military base. "It is good that everyone has kept to their promises. Now all we need to do is wait for the others," Oscar said. "We are already here," a female voice was heard. Walking towards them in the distance was a woman with a white overcoat, and on the back, it had the number 5 proudly written. It was Lucy from Pure. Behind her, 30 people had also arrived, and included in that group of people were both Layla and CIA. The 3 leaders were standing next to each other, while their people stayed back. They wanted to prove that they were no longer fighting amongst each other, and they also wanted to know the opinions of others. "I recognize those guys with them," Mona said, looking at the 3 standing by her side. They were part of the faction alliance that got destroyed by Pure. Quite powerful people. Maybe Daisy won't be the winners in this after all. It seems Pure also have chosen not to send their leader. "Are they that confident?" Oscar said. "I was sure that after finding out the event would take place on the demon tier planet, that they would bring their full force. The other question is, were they here before us? I saw no other ships in the area, and it appears as if they have just walked over," Oscar mentioned. The Pure group stayed quite the distance away, and Lucy walked ahead. With her she brought over the 2 groups that would be participating. "These 3 will make up Group B of Pure," Lucy said, pointing at the previous alliance. "Myself and these 2 will be Group A." From Group A, one of the participants was none other than Layla herself. Now they just needed to wait for the others to arrive. The next ship landing was the Daisy group. They also introduced themselves, and the main group consisted of Helen, Ivy, and Peach. The Group B were less known, and it seemed like they were putting all their eggs in one basket, making Group A the strongest group. "Now just one more," Oscar said. That's when they saw a similar ship arriving at the scene. Everyone had brought their flagship spaceship to show their powers, and after much discussion, Sam had convinced the others that it was something they needed to do as well. Upon seeing the large ship, that's when the look on many faces of the people there had changed. From before, a few new changes had been made to the cursed ship. One, the color design. It had gone from the normal boring metallic colors and had been coated in mainly black, with a few different sections made red. At the front of the ship, the words "cursed" could be seen. A slash was made through the words, and at the start and end of the word "two fangs" could be seen sticking out from the bottom. However, what had shocked them more than anything was the spaceship itself. So that's what happened to the missing Bertha, Oscar thought. But how did it end up in their hands? Just who is in charge of the cursed ship? The others also recognized that the ship design was the same as the military's one, and now they were questioning just what type of connections they had. "We never saw this when we were on the Crow's planet," Helen said. "Did we underestimate their strength?" I thought the only group we had to worry about would be Pure. Quinn. Layla thought, seeing the ship. A grand entrance, I see. Owen chuckled to himself. The ship landed, and coming out from it were Bonnie and Void, who began filming as soon as they had entered the large ship. They had not seen anything like it, and now seeing the military have one similar, they were equally as confused. The answers would soon come, as the members participating in the cursed duel started to descend from the ship, and there was someone who Oscar and Duke recognized well. Paul, I thought you were dead, Oscar said. It seemed like the cursed faction were full of surprises, bringing both Paul as well as the redesigned Bertha. They knew what they were in for. They knew who would be there and how it would further complicate matters. Originally, they had already decided to use Paul on one of the teams due to his poison ability. It was strong and could act as a support-type ability. However, when they found out who was going to be there, they were trying to figure out whether or not it would be best to swap Paul out for someone like Peter. But Paul had now become a crucial part of the cursed faction, and surprisingly he was keen on fighting even when knowing who would be there. Peter was strong, but they already had strong physical damage dealers. In the future, this would be something that needed to be answered anyway, and if any questions were raised about his lost and new ability, he no longer answered to the military. They no longer needed to answer to anyone. There was no longer the fear that some stronger power would take them away and ask them questions. The reason being, after today, the cursed faction would become one of the strongest powers the human race had. That's when Quinn had realized how far they had truly come from the beginning. Still, the vampires were something he needed to worry about, so he or the others wouldn't be using their vampire powers anytime soon. The reaction from the Supreme Commander is a strange one. Bonnie thought, do these guys know each other? That's when she noticed. Oscar wasn't looking at Quinn, but instead was looking at Paul when directing the question. Before saying anything, Paul looked to Quinn for confirmation. He stood there not reacting at all, letting him do as he wished. Giving a bow, Paul replied, "It's good to see that you are healthy and looking well." Oscar was trying to wrap his head around what could have possibly happened for Paul to be put in this situation. He was quickly analyzing everything he had just seen, and had noticed the small glance he made towards Quinn. "Isn't that boy the one with the shadow ability?" Oscar thought. Suddenly, the links in his head were starting to connect. The last time Oscar had seen Paul was when the two of them had led an investigation into the location of where the shadow ability book was discovered. At the time, a crisis had happened which caused Oscar to step away, leaving Paul with the task. That crisis was the Civil War. When he had tried to contact Paul and the others, there was no reply. Seeing Quinn, he knew he was the one with the shadow ability, and now, after Paul disappeared, he had returned working under this kid. The whole thing couldn't have been a coincidence. "Who are you really, kid?" Oscar thought. Clenching his fist, he had one more thing he wanted to ask. "Just tell me, are the others alive? Or are you the only one that survived?" This time, rather than turning to Quinn for confirmation, there was someone else he needed to turn to. That was Kaz, and she was shaking her head, denying him to reveal anything. With no answer, Oscar had assumed the worst. The others around were still slightly puzzled by the relationship Oscar had with one of the members of the cursed faction. That was until a few comments started to appear on the live stream. "Hey, wait a minute. Isn't that the head general Paul?" Person commented. "You're right. I used to be in the 2nd military base. I only saw him a couple of times, but I'm sure of it. I was a student. He is definitely the same person. Why is he working with the cursed faction? Didn't you guys know? The leader of the cursed faction is also a student at the 2nd military base. How could a head general now be under a student? What the hell happened?" "I think you mean EX head general," another person replied. Seeing these comments, Bonnie was already reporting as they came in. "It looks like some people have recognized one of the members of the cursed faction as the ex-head general of the 2nd base." Of course, the others could hear Bonnie's words quite clearly. "A head general that's gone over to the other side," Lucy thought, looking at the large ship. "Well, that explains that." Another person that was taken back by Paul's reveal was none other than the current head general Duke. Paul used to be his boss, his superior. He would answer to Paul, and there was always this slight fear when working for him. If Paul is participating in this duel, then there is a good chance the cursed faction will win this fight. Duke thought. There was a reason why Paul was elected as the head general, because of his great power, particularly when using his soul weapon. However, Duke knew that having a head general on one side wasn't enough to become a big power. Otherwise, the military would have been able to be a lot more commanding with just their 8 head generals. In the other factions here today, there should be people who were just as strong as a head general and maybe slightly stronger. "Oh, will you look at that?" Bonnie said excitedly. "We have just been given an update on the current betting situation, and it looks like those now betting on the cursed faction have better odds. Currently, the Daisy faction still has the biggest lead, having the most amount of credits put by their name." "Of course we do," Helen interrupted, hearing Bonnie speak. "We are so confident that we will be winning this that we have put all of our faction's funds betting on ourselves." Daisy had been an ongoing faction for years, just as long as the other big factions, so hearing this was shocking news. They were unlike the cursed faction who had recently started out. Even if they put all of their funds betting on themselves, it would hardly raise the amount of credits that were put towards Daisy. Seeing the screen, Bonnie gulped at the amount of credits she could see now being spent. The one line from Helen caused even more to bet on their team winning. In truth, Owen wanted to bet on the cursed faction, but he knew that news would get out if he did. Before today, others thought it was strange that Owen had praised the cursed faction so much. There were also questions as to why they didn't try and take over the cursed faction when they were smaller. He had to be careful because every action was now being watched, and he didn't want to do harm for himself or Quinn at the moment. "You can ask all the questions you want later on," Lucy said, pulling out her thin rapier and stabbing it into the ground. "Yes, yes," Oscar said. "Would the cursed faction please present the people who will be taking part in this duel?" Quinn then reached the teams. For Team A it would be himself, Nate, and Fex. For Team B, Sil, Dennis, and Paul. Once the team members were revealed, another interruption had taken place, and this time it was from Owen. "I'm sorry for interrupting, but I don't think you should use him," Owen said. "No, let me rephrase that. It wouldn't be fair to the others if you used him. This competition would be over before it started." They all wondered who Owen could be talking about. Was it the young cursed leader who had displayed great powers at the Pure Planet? Or possibly the head general that had turned sides? It turned out he was talking about neither of these two people. Instead, the person Owen was talking about was Sil. "I think Mona will agree on me with this one. If he is to participate in the fight, I wouldn't be able to count this as a fair duel. For this boy is a blade." Attention was moving from person to person on the cursed faction team. So far, Owen had been really supportive of everything the cursed faction had been doing, but the words he used was certainly strange, and when Bonnie pointed the camera towards Sil, they expected for the audience to answer who this person was this time as well. However, there were no such comments. It seemed like to them he was just an everyday student, and they had no clue why Owen didn't want him to fight. While Layla was looking at him, she noticed that Vorden was acting a little odd. His head was faced downward towards his chest, with his back slightly humped, and with his fingers he was constantly twiddling them as if he was nervous. His eyes. Did something happen to Vorden? Why do I feel like he's a completely different person? She was unaware of the things everyone else had been going through during her time, and she could never imagine the truth. Although she was curious, her mind was preoccupied with other things and she couldn't lose focus. In CIA's vision, Quinn had killed her mother, and it looked like this would be the event where it was to happen. Layla wasn't originally planning to take part in the duel, but after learning about the possibilities of her mother's death, she knew that they needed to change the future that CIA had predicted, and the only way she could get involved was by becoming one of the participants for the duel. 3 of the members had already been selected, those that were brought along with Lucy, the previous leaders of the faction alliance. As for the other 2, trials were to take place in the shelter. They decided to hold a little fighting contest to just see who would be chosen to fight alongside Lucy. Trying her hardest, having improved her abilities, and facing countless life and death situations, Layla had managed to come out as one of the winning contenders alongside a boy she disliked greatly named Ronnie. Of course, Pure had stronger agents than these 2, but on the planet they were located on these were the best, and Mr. Zero had made it clear. to deal with this herself and not call upon help from the others, but Lucy was confident in her own abilities either way. Why can't he take part in the fight? Why would it be unfair? Sam objected. If what Owen is saying is true, then I have to agree with him. Mona added. Sil didn't know how to act as this was happening. He was happy to do as Quinn asked, and now he felt like he was causing more trouble for him. He looked towards Quinn, and his eyes were watering up. Seeing how uneasy Sil looked, Quinn stopped forward. Sil is part of the cursed faction, and the cursed faction only, said Quinn. Even if he is a part of the cursed faction, you have to know what weight his family name brings, Owen replied. Can you truly say his family sees it the same way? If he was to get hurt, or maybe something was to happen, their grudge might not be pointed at you but to all of us. Besides, do you not think it would be best if you were to demonstrate the cursed faction's power, and not the borrowed powers of others? They had a point. Quinn remembered how much the Blade family had done just to keep Sil on the island. They never had any intention to harm him, they just didn't want him to leave. It was quite possible, for whatever reason, they saw Sil as someone important to their family. Although Quinn didn't think Sil would get hurt with how strong he was, there was always the chance, and in a way it did feel a little like cheating, especially with who was around them. With Sil's ability, the stronger his opponents were, and the stronger people around them were, the stronger he would be as well. And here, there were some of the strongest humans in existence that had been gathered. These blasted families. It seems like they always have secrets they have been keeping even from us, Oscar thought. A boy that possibly is too strong or has relations that not even these guys want to touch? Bonnie thought. What is going in here? Are the rumors true? Were the big for being controlled by a force even big than them that no one was aware of? Throughout time, people always wondered why some people just had abilities, and others didn't. Where they had come from and how people had learnt them in the first place. And there were rumors that the people who gifted these abilities were secretly controlling all the powerhouses. However, none of it was able to be proven true. But there was one thing that Bonnie had found suspicious during her time as a reporter under a Bog news channel, before she had become independent. At times there were incidents she had reported, and the articles themselves came out slightly different to what she had mentioned. When talking to her previous bosses about it, she was told to let it go if she wanted to live. Could this boy be part of that certain group? While thinking of this, Bonnie had a saddened look on her face. The reason? She wished she had found Quinn sooner. Then she could have reported on his entire journey, because she was sure that Quinn was full of secrets. After agreeing to the terms, the next thing that needed to be done was select a certain replacement for Sil. While they were discussing this, a jeep could be seen approaching the scene. Don't worry, they belong to me, Mona said. When the jeep had arrived, 3 men exited from the jeep, and what looked like a middle school green-haired boy. Logan. Layla wanted to shout out, but she had to pretend that she had no idea who he was. At last, the original gang was reunited once again. Did you complete the task? Mona asked. I set up sensors around the place so we know where the demon tier is located. We will also know if it's on the move or starts to head our way. Don't worry. I won't let anyone disturb this fight. Logan replied. Mona thought Logan had been quite loyal these days. He didn't even ask for compensation when doing this task or anything in return. She thought maybe he liked being under the protection of a strong family. What she didn't realize was Logan was doing all of this for Quinn and his group. This was important for Quinn. He needed to become one of the big powerhouses, and Logan wasn't going to stop him from doing so. Finally, Quinn had returned, and the person who had been selected as Sil's replacement was Peter. A strong fighter who was unlikely to get hurt, and his regenerative abilities could be explained to most people. For there was one person who was shocked to see Peter. That brat, Duke thought. He knew Peter well, and both of them had caused great trouble for each other in the past. When Peter saw Duke looking at him, he gave a little wink, and soon after raised his middle finger. Do you know that young boy? Oscar asked. Only a little, a past student at the school, Duke replied. Back at the 2nd military base, Duke had tried to get Peter to do his bidding. When Peter was unable to complete his tasks and was no longer of any use, his plan was to get rid of him using Jack True Dream, but Pure was meant to take him away. Yet, for some reason, the person had returned disguised as another student, and then Peter was forced to participate in the inter-base tournament as a fighter. Once again, though, Peter had been taken away. What's going on? Are Pure and the cursed faction actually working together? But I have no proof, and they can easily just deny it. Wait, how do we even know Pure was really behind those kidnappings in the first place? His eyes started to turn towards the cursed leader and Syl. Didn't we bring those two boys in for questioning multiple times? It was simple. Duke couldn't figure out anything that was happening or had happened, because he didn't have all the pieces of the puzzle, but seeing the three boys here together, and the fact that the cursed faction had attacked one of the Pure planets, he could only guess that these three had managed to fool him somehow. You three have just made it to the top of my hit list, just under that dreaded, stupid Night Demian. Now, with all the teams sorted, the area was cleared and an open large circle space in front of them was made. Let's give this a go, Oscar said, placing his hands on the ground. He was unsure if he could move the strange crystal-like substance. But soon vibrations were felt, and shooting out from the ground a circle platform was made. Oscar then went and made several smaller platforms for each of the factions and the military to watch from, split apart from each other so there would be no conflict. Then, contacting from the smaller cylinder platforms, was a bridge that led out towards the center. The first group that will do battle is Group A from Pure, against Group B from Daisy, Oscar announced. The three from the Pure platform walked out onto the arena, and the same could be said for Daisy's group. It doesn't matter if you lose this one, girls, Helen said. Just try to get them to show everything they have hiding up their sleeve. Helen never expected her team to win this one. She was relying on her Group A to beat the others, but Pure was surely their biggest threat, which was why she wanted to see what they had. All right, Void. Make sure you get everything. I don't want you to miss anything. Lucy stood out front, and she hadn't drawn her weapon. She looked uninterested. You two, don't do anything, Lucy said. Both Layla and Ronnie didn't draw out their weapons and stood there like statues. Match begin. The three girls from Daisy came charging in, running towards them, but after a few steps they started to slow down and suddenly tumbled, falling to the ground. No one had seen anyone from Pure move, yet for some reason those in Daisy were lying on the floor. This match is over, Lucy said. A winner of the duel hadn't been decided yet, and the others only came to realize this when they heard Lucy say the words, "This duel is over." Everything happened so fast, so sudden and too quick. What just happened? Bonnie said. The two of them didn't even start fighting. The Daisy group haven't used any of their abilities yet. Do you think that they used an ability? Void asked. No, the person in front. I'm sure there's a big shot in the Pure group. They shouldn't have any abilities. If their leaders did, it would go against their whole philosophy. But if it wasn't an ability, then what was it? Void opened up another holographic display. It was still live streaming the events in the arena, and at the same time he was going through the footage that he had just caught. A split screen was made so the audience could see what he was doing, and he started to watch the moment those on Daisy fell to the floor. From the clip alone it seemed like there was nothing fishy, as if they had just fallen. No attack and no movements from any of the members of Pure, but in a single frame the screen had distorted for a second, becoming a blur. Was it in that moment? Or was it something that the Pure member had done causing the recording to distort? What could interfere with the recording like that? Void thought. No matter how many times he went through the clip, it would distort at that exact moment. It was clear they weren't going to get any answer from the video clip. Do you have an idea of what she just did? Owen asked. No, Bree replied. I didn't see anything. I can only guess it was an ability. It's not an ability, Oscar interrupted. I guess you two haven't had much run-ins with Pure to be saying that. Their tougher members have learnt how to harness this unknown power we are unaware of. We still don't know the full extent of what it can do, but we're sure it's not an ability. What Owen had made note of was the fact that the military was somehow sure that it wasn't an ability. He was sure that they must have captured some Pure members to find out this information. Just what things do you do behind the curtain? The dark side of the military that wasn't very publicized. At that moment, Lucy had done something strange after being declared the winner. She started to walk to the edge of the platform, and stared straight at Void, looking into the camera. She's not going to use that strange ability on me, is she? He gulped, but held the camera steady. Everyone watching, listen well. I am one of the founders of Pure, and what you just saw me do is something called Chi. Hearing this had confirmed Quinn's thoughts, but he had never seen Chi used this way before. Somehow she was able to knock out the others. Also, what was Pure's aim revealing this information to the public? Chi is something we have started to teach members at Pure. It is something every single human can learn, regardless of where they have come from. How strong your Chi is depends on you. It isn't dependent on some group holding the secrets to an ability, or if someone doesn't have enough credits. We have chosen to roll this out to our members slowly. Of course, when one has a power others don't have, there are always those that abuse it. While we slowly introduce it to everyone at Pure, we will punish any one of those that feel the need to abuse this, just how the military and the powers you see before you abuse their powers. After Lucy was finished with what she had to say, she decided to head back to where the other Pure members remained. A promotion for Pure, and right after an impressive display of their powers. Sam said, "It's clever. They will feed off the frustrations of those in the war that felt like they had a weak ability. Seeing this as a way to improve themselves, and everyone else who decides to not share their powers, will be seen as villains." Quinn was wondering if teaching everyone Chi was really a bad thing or not, especially during times like these when people needed to protect themselves. In a way, what Pure wished to do and what the Greylash family were planning to do were no different. Just replace Chi with the lighting ability and it was the same. However, there was one thing Quinn didn't like about both Owen's and Pure's idea. With True Dream gone or missing, those that had an ability couldn't learn a new one or remove one, and what of those with abilities? What would Pure and Owen do with these people? He was afraid that the answer would be a purge, a reset to make things better. So that's one of the things Chi can do. It looks like Abdul wasn't lying when he said there were 3 different stages of Chi. If I was to learn that, then it would be one more thing I could learn that would help me grow stronger. We will now be moving on to the next battle, which will be Daisy Team A against the Cursed Faction Team B, Oscar announced. Since Syl was no longer allowed to participate, there had been a little change in the teams. Team A now consisted of Quinn, Nate, and Paul, while Team B had Fex, Dennis, and Peter. It was discussed that Fex was more suited to take the leader role in the other team due to his quick thinking and unique ability. Before Fex walked across the bridge, Nate walked up to the 3. "Wait," he called out, and placed his hand on Fex's shoulder. "Try not to hit their pretty faces." "What about me? You square head," Fex shouted back. "I thought you were going to say some words of encouragement, but I find you're routing for the other side?" As for Dennis, he too had been stopped, but it was from Linda, who had been a lot quieter ever since her brother's death. "Dennis, if it's dangerous, give up. This fight isn't worth risking your life for," she said. Dennis gave a nod and understood. He was the closest person to Linda after Blip. If he passed away, he didn't know how it would affect her. Finally, Sam had his words of encouragement to say as well. "Remember, these guys are strong. Each one of them will at least be as strong as a head general or even more. They're AAA rank adventures, so I'm sure you know what that means. You have fought against Emperor Tier Beast, right? Well, think of your opponents as a legendary Tier Beast, and that's the wall you have to climb." The 3 of them walked off, and Helen with the 2 by her side had entered the arena as well. "So these are the dumb bimbos that chose to bet on themselves winning this whole thing," Peter said out loud so they could hear. "They lost the first match and they're going to lose the second one as well. You might as well give us the money now." The vein on Ivy's head could be seen bulging, looking like it was about to pop. "Don't get angry. It's properly part of his plan," Helen said. "It seems like they are so weak that they have to resort to mental attacks like this one. There's a reason why we are so confident, and why we were close to becoming one of the big 4 great families." "Close though, right?" Dennis said. "Which means you never did, and I agree with Peter. I think today you will only be close." While the 2 groups were talking to each other, Fex wasn't taking part in it. Instead, he was concentrating on something else. He had his eyes closed and was focusing in his chest. Usually, when he did this, he would see a hard red crystal. But day by day he had been chipping away and now, it shined brightly like a flame. This is my trump card. The best outcome for the cursed faction would be for them to win every single one of their duels. Of course, being realistic, this outcome was unlikely. They were now fighting those nearly at the top of the food chain, and a faction like Daisy had been around for years. Another negative point was Fex, who was unable to use his blood abilities, but was still able to use his bloodstring, which was a bonus. Inspect. Seeing this, Quinn took a step back. Well, this should be the case for a faction going on this long. I guess now we are going to start seeing things like this more often. Using his inspect skill, Quinn wanted to gauge their strength. He couldn't see their ability, but he could see the equipment they were wearing. The two girls by their leader's side were covered in legendary equipment, while Helen herself had a piece of demigod equipment on. At this level, seeing top-level equipment like so would start to become more common. Their advantage with speed, strength, and so on would be less apparent until Quinn had gathered his own high-level gear for his faction. The problem was, beasts at the legendary and demigod tier were rare. It was hard to find such beasts, which was why even though Quinn's faction was powerful, they were playing catch-up in terms of equipment and beast gear. The match can now begin, Oscar shouted. Unlike before, Daisy wasn't going to take any chances, and they had activated their abilities straight away. Each of the girls started to form what could be described as seeds in their hands, moving slightly towards the center. All three girls then threw the seeds onto the ground. Ivy and Peach threw their 4 in a semicircular surrounding behind them, while Helen was able to throw out 4 seeds on her own in front of her. Everyone waited in anticipation for something to happen, but there was no reaction from the seeds at all. It would be best for them to proceed cautiously while they have no clue what their abilities are. Sam said, I tried to see if there were any videos online, but similar to you, Quinn, Daisy had managed to take over their planets without having the need to use their abilities. What are you two doing? We're not going to win the fight by just standing here? Peter said as he charged in. Sam was shaking his head, as it looked like Peter was doing the opposite of what he just recommended. What impressive speed, Helen thought. But it won't be enough. The second Peter had gotten close to the seeds that surrounded the 3 girls. They sprouted to life, creating a human-sized plant. A stem with leaves could be seen, and for its head a closed bulb. Still, it was moving as if it was alive, and all of the plants twisted towards Peter. Seconds later, the bulbs opened up and large thorns were shot out like bullets. With his great speed, Peter was able to dodge the first few. However, there were too many coming out from all the plants. The thorns that were the same size as a large stick had pierced right through Peter's leg. Got him, Ivy said as she licked her lips. Blood was trickling down his leg. Once you get hit once, the other thorns start hitting you more and more. Screw this, Peter shouted, running straight ahead. It was clear the attacks were too fast for him to dodge, and if he was going to get hit anyway, then he might as well get his own hit in. Running forward, he raised both his arms, covering his head, making sure it was the one place that didn't get hit. Now multiple thorns were hitting him in the leg, thigh, and shoulders. He was looking partly like a hedgehog, but he continued to run forward. Have you noticed? Mona said, watching. Yeah, this one doesn't feel pain, Owen replied back. It was the only explanation, as Peter hadn't slowed down one bit and ran past the plants. The plants had turned and were firing some in his back, but he continued to ignore them. I never thought one of you would reach us, but it doesn't matter, Helen said, pulling out her whip. She then flicked her wrist and the tail end of the whip lashed out, grabbing onto one of Peter's forearms. He tried to pull away, but at that moment the weapon's active skill was activated, creating multiple thorns all across the whip, digging into Peter's flesh like barbed wire. This is why we needed to wait, Fex said. Now we have to help him. Dennis had transformed into his golden eagle form, and was trying to see if he could dive down and pull Peter out of there somehow. But the plants were now shooting at him. His wings were used to deflect the thorns and were strong enough to block them, but his body wasn't, and it was making it difficult for him to move well. Fex on the ground was dealing with a similar problem. The thorns from the plants were too strong to be blocked by his strings, even with the blood coat. They were just going through them, and he was using all of his energy avoiding the attacks. Helen had originally planned for the plants to finish Peter off while holding him in place. With the other two now taking the attacks from the plants, it was no longer possible. "I'm now going to have to get my own hands dirty," Helen said as she yanked Peter forward. The whip seemed to be alive as it had its own strength added to her, pulling him in, and before he knew it a fist was planted in face. The great momentum from pulling him forward and her punching him made the attack extremely effective. Peter was hit back, his head flung backwards, tossing his whole body towards the edge of the large platform, lying still on the floor. "That's one down, just two more," Helen said, getting annoyed at the thorns shooting his way. Fex eventually managed to grab one with his stings and threw it back at one of the plants. It went through the head of the plant, and soon it shriveled up, turning brown, and was no longer alive. "This will work," Fex said with excitement. However, Helen threw another seed down, and another plant had just risen in its place. "Okay, bad news, it looks like they can just make more plants. Good news, there seems to be a limit to the number of plants they can have out at one time. Otherwise, there would have just planted more." Seeing what just happened though, the girls decided to change tactics. "Aim all attacks against the boy over there," Helen ordered. And now all the thorns were being shot Fex's way. "Damn it, if I could only use the blood wall right now." "Arg!" A battle cry was heard from the girls' right side. They had expected it to maybe be the Eagle Man, but instead it was a person who they thought they had already dealt with. "Why did you have to scream?" Fex said. The thorns had been removed from Peter's body and thrown to the ground, while Peter himself had no visible wounds apart from the holes in his uniform and cracks in his armor. He had completely healed. "Unfortunately, if I get hit by those things, I won't be able to heal as well." Fex's throat. Then an idea struck him. The whip was brought out and was ready to be used on Peter again. But before he could get close, Peter felt something else pulling him away. He was then thrown up in the air, and once he knew where it was coming from, he had stopped resisting. His body landed in front of Fex. At the right moment, the thorns were being hit away with such speed and skill, hitting them so they wouldn't pierce his body. "When did Peter learn martial arts?" Nate asked. "He didn't," Quinn replied. Peter had stats that were comparable to Quinn's. They were a little worse due to not having the same equipment as Quinn, but he was still impressive. However, one of the worst things about Peter was he didn't really know how to fight. Edward had only taught him how to protect his head and no more. If Peter ever learned to fight, he would easily improve. "I'm just going to have to borrow your body, Peter," Fex said. Although Peter's body is strong, it won't be enough to block the attacks and hit the girls. Dennis ISN. "T the best fighter either, and I can only control and use one person as a puppet at a time. I guess I'm gonna have to use that." "Dennis, come down here," Fex shouted. Dennis landed, and the three of them stepped back away from the range of the plants. "I don't like you controlling me like this, but if it makes it so I can hit those bithses, then it's fine," Peter said. "Don't worry, we're going to win this." Closing his eyes, Fex looked inside himself and saw the red flame. As he reached out to it, he felt a warm sensation over his body. The light started to form in his hand, and an item could now be seen. It grew, and the others could now see it fully formed on the outside. "Is that his soul weapon?" Sam said. "How can that be?" Quinn thought. "I thought vampires didn't have soul weapons, and Fex was a vampire from the very beginning." "Not only that, but this feels different." When Cass saw the item in Fex's hands, her eyes widened as well, for she knew it wasn't a soul weapon, but a blood weapon. In Fex's hand was his blood weapon, shaped like a large needle, black in color. There was no handle, hilt, or guard for the weapon, and it only had a pointed end. Looking closely, even though it was black in color, one could see through it like glass. "It's light," Fex said, giving it a few swings. Lucy chuckled seeing this. "He is no master swordsman, that's for sure." From the few swings, she could tell he was inexperienced when it came to using a blade. Layla knew this as well. If this really was his sole weapon, then it was a shame that it had to be a weapon type, she thought. However, Cass, seeing the weapon, knew straight away that it wasn't a soul weapon. It was a blood weapon, But this was different, and it challenged everything she knew about blood weapons, everything she had learnt. Blood weapons were created using crystals that were left behind once a vampire was killed. The crystal's strength varied depending on the vampire that had been killed, but once the crystal was used to form a weapon or armor, it was permanently in a solid form. There was no enhancement-type blood weapon like the soul weapon, it was more like beast weapons. A user wasn't able to bring it out and place it away as they wished. But Kaz had just seen Fex do that very thing. He didn't have the weapon before, and it had come out from within. The energy coming off it, she could tell straight away it was a blood weapon. When she saw Quinn use his soul weapon, she could tell it was different to a blood weapon. That was a soul weapon, something only humans had. She thought because he was a human before, it looked like he was able to have a soul weapon. She didn't know much about human-turned-vampires, and there hadn't really been any since the discovery of soul weapons since it was linked to abilities. In the past, vampires had attempted to see if they had a soul weapon, but could only see the blood crystals inside them. How did this boy manage to do it? Kaz thought, if I go back and let the vampires know about this, it will be a huge change. The vampire's strength will increase greatly. I just need to find out how he was able to do it. Since using blood crystals had become a taboo and was against the vampire's code, blood weapons were very rare amongst vampires, and were either passed down through families, or only those that were old enough had one. "Dennis, do you trust me?" Fex asked. "We haven't been together long, but I trust you guys as much as I would my own family. We have been through life and death fights together. Split the same blood. Drunk from the same cu-. That's okay, Dennis. I just wanted a yes or no answer, but it was a good answer," Fex said, tightening his grip around the large needle. It was then thrusted forward towards Dennis' back. "Then trust me on this one." "No!" Linda shouted as she saw what looked like Fex trying to hurt one of his own. The needle stuck in about 2 inches deep, and through the transparent black sword marshal down the middle, a red glow started to fill up. There was another major difference between soul weapons, beast weapons, and blood weapons. For blood weapons to use its true power, it needed human blood. "What are you doing?" Dennis asked, but soon he felt a strange surge of energy pumping through his body. A newfound strength he had never felt before. He realized that he wasn't feeling pain, but instead, it was pleasure. From the needle itself, right at the end where Fex's hand had been covering the whole time, there was a small hole. Here was where he would use his string ability. "Try not to fight it, Dennis, and I promise this will be the best chance we have at winning," Fex said. With his blood weapon, it allowed him to control 2 people. The needle was somehow linked to his thoughts, and only a single connection needed to be made. While with his other hand, he was able to control Peter. Not only that, but the needle would strengthen whoever it was placed into, and this included vampires as well. That was until the blood would run out. When acquiring his blood weapon, Fex thought of a number of ways to use the needle. He could try to impale his enemies and absorb their blood. When filled up, he could stick the needle into himself or an ally. That's when he came up with another idea. What if the needle was stuck into a human permanently? This way it would get a constant blood supply and would empower Dennis for longer than anyone else. Now controlling the 2 of them, Fex made it so Dennis was in front running forward. He used his large wings to block any of the incoming thorns, and just behind them was Peter. Before, when the thorns would hit Dennis, he would feel a slight pain, and even though his wings were strong enough to block the attacks, there would be damage done, but not now, not while he was being empowered by the needle. When they eventually got close enough, Peter jumped up in the air from behind and landed in front of the 3 girls. A strong kick was made towards Helen, but Peach had jumped in the way with her large round body. However, they never expected the kick to be so powerful, as it threw her into Helen and they both went flying away. Thinking fast, Helen threw out her whip, wrapping it around Peter's arm. They started to slow down, and she started to retract the whip, pulling herself towards him. "Why aren't the plants doing anything?" Ivy thought. Looking around, all the plants had already been destroyed by Dennis. He was faster than before, and his claws were now more dangerous than ever. His next move surprised them all, as he chopped down using his claw, slicing off Peter's hand. With nothing to pull against, the two girls fell to the floor. How could he hurt his own teammate like that? The members of Pure mumbled to each other, but in front of their very eyes. Peter was starting to heal, it was beginning to grow back. "We're fighting a bunch of freaks," Peach said in anger. Those watching from the cursed faction started to cheer their teammates on. A lot of them had seen Syl and Quinn's power, but the others didn't get to shine so much lately. This was only bringing them confidence that they were in the right faction. Trying to get rid of the most troublesome one and being the closest. Ivy threw out a punch of her own, which was just matched with Dennis's. The two hit and neither one was pushed back. "How, I'm using legendary beat gear. I should be overpowering you." Dennis didn't understand it either, and could only guess it was Fex's doing. "Stop!" Linda shouted. "You're killing him." The others by Linda's side looked in confusion. Was Linda talking about Dennis, but he had yet to be hit or take a serious injury. When they looked at him closer, they noticed that he was starting to go pale, almost looking like a ghost. "I don't think Dennis can take much more. I'm gonna have to remove the needle. I can still use Peter and it's just gonna have to be enough," Fex thought. Not wanting to hurt Dennis or push him anymore, the needle was removed and returned, but there were still other ways he could use it. Looping his string through the hole, he was able to freely swing it about all over the place. If he could stick the needle in one of the girls, then he could empower himself or Peter. "Do you think they've done enough to win this one?" Sam asked. "No," Quinn replied. "You can see it. Daisy haven't given up yet." Peter charged towards Ivy, ready to help Dennis out. Now he no longer had the needle in him. It was impossible for him to go toe-to-toe with the others. "I can't believe I'm going to have to resort to this for a small fry like you," Helen shouted. Suddenly, Peter's feet were frozen to the ground. "Did something hit me?" His great strength allowed him to break through and carry on running, but his feet continued to be hit and were freezing as he went forward. "Maybe you can heal from physical wounds, but let's see you heal from this," Helen said. Right where Peter was standing, 6 plants rose from the ground looking different from before. The others were green with a bright colored bulb, while these were red. When looking around the arena, there were also 4 more plants that were colored blue by her side. What Peter was getting hit by were thorns created by these specialized plants. "They held back," Sam said. "The limit was never 6 in the first place. It was all done just to trick us, to get them to feel comfortable." With the ice thorns constantly hitting Peter, he could only break free and move across slowly. Fex was busy dealing with Peach, who had come towards him, and Ivy with Dennis, leaving Helen and Peter together. When the plants opened up its head, he could see the thorns seemed to have a flame attribute around them. "If the fire is strong enough, he will die," Kes said. Seeing this, Peter started to laugh. "It looks like my time has come to an end. It's a shame I won't get to see what Quinn does to you for killing me like this," he said, smiling. The amount of plants that had been summoned was a total of 10. Whether or not this was the girls from Daisy's limit, or they were still holding back, was unknown. However, compared to the start of the fight, there were now 2 different plants that had been created. The regular plants were just able to consistently shoot out large thorns that were strong and cowl-pierce decent tier armor. While the new types were elemental plants, they were able to shoot out ice and fire, and were just as strong as the regular thorns. This was the girls' soul weapons, an enhancement type that was able to change the attribute of their plants. The 3 girls were sisters and they all held the same ability. While their soul weapons each contained a different elemental attribute, they fought mainly as a trio all the time and had never lost a fight doing so. This was where they had gotten their confidence from, when finding out the duel would be a team of 3-on-3 matches. Due to their abilities, they could never see themselves losing, and it looked like they were just about to win another match as well. The head of the plants that surrounded Peter all opened wide. Even if he covered his head, if the fire was strong enough, it would burn his body and everything inside, including the brain. It would be the end for him. "No!" Fex shouted. He swung his needle and managed to scratch Peach slightly on the belly with it. The needle had filled up a little, and then he proceeded to stab himself in the shoulder, giving himself a boost. "If I have to, I will use my vampire powers to save you," Fex thought. "It was my fault that Blip died, and I can't just let someone else die in front of me again." The mouths of the plants had already opened, and out from them, the fire thorns were released. "I'm sorry for being such a disappointment of a son, mother, father," Peter said as he closed his eyes. "You're not a disappointment," a voice was heard. "And if you're sorry, you should tell them in person." A wall of shadow wrapped around both Peter and Quinn. The attacks had hit it, but they remained there floating in the air, the flames flickering slowly, inching their way deeper into the shadow. When the shadow lowered, the thorns moved again, colliding into each other, causing a small explosion of flames. That's when they saw Quinn had entered the arena off to the side. He didn't have a mark on him, and Peter was behind him by his side. "Did you see him enter the arena?" Mona asked. "No, but I might have been too focused on the fight," Owen replied. "Or he had moved too fast. That shadow ability is certainly a handy one. I wish I could figure out how it worked," Oscar said. "What are you doing?" Helen shouted. "You can't just enter the arena whenever you want. This is an official duel." "This match is over. Team B forfeit due to me interrupting the fight," Quinn said. "I only blocked an attack that was going to kill one of my own." Folding her arms, it was clear that Helen was frustrated. This is how duels are. If a person isn't strong enough on the battlefield and was meant to die, then they were meant to die. Quinn looked at the three girls. He hadn't activated any skills and didn't even have his beast gear on at the moment. His eyes had changed and were a piercing red. As he stared at them, the girls all felt a shiver run down their spine. "What is this? Is it an ability?" Helen thought. "My body. It's telling me to run away. I never planned on killing any of you, but if you had killed him, the three of you wouldn't even be speaking to me right now," Quinn said. "If that is your wish, Master, then I can deal with them now." Mist started to show from out of Quinn's back, and the others thought he was getting ready for an attack. "No, not now," Quinn said, and the mist started to enter the marking in his back, disappearing away. The participants of the duel returned to their areas, and were busy getting healed. If they didn't have a strong healer, then the military was happy to lend out theirs, but there weren't actually any major injuries from both sides. The others talked about what to do about Quinn's interruption, but in the end, thought it was fine because he hadn't attacked or hurt the other team, only defended the attack. Peter had also returned to the ship to deal with his special diet, giving him full energy for the next fight. "Even after fighting those guys in the VR game, I haven't improved at all," Peter thought. It took years for people to learn hand-to-hand combat. Maybe some geniuses could learn it quicker, but Peter wasn't a genius and was slow at learning. He always had been at everything in life. It was why he always decided to just head in wildy, relying on his strength and healing abilities. It was the only thing he really could do. It had worked for him so far, but it wouldn't work at the current level of opponents they were facing. Something needed to change. The next fight will be between Pure Group B against the Cursed Faction Group A, Oscar announced. Cursed Faction Group A was Quinn, Nate, and Paul. The three of them entered and were ready. They hadn't talked to each other or discussed anything about what they were going to do. The reason why, because both Nate and Paul knew whatever they said right now wouldn't get through to Quinn. When Group B from Pure had entered the arena, the online chat started to go crazy. "These three are really strong. They were part of the top factions before they got disbanded. There's Tulk, the man who had taken on 50 men all on his own at the same time. Beating 3 will be a walk in a park. Oh, and don't forget about Farine. I heard she was the one that had created the alliance back then in the first place. The other two agreed to follow her, so she must be strong. I also recognized the last guy as well, Demon Man Kubo. They say he will do anything and everything to get the win. All these guys are members of Pure. Pure must have recruited them after the attack, don't you remember? They were growing really fast, but something happened and they were beat by Pure. Well, these three together might be stronger than the main team of Pure. Do you think the Cursed Faction has a chance of winning? No. Are you kidding? The only person worth watching on their team is the ex-head general. It was probably because of him they have gotten this far. No one seemed to think that the Cursed Faction had a chance of winning, including those in the Pure team. Watch out for the one called Paul, Farine said. We get rid of him, then we've already won this fight. Place your bets now. Who will win? Pure Team B or Curse Team A? Click here. A link was provided on the livestream chat, and it led people to the same site where people were betting before. Not only were people able to bet on the overall outcome of the match, they were even able to bet on the individual outcome of matches. Typing away on a holographic screen, not too far from the fight itself, was Logan. The cursed faction is in need of money, and what better way to make money than this? The mastermind who had been behind all the betting systems so far was Logan. It was the perfect way for the cursed faction to solve their money problem. The three big powers were sitting next to each other on their own platform. Oscar had made each of them seats from the ground below, making it more comfortable for them to watch the match, while the others watching were left on their own platforms. Although the leaders were trusted not to get into a brawl, the same couldn't be said for those that followed them. It wasn't too long ago that each of these powers were at each other's throats. When Quinn entered, Mona noticed that Owen's shoulders were moving up and down slightly, the fan still covering his face, but it was clear that he was happy about something, chuckling to himself. "You seem to believe in this boy a lot," Mona said. "I watched your interview and I was surprised by your answer. I admit that the boy seems strong, but I wonder why you think so highly of him." Oscar was listening in, but he also felt the same way. Why did Owen believe in him so much? Back at the inter-tournament, sure, the kid showed promise and anyone would have been lucky for him to join their side, as he would be a sure asset to a faction in the future. But that's all Oscar could see, the future potential in Quinn. As the inter-base tournament was only a year ago, how much could one improve in a year? "At first I didn't," Owen said. "It was just a slight interest, but eventually that started to grow, like a caterpillar turning into a butterfly. He has only been an interesting subject to me. That was until I gave him a little test." "You remember the blonde-haired boy from before?" It was clear Owen was talking about Syl, the one in the Blade family. Oscar was aware of this kid and had heard about them not wanting him to participate. Whatever the reason, it was something that the others didn't want him to know about, so he would have to try to do his own research about it later on. Mona just nodded, not wanting to give too much information away. "Well, one day that boy came to me, asking me about their location. I gave it to them, thinking I would never see him again, and when he returned, that boy was by his side. If he can escape from those monsters, then this will be a walk in the park for him." Monsters? Did the kid escape from some powerful beasts? Oscar thought. At that moment, Mona realized just how powerful Quinn was, as she was unsure if that was something even she could do. When Quinn walked onto the battle floor, dark shadows started to cover his body, and soon his equipment was visible on him, as the shadows disappeared. However, when the others saw what the equipment looked like, they were quickly disappointed. Most of their leaders' gear seems to be at the king tier level. Helen said, as if she was disappointed but at the same time what she had expected. Both Paul and Nate also didn't have equipment above the king tier level, even though their equipment was now better than before. "Are they laughing at us?" Nate asked, hearing chuckles from the other platforms. Mostly he was worried that the girls were laughing at him, making him feel a little subconscious. "It's because of our equipment," Paul replied, making sure his clawed gloves were on properly. Recently, their weapons and armor had been upgraded to king tier. Most factions would die to have equipment like this, but here it was seen as nothing special. Quinn, when using his shadow equip, had decided not to put on his emperor tier equipment apart from his gauntlets. It had great defense but slowed him down. He felt like this wasn't the time to use it and could always switch midway through the match if needed to. Shadow equip took less than a second to cast. Another piece of equipment he didn't equip on was his mask. That was due to Duke being at the scene. When Quinn went around the school as the Night Demon, he did so using his blood abilities, not using his shadow abilities. Besides, he knew he wouldn't be needing it in a fight like this. Watching from the sidelines, Layla had her hands behind her back with her fingers crossed, begging that Quinn would be able to win this match without getting hurt. "Are there any rules about accidental deaths?" Quinn asked while looking in the direction of the Daisy Gang. "If someone does die, then they can replace that person with someone from their faction for the next duel," Oscar replied. "This kid," Tulk chuckled. "You didn't need to ask that question. Because we were about to find that out in this match. Quinn didn't reply, as he just continued to look in the direction of Daisy, not even caring about those in front of him. Again, they nearly killed someone I cared for in front of me. I was here this time, but what if I wasn't? The match between pure Team B against the cursed faction A will now begin, Oscar shouted. As soon as the match began, Quinn raised his hand and pointed it at the man known as Tulk. Shadow lock. A shadow portal appeared behind him, engulfing him inside, and as quickly as it appeared, it disappeared along with Tulk. What just happened to Tulk? Farine said nervously. Neither of them had ever seen the shadow ability before, so they had no clue what they were dealing with. They had only seen a glimpse of it block the attacks from the Daisy fight. In her shock, she looked back, and when she did, she could no longer see Quinn there, only the other two. A loud stomp was heard on the ground by her side. A force so strong she nearly fell from it. Turning her head, the next thing she could see was Quinn throwing out a fist. Hammer strike. He's using his bare hands? His shadow ability doesn't seem like an offensive one, so he needs to use his beast gear to rely on his power. I'm wearing legendary armor, so his attack shouldn't hurt me too much. Then that will be my chance to strike, she thought. However, as the first landed, the punching power seemed to bypass whatever armor she was wearing. Feeling a pain she had never felt before. Her insides felt like they were rupturing by the second, as the force pierced through her skin into her organs. She was barely able to keep conscious through the pain as her mouth was filled with blood, and before she knew it, she was staring upward at the sky. Before her body fell off the large platform, Oscar managed to raise another pillar catching her, and medical attention was immediately on the move from Pure's side. No matter how strong one's armor was, hammer strike, added with chi energy, was an attack that bypassed one's armor. How did he get over here so fast? Does his ability allow him to move like that as well? Kubo thought. My ability works best at a distance. I need to move away. Just as he was about to run, a path of shadow was seen under his feet, and when he tried moving his legs, they did so at a snail's pace. Shadow path activated. A strong kick was thrown out to the head, the one place Kubo had no beast gear on, knocking him out instantly. Was the fight over? No, there was still one person remaining. Shadow lock open. The portal of shadow that was seen at the start of the fight opened up again, and Tulk had fallen out of it, onto the ground. Huh, where was I? What was that place? For strong ability users, it was easy for them to break out of the shadow lock if they were to start attacking it, but Quinn knew that when a person entered the space, they would be shocked and cautious about what to do. It might have only kept him in that shadow space for a few seconds, but that was all that Quinn needed. Before Tulk could make a move, a red-hot blade had appeared from his gauntlets and had skimmed past Tulk's throat. When he tried moving his head back, Tulk felt another searing pain behind him. Quinn had used both blades, activating his gauntlet skill, and Tulk was unable to move his head. I give up, Tulk said, thinking that those simple words had saved his life. The winner is Cursed Faction A, Oscar announced. Layla's fingers were uncrossed and her mouth left wide open like many others that had watched the fight. They just witnessed something they didn't really understand. While Lucy had done the something similar in taking out a whole team without touching them. Quinn's display had a more lasting effect, as the sheer power could be seen through each of his actions, rather than something unexplainable happening. Quinn, how strong did you get? Layla thought. The fight had gone even easier than Sam had predicted, and he felt like he knew the reason why. Usually, when Quinn would fight, he would do so conserving his MC. The reason for this was the shadow was used mostly to block attacks or as a utility tool. On top of this, usually in fights, Quinn would have to worry about the chance of what was coming next. When fighting bests or in a war, there was always the next thing around the corner, and using up one's MC could be the death of them. But here, in an official duel, he could use his shadow as much as he wished, and replenish his MC before going into his next fight. The camera had been left in one place, with others having been set up beforehand in multiple positions to get a better view, and this time the live stream was able to see everything. What the hell was that? How weak were those guys? Huh. Weak, I thought a moment ago someone said they were really strong? Clearly not if this guy could beat them so easily like that. Someone was clearly overhyping those leaders. Yeah, I agree, they were treating them like they were the next best thing since sliced bread. So I thought they were actually strong. That's a really old saying, bro. Has there really been no great inventions since sliced bread this whole time? I mean, we can travel using teleporters and you used sliced bread. Maybe the cursed faction is just strong? They did well against Daisy. Couldn't you tell Daisy were going easy on them? They hadn't even used their beast gear properly. The general thought of the online community watching was the cursed faction couldn't possibly be strong. It had to be that the opponents in Pure were weak. Still, there were those that knew the truth. Those that had personally been beaten and had seen these weak people fight, but anyone who would bring it up would be considered a supporter of the cursed faction, accused of being a member. With the first 3 fights over, 1 from each faction, everyone was currently tied with 1 point. Most still believed that the winner of this whole outcome would either be Pure or Daisy. The bets continued to pour in supporting this thought. It didn't worry Logan. He had just made a killing on the fight that had just taken place. Very few people had bet on the cursed faction winning, and those that didn't put a lot of money in to begin with, so the payout was minimal. Lucy had decided to go over to Farine, who was receiving treatment. She knelt down and went to take a look at the chest piece she had worn. It had been scuffed but wasn't really damaged. Yet it was clear she was hurt internally. Internal damage, was it chi? But how would a kid know chi? Lucy thought. Luckily, some of the best healers had been brought by the military and something like this didn't take too long. Soon all 3 of them were as good as new, physically at least. Tulk, I need you to tell me about everything that happened to you. We need to learn about his ability, Lucy said. The next fight was announced, and this time it was the cursed faction again, only the B team. They were to go up against Daisy's B team as well. Wanting to make up for their lose, when the fight started the cursed group went out in full force. They had discussed what had gone wrong in the last fight, and this time were far more organized when it came to Theer attacks. In the end, it didn't matter too much, as it looked like an easy victory for the cursed team. This was expected not only online, but everyone else including Daisy as well. Daisy's B team was already evaluated as the weakest team, and was only there as a way for them to scout out the other team's strength. Soon after, when all the healing was done, Daisy's B team were to fight again, and they were to go up against Pure's B team. Online were still criticizing Pure's B team over their horrendous performance, and they were trying to decide who was weaker out of the 2 teams. The haters were quickly silenced, as Pure's B team had a dominating performance, finishing off Daisy quickly. They had seen a strong display of abilities and skills that many of those watching could never perform, reminding everyone at home who they were really criticizing at the moment. Wait, so does that mean the cursed faction are strong? I told you, but no one would listen. Well, they must have some strength to get to this point, but we haven't seen them go up against any of the really strong guys yet. They're on another level that I just don't think they can reach. The next fight, the cursed group were up again and were going up against Daisy's B team. Quinn, would you let us deal with the fight this time? We need to stretch a bit as wells, and you're going to need us for the last fights, Nate said. When the fight started, Quinn did nothing and allowed both Paul and Nate to take the lead. It was 3 against 2. Nate at first found it a little difficult to hit the girls, but he knew where to draw the line between an important fight and his love life. My biggest love in life is martial arts, Nate shouted as he punched one of the girls in the stomach, causing her to fall to the floor. However, that didn't stop the tears from falling off his cheeks. Is that guy crying? What a wimp. As for Paul's opponents, he had actually faced 2 of them on his own, displaying great fighting skill, dodging attacks and hitting them back with his weapons, and slowly the opponents seemed to slow down, unaware of what was happening to their bodies. Why doesn't Paul use the Earth ability? Duke thought, watching from the side. I've never seen him fight like this before, or use beast weapons. It was confusing, and they had the right to be confused, especially when the 2 girls Paul was fighting against had collapsed on the ground and started to throw up uncontrollably. When the fight was declared the cursed team's victory, Paul removed the poison from the 2 girls, making sure they wouldn't die. Then, an unexpected big clash happened. It was the cursed B team going up against Pure's B team. After witnessing their fights and gaining the confidence of the public once again, no one was sure which side would win. Both sides seemed quite strong, and the fight proved that as well, but there was one overwhelming factor that gave one side the advantage over the other, and that was Peter. In the last fight, Peter wasn't really able to show his talents, but in this one, it was clear. No matter how hurt or badly damaged Peter got, he was able to heal the wounds at an incredible speed, with Fex controlling him and his great strength and power. The cursed faction eventually won that fight as well. After witnessing such a great fight, Pure's Group B were to fight again, this time against Daisy's Group A. The outcome was as expected though. If Daisy were able to beat the cursed faction, and the cursed had beat Pure, it was clear that Daisy would become the winner like they had done. Hey, this isn't looking good, Peach said. So far, Pure have won 2 matches and so have we. But the cursed faction in total have already won 4 times. That means if we lose one more fight, we've lost, and if the cursed faction wins one more, they've won this whole thing. Helen added. The next fight will be between Daisy's Group A versus Pure's Group A, Oscar announced. This was the fight many had been waiting for. Even if Daisy and Pure were behind, they thought the winner of this fight would go on to win the whole thing. To the viewers, this was the most important fight, and for Quinn and the others, it was one they needed to watch closely. The comments on the live stream were coming in faster than they could be read now that the most anticipated fight was about to happen. For the bets, the odds were made even, and it looked like Logan wouldn't really make a loss or a profit depending on which side would win. It didn't matter much to him, as his main profit-making machine was the cursed faction, and so far from what they had made, he had more than enough to support the group once more. So far, we have seen very little of what Pure can do. Bonnie started to speak into the camera during the break. But the Pure leader's performance from the last match is still ingrained in our minds. This mysterious power known as Chi, we still have yet to know what it really does, and how far it can go. Is it strong enough to go against the top ability users in today's world? We will soon find out. This time, when Pure entered the arena, both Layla and Ronnie took a fighting stance, rather than just standing there like trees. It seemed that they too would be participating in the fight. Who do you think is going to win? Nate asked. Judging by how the 2 girls are taking part in this fight as well, it looks like Pure sees Daisy as a strong opponent. Sam replied, I think rightfully so as well. I need to watch closely. Quinn thought, maybe then I can see what she's doing that I'm not. The match between Pure's Team A and Daisy's Team A will begin, Oscar announced. Go on, Helen said. Why don't you use that skill you used before on us like you did against the others? Oh wait, that's right, you can't, can you? I'm guessing that skill only works on those that are weaker than you. While Helen was talking to Lucy trying to taunt her, roots were traveling fast across the ground and it looked to be Ivy's doing, as she had her hands placed on the floor. The seeds were then quickly planted on the ground and sprouted the plants. They didn't waste their time using their soul weapons to give them each an elemental attribute. Agent 100, I need you to distract the tall one. Agent 62, you stay behind me, and when the fat one gets involved, knock her to the side, Lucy ordered. Firing out her arrows and using her telekinesis, Layla was able to target them wherever she wished. The range with her bow was longer than that of the plants, and she soon realized that the plants were only able to target living things. It allowed the arrow to fly straight past everything and aim for Ivy. She easily avoided the arrows, but was unable to use her other skills while doing so. That girl is so annoying, Ivy thought. Walking ahead, Lucy had drawn out her rapier and held it by her side, while Ronnie stayed directly behind her, with a large bat in his hand. A strange beast weapon, but it was his unique one. Moving forward, the ice thorns and fire thorns came straight at her, but a good meter before they could even reach her. They would either swerve to the side or fall to the ground. It's like she has some type of invisible force field, Peach said. Just what is Chi? Going past the plants, Lucy sliced them, cutting of their heads, causing them to shrivel up. The others prepared for her to dash forward after this. But instead, Lucy went around to different parts of the platform ground they were on, and started stabbing random places in the ground. Although it looked random to those on the outside, Helen was in shock, for each place she had stabbed was a seed that had yet to be sprouted. How did she know? Trying to stop her, Peach moved forward, and now it was time for Ronnie to shine, as he interrupted, swinging his bat. Hold her for 30 seconds, Lucy said. She then went forward and was after Helen. Lucy knew that both Layla and Ronnie weren't a match for those at Daisy. They didn't even know Chi themselves, but after getting rid of the leader, the rest would fall one by one. 2 plants suddenly sprouted right by Helen's sides. These looked different to the ones before, being back in color. A thorn shot out from the black plant, and the same was expected to happen to this thorn as the others. Only when it reached the meter distance and hit the invisible shield, it exploded on impact, creating a black cloud of smoke. Ha ha ha! Helen started to laugh. The fire plant and the ice plant were my sisters, but this one is my soul weapon. Did you really think this was all that I had? When the black smoke cleared, she could see Lucy standing there with one of her arms over her head. Her sleeves were black, but there were no such injuries on her body, or even the clothing itself. A dash forward and a thrust with the rapier. On instinct, Helen moved back, avoiding the tip of the blade, or so she thought. Quite the deep cut appeared on her cheek, even though the rapier had never hit her. While she was distracted, the rapier came at her a few more times, now attacking her beast armor. However, Helen was fast and was blocking most of the attacks with her arms and legs, not allowing the blade to hit any of her vital spots and only parts of the armor. Then the attacks had stopped and Lucy turned around. This fight is over, Lucy said, loudly. The 2 sisters turned their heads to have a look, and they could see Helen standing there. She looked fine on the outside, and had blocked all the attacks, but why wasn't she moving? Then, when looking down underneath her feet, there was a pool of blood. Seeing Helen's eyes not alive, Ivy gritted her teeth and regrettably said, "We forfeit this match." "What happened?" Mona asked. "I'm not sure," Oscar replied. "I was sure that Helen had blocked all the attacks. The only one that had a slight idea was Quinn. His guess was it had to do with Chi. The blocking of the attacks, the defending against the explosion, and the attacks that were able to bypass the armor and damage the body underneath. It all must have been Chi. From watching alone, Quinn wasn't able to figure out much at all. The only way he knew how to use Chi was to enhance his body, and also to control it outwardly on his items. When the girls returned, back to their group, everyone could be seen crying. There were multiple reasons for this. The first being the fact that Daisy had lost. It meant they were no longer contenders for becoming the new era powerhouse. This fact was hitting them hard. After being a faction for so long, they would have to disband. As the rules of this duel stated, the resources and land that Daisy owned would then belong to whoever was the final winner of this duel, and they Cowdle chose to join them or go to one of the other powerhouses, if they would take them. Suddenly, a loud pricing scream was heard, and Ivy stood up, looking at the pure group. "You bitch!" Ivy shouted. "What did you do to her, our healer? She can't heal her wounds. It's not working." Hearing this, Quinn thought it was the same as when he would hurt the vampires using his Chi, although this was strange. Chi had never stopped abilities from working before, so was this something different to how he would usually combine Chi with his attacks? "Clam down," Lucy said. "Your leader will live. I made sure not to hurt her too badly. In a week, maybe she will be back to how she was." With the fight over, Pure had now won a total of 3 matches, Daisy 2, and the Cursed Faction 4. There was no longer any reason for Daisy to fight, nor could they with their leader out. So the next fight was to begin, Pure Group A against the Cursed Faction Group B. The Cursed Group were preparing, gearing up, doing a few stretches here and there before the fight. There was always a small little break between each fight, and those in Pure had just fought as well. "You guys don't have to do this," Quinn said. "If you give up the fight, then it will be 4 wins each and our group will go up against them." The 3 of them looked at each other, and they all already knew their answer. "Quinn, thanks for looking out for us, but we want to fight. We need the experience. You can't keep doing things on your own. There will be times when you aren't there to protect us. You aren't the only one that needs to get stronger, we do as well. And what better way than against people like this? And besides, you saying that hurts us a bit, you know? Do you really think we're going to lose? Quinn stopped to think for a second. Perhaps he was being selfish. He was forcing his wishes and desires onto them. Yes, they were a part of his group, some even a part of his vampire family, but they were each individual people, all living their own lives. Don't cry too much if you lose, Quinn said, and gave his team a thumbs up as they walked out onto the platform. Layla, making her way out, was nervous as ever and gripped her bow tightly. Technically, she was now going up against her own teammates. Before the cursed faction had stepped foot on the planet, the leaders were made aware that both Layla and CIA were one of their own. This was to update the new leaders that were placed at the table, as they had never seen the two girls before. It also explained to all of them why Quinn was able to get inside information about Pure. Every day they were learning something that impressed them even more. When the two groups reached the arena, Lucy had asked them something surprising. "Do any of you know how to use chi?" she asked. The others looked at each other for a moment, as they had no clue why she would have asked that. "The look from your faces says it all. None of you interest me then," Lucy said, and she drew her rapier weapon. So far, Group B from the Cursed faction has only lost against Group A of the Daisy faction, Bonnie reported. Even though Pure managed to beat Daisy, this should still be a good matchup. From what we have seen, since just the first fight alone the Cursed faction has improved, so who knows what the outcome of this fight would be. Finally, the comments seemed to agree with what Bonnie was saying. Many didn't like the Cursed faction, but many didn't like Pure either. Even if they had become more popular recently, years of televised T.V stations showing all their wrongdoings and labeling them as a terrorist group couldn't be rid so easy. Most of the viewers were supporting Daisy, and with them out of the picture they now needed to decide out of the lesser of two evils, and the support was pretty evenly split. The match between the Cursed Group B and Pure Group A will now begin. Layla had begun firing arrows, being the support she was meant to be, and most of them were aimed at Dennis, who was flying in the sky. At first Dennis allowed one of them to hit him and then realized that they were quite strong and were coming at him fast. Hey, wasn't she meant to be on our side? I thought she was just going to pretend to fire those arrows," Dennis complained inwardly. But he knew that she needed to try her best to make it look realistic, otherwise she would be found out. "But then, why the hell are all the arrows being fired at me? Fire them at the others. Does she hate me?" The reason she was doing this was for two reasons. It made sense, her being the ranged one to target the airborne ability user. As for the second reason, due to her being part of the Cursed family, something in her mind wasn't quite letting her fire arrows towards Peter. It felt like if she forced it, maybe she could, but it would use an incredible amount of energy in the first place to even do such a thing. It wasn't even worth attempting, even at a time like this. There was far too little she knew about vampires and their family links. What came as a surprise to most people was how urgently Lucy and Ronnie seemed to be attacking both Fex and Peter. She wouldn't let up and continued to thrust the blade towards Fex. He dodged each one and tried to tangle the blade with his red string, but it would slice through it without putting up any type of resistance. What he needed more than anything was a break. "If she keeps attacking me like this, then I won't be able to use my bloody weapon," Fex thought. Still inexperienced, Fex couldn't summon his blood weapon with ease. He needed to concentrate and take a few seconds before doing so. It seemed like somehow Lucy had caught on to this, and she was doing her best to stop him from summoning it. "Oh, this boy isn't all looks. He has dodged every one of my attacks," Lucy thought. After seeing what she had done to Helen, Fex wasn't going to let the blade touch him. Ronnie swung down his bat, and wanting to help out Fex as quick as possible, Peter sacrificed his arm, blocking the blow. It had broken in the process, but it gave the perfect opportunity for Peter to deliver a full-force punch, sending him flying and out of the fight. Now he was free to help Fex. Seeing Peter running towards him, Fex was hoping to use Peter as a puppet like he had done previously. To do this, he could use his normal strings. The problem with the red-blooded string, even though it was stronger, it could be seen quite easily. But in this situation the red string was being treated the same as his regular string, so he might have well made it harder for the opponent to see what he was doing. When Peter was close enough, moving his hand outward, he threw out the small needles with the strings attached, required to control Peter. However, this was the opportunity Lucy had been waiting for. Somehow she could see everything, and slicing the strings she soon followed up by stabbing Fex in the arm from above. "Damn you!" Peter shouted, throwing out a punch as hard as he could. Lucy was able to lift her other arm to block the attack. When the fist had hit, nothing happened. There were no broken bones. Lucy didn't go flying, and it reminded Peter of the old days, when his punches were weak with no power. "That's not a punch of a regular human," Lucy said, as she pulled the blade out of Fex's arm. She then slashed at Peter's arm that had just hit her, and it had fallen to the floor. "Arg!" Peter screamed, and had stepped back, gripping onto the wound. "What?" Quinn said, panicked. He was now worried. It had been too long since he had last heard Peter scream. Just moments ago his arm was crushed by a bat. Yet he had made no noise, but if he had screamed it meant one thing. He was feeling pain. Blood was pouring out on the floor, and it didn't look like it was going to stop. She then proceeded to stab him in the thigh. His face was scrunched up in pain. How long had it been? How long since he had felt pain? Coming back to him, his body was frozen. That's when Fex noticed that neither his wound in his forearm nor Peter's missing limb was regenerating like it usually would. If Peter's arm wouldn't regenerate, and with the amount of blood he was losing, they were in serious trouble. "We forfeit the match," Fex shouted. After forfeiting the match, the cursed faction quickly moved Peter away and onto the platform the rest of them were standing. A few of them couldn't help but whisper to each other and feel concerned as they looked at Peter's face in pain. An unusual sight for those that knew him as well as anyone who walked around the ship. While moving him, the bleeding still hadn't stopped. Fex, using his string, had tied just above the wound, keeping strong pressure on it. His arm was raised, whatever was left of it, to make sure it was above his heart, trying to stop the blood loss as much as possible. When the healer came out, they were hoping everything would be okay. But Quinn had a bad feeling, and he was hoping he wasn't right. "It's not working, the bleeding won't stop. I don't know what's wrong." The girl cried and looked like she would break down herself at any second. Her hands were shaking, but she wasn't frightened because she couldn't help Peter. It was because she could feel a strange intent behind her. It was a smothering feeling around her throat. The air felt tight. If she couldn't do anything to help Peter, she thought it would be the end of her life. "Quinn, stop it," Linda said, noticing that he was the one that was frightening everyone else. A strange power was seeping out of him that he wasn't able to control. Getting his act together, Quinn went over to Peter and tried to see if he could do anything. The attack that was used was a chi attack. Quinn knew that chi attacks made it so vampires had trouble healing. It was most likely that Peter was experiencing the same thing, only a more drastic version of it. Maybe it was more effective against vampire-type creatures compared to humans. Closing his eyes, Quinn tried to feel the chi around Peter's body, and that's when he could see it. A strange energy was felt around the edge of the wound. The question was, how would he get rid of it? Quinn tried moving his own energy to the wound, but there was nothing. He tried extracting whatever energy Peter had, but that still didn't do anything. Each time he tried something different, it failed, and he clenched his other hand by his side harder and harder. So hard that he hadn't noticed his fingernails piercing into the palm of his hand, and the blood dripping onto the floor. "Peter, are you still there? I'm going to do everything I can, so don't die on me," Quinn shouted. Grabbing Peter, he soon dashed away with him to the ship. Injuries that were bad could usefully be fixed with meat. Maybe the healing hadn't completely stopped, but was just slow. This was the last thing he could think of. When entering the ship, Peter still had the energy to eat the food provided. It had been mashed up into minced meat. That way, if anyone was to find the strange meat or see Peter eating it, they wouldn't be suspicious of anything. Finally, there seemed to be some results as the wound was slowly healing, but it was at a rate that was far too slow, and soon Peter didn't have the energy to eat anymore, bringing the healing to a complete halt. "No, Peter, we aren't going through this again," Quinn shouted. Back outside the ship, many of the cursed were busy talking to each other, talking about what had just occurred. Why did they have to go that far? And why aren't they doing anything to help us? The cursed members were talking amongst themselves. She clearly knew the wound wouldn't heal, just like how Helen's hadn't. What Lucy had done was basically a death sentence. They were wondering if it was a message. On the other side, Layla was having similar thoughts. She didn't think her mother was a killer and didn't understand why she had done what she had done. She wanted to ask but was too afraid. When looking at her mother, it was always hard to read her, which was strange. Ever since Layla had changed, she was able to see a smog of emotions depending how negative one's mood was. Everyone usually had a little bit of fog or smog above their heads. With her mother it was different. She couldn't see anything above her head. Does she really feel nothing after what she has done? You want to know why I did it, don't you? Lucy said. It was the only choice I had after receiving that punch. After seeing him regenerate, I thought he had a regenerative ability, which was why his raw attack power took me by surprise. A regular person with that low level of beast gear shouldn't have that much power. I thought it might have been chi at first, but I couldn't feel any of that coming from him. These guys, I don't know what they are, but they aren't ordinary. The only thing I can think of that they might be doing is altering humans. If that's the case, I can't let this faction get away with it. It seemed like the whole thing was a big misunderstanding. Usually, when two sides were fighting each other, both believed they were fighting for the right reasons, and it was the case with this as well. And what if I told you what I really was, Mother? Would I be something you had to deal with? Layla thought, saddened. Someone could be seen running over to the cursed faction platform, crossing the bridge that connected to them. It was a brown-haired beauty, who wore large round glasses and had her hair up in a ponytail. Wait, you're not part of the cursed faction. What are you doing here? A member asked. I was sent here by the Supreme Commander. He said your staff might not be enough. The woman replied. I have healing powers, but if that doesn't work, I'm a trained doctor as well. So I'm sure there's something I can do to help. A doctor from the military had been sent over to the other teams during the matches before, healing them all. But this was the first time they had seen this doctor. It made them a little suspicious. Let her in, Paul said. A command was given by one of the leaders, so the members made way, allowing her to pass through. I'll lead the way to the ship, so you can take a look at him, Paul said. The two of them were off and they were running as fast as they could. While doing so, the journey was completely silent, until Paul was the first one who had eventually broken it. I'm sorry I didn't say anything to you, Paul said. The doctor continued to run ahead with her head held down. You could have at least told me you were alive. That's all I wanted to know. I know, Paul replied. I'm sorry, Haley. I'm a horrible father. Haley was the school doctor at the 2nd military base. She had also been made one of the sergeants there as well, although many thought it was due to her special connections, as she had relations near the top, one of them being her father, the head general of the military base. One could imagine all the crazy thoughts that had gone through her head during the time of war. When she hadn't seen her father return, the rush of feelings she felt right now, seeing him completely fine, yet supposedly on the enemy side. It was conflicting. She didn't care what he was doing though. What had upset her more than anything was the fact that even though he was alive and well, she hadn't been informed of this. Why didn't you tell me you were okay? Do you know how much I worried about you? Haley asked. Paul wanted to see his daughter. He wanted to make sure she was okay more than anything in this silly war. He was sure she would be safe, as many of the higher-ranking officials in the military were protected. But due to his situation, he thought it would be best for him to distance himself from her. Pretend she never existed. The less relations and information the vampires knew about him, the less chance there was of any of his family and friends getting involved. When they finally arrived, Quinn was surprised to see the doctor from his school here, but he couldn't care about that now. His main concern was Peter. While Peter was getting healed, Quinn was wondering how he could have done things differently. Unlike before, he didn't interrupt this fight, but there were a couple reasons why he couldn't and hadn't. The first being even Quinn was overconfident about Peter's healing capabilities. If she had aimed for the head, he would have attempted something. The second reason was how sudden the attack was. The movement was too quick, and the duel had gone from a few scratches here and there to a whole arm being chopped off. Thankfully, Fex was quick to call the match off. wiping the sweat away from her forehead. It looked like Haley had done everything she could, using the tools from the medical bay. There was quite a lot of advanced equipment left on the ship that was never used by the others. The cursed faction had people with healing abilities, but no doctors on board. The wound was bandaged up. It was hard to tell if blood was still soaking through it or not, and Quinn was no doctor. My abilities helped a little, but I had to operate on it mainly. The problem is, in an open space like this in a non-sterile environment, there is a good chance the wound will become infected. Also, I don't think I will be able to get his arm back. That's not much of a problem, but is the wound healing? Quinn asked. Haley shook her head. It isn't healing, and if I had more time, we could cover it with artificial tissue and also probably get him a mechanical arm. But his regenerative abilities seemed to be blocked. Quinn, then tired to search for the chi inside Peter's body again. And there was still the strange energy felt around the wound. It didn't look like it would be healing anytime soon. Turning his head, Peter could see the concerned look Quinn had on his face. Hey, don't worry, Quinn. She said, I'll live, right? Just do me a favor. Go ahead and return the favor to that bitch, will ya? The others had been waiting outside for a pretty long time, but it was understandable after what had just happened, and there was only one fight remaining anyway. Finally, though, Quinn had returned from the ship and was ready for the duel. He walked across the bridge without saying anything. Paul followed behind, and so did Nate. Pure started to do the same with Lucy walking out the front, but then behind her, Layla had stumbled to the ground. What the hell? Ronnie complained. Are you that scared of him? What's wrong with you? Her whole body couldn't stop shaking. Even while she was on the floor, her knees were banging into each other as she walked, causing her to stumble. She was afraid, but it was because of all the dark smog she could see circulating around Quinn. At first she thought it was his shadow ability, but she soon realized that it was her own powers. She hadn't seen this amount of negativity smog around a person before. Is this it? Is this why Quinn kills my mother? She thought. Agent 5, Layla shouted out. You can make it so the person from before can heal again, right? You can make it so abilities will help the healing process. I can, Lucy replied. The reason Layla was asking this was because she wanted Quinn to hear the answer. Maybe if he knew that she could reverse whatever was happening to Peter, Quinn wouldn't kill her. Looking back at him, she could see that the smog had died down a little, and it looked like her plan had worked slightly. It was still there, but not as intense as it was before. I have to do this. For both of them. Layla reassured herself, standing on her 2 feet. They were still a little wobbly, but she could move forward. You won't have to get involved in the fight, Lucy said. Stay away from them the best you can. It was hard for Layla to know whether this was her mother speaking out of concern for her, or if she felt like she would only get in the way. Still, to find the truth, she needed her mother to come out of this alive at least. She went out and grabbed her hand. Mother, be careful, he's strong, Layla said. She knew she wasn't meant to call her mother in front of the others, but she felt like she had to. And at the same time, Lucy didn't seem to be rejecting her daughter's hand. Lucy then smiled before letting go. The match between Pure Group A and the Cursed Group A will now begin, Oscar shouted. What do you want us to do, Quinn? Nate asked. Quinn held out his hand, like he did at the start of the last match. Shadow lock activated. A shadow portal had opened behind Ronnie, and he was sucked into the shadow. The look on his face was one of confusion, as he was wondering why he had been picked. Then, Quinn moved his hand over to his 2 teammates. Shadow lock, open. The portal opened, and Ronnie caught himself, before he fell on the ground face first. Just make sure him and you 2 don't get involved in the fight, Quinn said, walking forward. I need to find something. Oh, I thought you would have attempted to use that strange skill on me, Lucy said. I was looking forward to breaking it down and showing everyone here that it was nothing to be frightened of. Layla was wondering what to do. Quinn had asked for the other 2 on his side not to get involved, and they currently had held Ronnie down on the floor. Nate was able to use his soul weapon to make his weight a ton, and now he was unable to move any part of his body. Still, trying to keep up the act, she drew her bow and was ready to fire at Quinn. Layla, Move to the side and stay there, Quinn commanded. To him, he was just saying simple words, but without realizing it, he had activated a true command, a leader's command. All of a sudden, Layla placed her bow down and was starting to move to the edge of the arena. Agent 100, what are you doing? Why are you listening to him? Lucy said. Layla was unsure herself, but her body was doing everything Quinn had just said. Unlike before when thinking about attacking Peter, there was no chance for her to put up any kind of resistance. A true command from the vampire leader and the person that turned her, Kez mumbled. Of course she can't disobey. Soon after, Quinn dashed forward and threw out a single punch. Lucy, being confident, went to strike it down with her sword, expecting Quinn to be straightforward. This blade will slice through your hand, just like it did to your friend, Lucy shouted. When the blade hit Quinn's hand, both of them had stopped mid-air and she could feel the strange force. I thought so. I knew you could use chi, Lucy shouted. Now tell me how you know. Quinn had no time for games, and he was hoping he could figure out just what she had done to Peter. However, something had appeared that would distract him from the fight. In front of his face, a notification screen appeared. Emergency quest. The 10th family is under attack. New quest revived. An unknown force has invaded the 10th family area. Do not lose more than 10% of your forces. What? The notification screen couldn't have appeared at a worse time for Quinn, and during his initial distraction. Lucy's blade was swung down in the perfect place, between the gap in his shoulder guard and neck. It got in a few inches deep, before Quinn used his flash step to get out of there and return to a position far enough where he could prepare. From here, if she tried to come in, he could move away as he still had the greater speed. -5 HP. 95/100 HP. Concentrating, Quinn was trying to see if he could see anything strange when searching for his chi. It was like he had expected. There was the strange force or energy that could be seen around the wound, just like with Peter, and similar to Peter, the wound wasn't healing. Tyrig to move his own chi to the wound. He tried to fight off whatever foreign force had entered his body and was stopping him from healing. However, just like with Peter, it was all useless. Other than moving it in place, he didn't really know what to do. Looking at his HP, another thought possibly had entered his head. It was a little bit of a waste to use it now, but he felt like finding a way to get rid of the current problem would help him out greatly in this fight. Consume blood bank, 10 milliliters, Quinn thought, like he usually did when activating his skills. Usually a sudden rush feeling in his body would run through it as the blood was consumed, and after the wound would heal. The initial rush feeling was felt in his body, but the normal HP notification never appeared. Instead, he had received another notification. Unable to heal using blood. Your thirst for blood is still satisfied. This confirmed it. The wounds that Quinn would usually inflict with his chi would slow down the healing process vampires had. But the wounds that Lucy inflicted weren't able to be healed at all. In this fight, Quinn wouldn't have his second chance. Now, he needed to decide how to approach this fight. The problem was, his mind was unfocused, for the sudden quest he had got only seconds ago. What was with that quest? What am I meant to do about the 10th family being attacked? Does this mean something is going on in the vampire world? The problem was, no matter what was going on, there wasn't really much Quinn could do about it at this point in time. The best thing to do was to ignore the quest, but he was finding that hard to do as a big percentage bar had appeared. It was at 100% at the moment, and while looking at it, it had already gone down by a single percent. You seemed confident before, and now you're just standing around doing nothing, Lucy shouted, and this time she came forward to attack. With the distance, there was more time for Quinn to react. It was easy for him to just move or run away around the area, but he had another goal in mind. He wanted to find out just what Lucy was doing differently with chi compared to him. He couldn't see or tell anything from a distance, so he thought he could do up close. Skill days activated. Skill days failed. He wasn't sure it would work against such a high-ranking member of Pure, since Daze's probability of working was dependent on his charm skill. Skills like this varied depending on the opponent's state of mind, but it was always worth a try. Shadow Rise. Lifting up the shadow, Quinn had stopped the sword from hitting him from his side. Or so he had thought. For the first time ever, the sword had ignored the shadow completely. When it touched the shadow, it split open, moving like clouds, and allowed for the sword to go right through. This had never happened before. The sword was still blocked by Quinn's gauntlets instead. The look on Lucy's face had slightly changed, as she wasn't expecting the attack to be blocked this time. He has incredibly strong chi, so I can only do this, she thought. Preparing for another strike, Lucy used her bare hand, placing her palm on Quinn's chest. At the same time, Quinn had his eyes on something flashing in the top right-hand corner. 8% of the 10th family has been lost. What's going on? Quinn was thinking this in more ways than one. From Lucy's hand, a strong force was felt. It was sudden and powerful, chucking him back and blasting him away. The pain was felt in an instant, and his armor was practically non-existent. 30 HP. 68/100 HP. Blood was dripping from Quinn's mouth, and the insides of his body were screaming with pain. That attack, it was like hammer strike but different. It seems like it was an internal strike, but there was no force or anything. Was it a pure attack using chi? From the sidelines, there were many people judging the fight. What is happening? Is Quinn losing the fight? Layla thought, watching from the sidelines. She had attempted to move, but still her body didn't want to listen to her. She thought that CIA's vision was to do with this moment. But with the way things were now, she didn't think that was possible. Quinn, is this really everything you got? I refuse to believe you escaped the Blades Island with this skill alone. Owen thought. Is Quinn going to lose? Megan asked. Do you really think so? Sam replied. To me it looks like Quinn has been distracted by something, and he hasn't even begun to show what he can actually do. The shadow didn't work for some reason, but that's okay. I have another way. I just need to find out what she's doing with her attacks. I thought if I took a few of them, then maybe I could have figured it out, but I haven't learnt anything, and the more attacks I take, the more dangerous this whole thing becomes. Due to the last attack being internal, Quinn was unsure how much damage was actually done. But as long as all his limbs were working, he would push through the pain and let his body work the way it always had done. I don't know if you're talented or untalented, Lucy said, unsure what his knowledge of chi was. He was either talented for having such a large amount of chi, or untalented because even though he knew how to use it, he was unable to progress to the second and third stage. Just as Quinn was about to make his next move, the annoying message throughout the fight had appeared again. Quest failed. More than 10% of forces have been lost. Looking at the bar now, it had reached 65% so quickly, the bar was still on screen as well. Quinn thought that maybe when the quest had failed, the bar would go away, allowing him to focus more, but it stayed there. Is it because the attack on the 10th family is still going on even now? Are the other vampires attacking the 10th? What about Aaron and Leo? Are they in danger? Too many questions were going through his mind at the moment. And he had even thought about summoning Leo to ask what was going on. But there was the chance he could be in the middle of a fight, and even if he saved Leo, what about Aaron? Only Leo was able to be summoned due to a special skill granted by the system, allowing him to call his vampire knights by his side. I need to find out what's going on. I need to finish this fight, and I need to save Peter. I have to end this fight, Quinn said out loud, and these words came as a shock to everyone. Particularly, they were surprising to the viewers online. Him ending this fight, how is he going to do that? It's clear that Pure can do something that is stopping him from using his shadow. Did you see his face? I don't think he's gotten one attack in yet. All he's done is dodge and run. Maybe it isn't a bluff. Remember, he still has the other two in the fight as well, and they haven't joined in. From underneath Quinn's 2 feet, shadow started to spread across the floor. As it came towards Lucy, she tried to stab it with her sword. The shadow spiraled around, moving out of the way, but only on the part where her sword had landed, and it continued to spread across the floor. When Lucy had attacked with her sword, although Quinn's shadow hadn't blocked the attack, it hadn't used up any of Quinn's MC points either. When blocking an attack with the shadow, depending on how strong the attack was, Quinn would lose MC points. The blade had gone through, but didn't use up any MC points, which meant rather than Lucy using a skill that allowed her to cut the shadows, it was one that forced it away. From the ground the shadow rose, and started to encase everyone on the field inside a dome made of shadows. This skill, it was what the kid had done at the intertournament as well, Oscar said, surprised. Back then they couldn't see anything Quinn had done, but when the dome fell, the winner was clear. Will this be a repeat of last time? We can't see anything if he does this, Void shouted, disappointed that the viewers and the footage they now would be getting was just a dark dome. We can't do anything about it, Bonnie said. Let's improvise and go around asking the others what they think is going on, and just who is going to win this thing. Inside the shadow dome itself, Quinn had now equipped the Emperor tear mask on his face. Oh, this dark dome and that mask has made you a little scarier, but it won't frighten me, Lucy said. It looks like I can't find out your secret, and I've run out of time, so I can only force you, Quinn said. While wearing the mask his voice was slightly altered, coming out deeper and more menacing. A design Alex had put in, copying what Logan had done when creating the last one. In here, I can hide my secrets from everyone outside. If there was one thing Lucy was being right now, it was cautious. There was a strange confidence that was filled in the boy, and she knew that he wouldn't be naive enough to act this way, if he truly didn't feel like he had something. Inside the dome itself was Layla, Lucy, and Quinn, while it had just cut off, blocking out Ronnie, Paul, and Nate, left on the outside. She was unaware if this was done on purpose or not, or if Quinn could even control the size of the dome around him. This was done, of course, to keep certain people out of the loop for what Quinn was about to do. Before Lucy knew it, Quinn was sinking into the ground itself. She looked around, trying to sense the chi energy from within him, to see if it was anywhere close by. If the boy plans to attack, I should be able to sense it just before. Yet, she could feel nothing, until the force she was expanding around her changed. It was like a ripple in a pond hitting her. All of a sudden, Quinn had appeared from an angle above. He was dropping down with an axe kick raised high with his foot reaching his head. It was too close, and the only thing she could do was block the attack with the hilt of her blade. The attack was strong, and Quinn had even used his own chi on top of his regular strength. The struggling face of Lucy said it all, as it changed into a smile, and it looked like she wasn't hurt at all. Quinn, not letting up and not letting him lose focus, Flash stepped behind her and started the regular hammer strike, rather than the blood hammer due to it taking too long. The fist was thrown and slammed into her back, but there was no movement on Lucy's end. She hadn't moved like a rock, and she seemed to be completely fine. Sinking into the shadow again, Quinn was wondering what had just happened. How is it her beats gear? But a hammer strike still should have had some type of effect on her. Quinn thought, you really don't know how to do anything other than basic chi. If you keep attacking like that, then you won't even be able to hurt me, Lucy shouted. It seemed like what she was saying was true, but Quinn hadn't even begun to show her everything that he could do. It was a last resort, but nothing else had worked so far. Using Shadow Hop, Quinn could move to anywhere inside the Shadow Dome. Appearing in one of her blind spots, Quinn threw out a blood swipe, a single one as a test, and when Lucy turned to block it with her sword, the two collided. Her hand was visibly shaking, and this didn't go unnoticed by Quinn. Seeing this, he shadow hoped to a different location and threw out more blood swipes. Lucy was no longer talking back and was focused on blocking each strike with her blade. Compared to the physical hits she had taken head-on before, none of the hits had gotten through, as her skill with the blade was excellent and the blade she was using was at the legendary level also. As she had gotten used to dealing with the blood swipes, a loud bang was heard and she had fallen down on one knee. Looking down, her knee was bleeding and a hole had been created. It looked like an object had pierced right through. 25/100 HP. Quinn had to be careful. Usually he could rely on the blood bank for extra HP, but at the moment, he was unable to heal from attacks that had been dealt from Lucy. He could still heal up health from the blood skills, but it was something that would be difficult to keep track of during the fight. When noticing Lucy was desperately blocking the attacks, he knew something was up. For some reason, the blood attacks she was unable to block like she could his physical attacks. When Lucy got comfortable blocking the blood swipes, that's when Quinn fired using his bloodshot. What are you? How can you have two abilities? Lucy shouted. I knew you had been experimenting on people, but I never knew you had gotten this far. Tell me who you are working under. Although she was on one knee, Quinn could tell Lucy was not out of the fight. She was waiting for him to get close. Throwing out 2 blood swipes and catching it with his shadow, Quinn had created the dual blood scythes. This way he could attack with great strength from a distance. Swinging out wide, he had great momentum. Lucy tried to move, and she did so quite well, picking herself up. A normal person who had their kneecap blown wouldn't have been able to move like her. Yet she could, but she only found herself running into the other scythe, swinging in the other direction. Lifting her sword, she allowed it to take most of the impact. The shockwaves and power was still sent through her body, and it sent her back into the other scythe behind, hitting the back of her armor. The Amor was strong and had taken a lot of the damage, but blood could still be seen flowing out of her mouth. When was the last time I was in a situation like this? Lucy thought. From the beginning I could have beaten you. I just wanted to find out how to save my friend. Now quit this match, and tell me what you did to Peter. While speaking these words, Quinn's eyes were glowing red. He had activated the influence skill and was hoping now she was more hurt, that it would work, but unfortunately, by the look on her face he knew that it had done nothing. Lucy smiled. You and all your people can rot in hell. Your friend will die, and you will suffer watching him. I know you're kind. Even if I saved your friend, you would either use me or kill me anyway. I'm telling you now, I will never be used again. Everything I do is for myself, and for a better future for the world. She gathered her strength to throw out a blood fist mouth full of spit on the floor, which landed in front of Quinn. He couldn't force Lucy to do his bidding with influence, and he couldn't threaten her with her life. What could he even do that would make her save Peter? Not being able to come up with anything just filled Quinn with more rage. Mask's active skill activated. Select an attribute to use adrenaline on. Strength attribute selected. Secret mask active skill has been activated. Rage active skill activated. Your next attack will be twice as strong. The mask on his face lit up, changing in color, and a red glow could be seen around it. It seemed to be feeding Quinn with a new energy in his body. Staying a distance away, still not getting close, Quinn prepared a blood hammer strike. He pounded his foot, stomping it into the ground, and snapped his fist back, before throwing out his right fist. He stepped forward, closing the distance, and threw his fist down towards Lucy's stomach. Let's see if you're really not afraid of death, Quinn shouted. Quinn, no please, Layla screamed from the sides, as she could see everything happening. It looked like what CIA had seen was coming true, even with her interference, even with her being in the duel. Was it really going to play out the same way? No, Layla wouldn't let that happen. When Quinn's fist had hit Lucy in the stomach, it almost felt like it had phased through until he had felt something solid. Then, he could see strange-looking ripples around his fist. What is this? Quinn thought. The sound of a body falling to the floor from his right side was heard, and he could see Layla lying on the floor in a pool of blood, where her stomach was a giant hole. After seeing Layla's body lying on the floor like that, Quinn didn't rush over. He wasn't filled with rage. Instead, his mind had gone completely blank. It was as if he didn't really understand what he was looking at, nor how something like this could have been possible. No, I gave her a command, didn't I? I told her not to get involved. So how did it become like this? Quinn was unaware of everything that Layla had done beforehand. Knowing that it was quite possible her mother would die in this fight, she needed to make sure that wouldn't happen, not just for herself but for Quinn as well. If Layla had to pick who she sided more in this fight, Quinn or her mother, it would have to be Quinn. Whenever she thought about this was what her mind wandered to. And at the end of the day, not only did Layla not want her mother to die, she also didn't want Quinn to become a large target of pure. He wasn't ready for that yet. Beforehand, when Layla had made her plea to her mother and gave her a warning, she had reached out and grabbed her hand. At that moment she had activated the skill spiritual partner. The skill, when activated, would allow Layla to choose what attacks she would take instead. Any damage that would be inflicted on Lucy would come back and be dealt to her. When Quinn started to get the upper hand in the fight, she had tried to activate the skill, but it hadn't worked. The skill wouldn't activate as something was stopping her, and Quinn's words would ring in her mind. Since the skill was activated on her mother before, she thought it would be okay, and since it was a skill that didn't do any damage to Quinn, nor really would change the fight, she thought that it would activate. But in her mind, she knew what she was doing. She knew it would be interfering with the match. That's when she started to wonder, how did Quinn's command actually work? There were limits to it, as she remembered that the council had told them they needed to keep an eye on Paul. Even if Quinn had ordered Paul not to tell anyone, it would only last so long, and when Quinn wasn't there he could speak to whoever he wished. This was what the council was worried about. There were a number of parameters that they still didn't understand about the skill. How long it would last, how detailed the instructions needed to be given, or if there was any workaround. Thinking about this, Layla started to focus her mind on some distant memories. Ever since she had been turned, in order to control her emotions, she had gotten good at picturing herself in certain situations. They had to feel realistic, feel like she was there. It was even easier to do when there were negative emotions around her, as their feelings would enter her, and at the time she had the perfect two people who were filled with negativity. Absorbing some of the smoke, memories started flooding in, and she began to picture herself in the past in different situations. She needed to make it so she was no longer there, with the fight still going on in front of her. After a good while, she had come up with a scenario in her head where she had to use the skill, but it had nothing to do with Quinn. The outside world no longer existed, and only the thoughts in her head seemed real. A glowing feeling was felt in her chest as her skill had been activated. Then when she opened her eyes and looked up, she had done so at the worst time. For Quinn was ready to deal a devastating blow to her mother, one with great power. "Quinn, no please," she shouted. The skill was already activated, and seeing the scene in front of her had changed nothing. The only thing she could do was absorb the rest of the smog, empowering herself. If she was going to take this blow, she needed to heal from it. With the smog of negative emotions, she started to partially evolve into her next form. But before she knew it, there was a large wound in her chest and she had fallen to the floor. While Quinn was standing there with a blank look on his face, not even running over to Layla, it was the perfect opportunity for Lucy to strike, but she hadn't done so. Instead, she tried to run over to Layla's side, but had fallen and stumbled. She was still hurt from the injuries that she had been dealt before. Internally she was hurt and her kneecap was busted. The shadow dome surrounding the two started to lower down, and the situation was being reached by the others. They could see Lucy hurt on the floor holding one knee, Quinn standing there with a blank look, and finally Layla in a pool of her own blood. "Quick!" Lucy shouted out. "The match is over. We lost. Someone just help my daughter." A sudden pain was felt around her chest as she shouted out those words. Uncontrollable tears started to flow down her face. The Pure members were stunned by this scene, as they had never seen Lucy ever act like this before. She was their cold-hearted leader who even treated her daughter like something that could be replaced at any time. In some cases she was treated harsher. Haley had returned from looking after Peter for a while, and she immediately dashed into the arena to have a look at Layla, who was on the floor. The wound was so large that the floor could be seen through the hole in her chest. "This doesn't look good. Part of the heart has been destroyed. But how the hell is she alive? Whatever the case is, she won't be alive for a lot longer if I don't do something about it." Haley got to work. It looked like the body had already been trying to heal itself beforehand. It was the only reason why she was still alive right now. However, her body could only do so much. Even with Haley's healing abilities and the body's natural regenerative abilities, they would be lucky to bring her back. "What's happening?" Lucy asked, choked up on tears. "She's dying quicker than I can heal her," Haley said. "I'm afraid. There's nothing I can do. It would be best if you could say your goodbyes to her now, while she can still hear your voice." Hearing this had just further put Quinn in a strange state of mind. "No, I did this to her. She had to have used her ability, right? Can't I do anything? Can't I save her like the others?" Unlike the time before, when someone was on the verge of death, Quinn could turn them to save them, but this wasn't the case this time. Snapping out of it, he rushed over to Layla's side. Her eyes were barely open and she could only see blurry figures above her. The first thing Quinn tried was giving her blood from his flask. "What are you doing?" Haley asked. "How is that meant to help?" "Just leave me alone," Quinn shouted. "I have to try something." Even though she wasn't a vampire and didn't need blood, he tried it anyway. There was no response. The next thing he did was make a cut on his hand and tried to feed her his blood. He didn't really know what his thoughts were behind this. Maybe he could have activated another blood ritual turning her into something else, or maybe his blood would empower her like it did with Peter. Still though, there was no response. The people watching from the sides thought it was a desperate act from a stranger to do something. They were unsure why he was even acting this way, when the girl wasn't even on his team. "Move, idiot," Lucy said, shoving past Quinn and falling to the floor on her knees. The tears were no longer dropping down the side of her cheeks. It was as if she had come to accept what was about to happen. "Good, it looks like you are still alive," Lucy said, brushing her to the side, and that's when she could see 2 small bumps on the top of her head. "I knew you were hiding something from me." She then placed both hands above the wound on her stomach and left them there. "You know, when you were born I hated you. I hated your guts because every time I looked at you, you reminded me of him. Oh, how much you had to take after him rather than me. I know I shouldn't have blamed you, an innocent child, for something he had done, but I couldn't help myself. When the organization asked for someone to volunteer to infiltrate the academy and use an ability, I chose you straight away. Why? Because I didn't want to see you ever again. But then, you came back to me for some stupid reason. Whenever you would go away, you would somehow come back into my life. You're such an idiot. It looks like you took after me in that aspect at least. Only now seeing you like this, I realized how much I care about you." Haley couldn't believe what was happening. But the color and the wound in her body was starting to close up. It was no short of a miracle. When she turned to look at Lucy to have a look at what she was doing, she could see her hands were changing by the second. The skin on her hands was becoming thinner, wrinklier, and her face and hair were aging by the second. In front of her very eyes she was turning into an old woman. "Do you know what chi is?" said Lucy. "It's life energy. Use it well." She lifted her hands off Layla's stomach as her body fell to the side, her heart no longer beating. Those who had watched everything on the platforms were left confused by the sequence of events that had unraveled. Whatever the case or actual outcome of the fight itself, they didn't think it would lead to this. One of the pure leaders was lying there on the floor, still, while another one, who they had just heard being called her daughter, was in a pool of her own blood barely clinging on to life. "An upset once again that has been hidden behind the shadows," Oscar said. "Not only that, but it seems like there is a greater story to all of this, something that we are unaware of completely," Mona added, seeing Quinn look uncomfortable about the whole thing happening. Void and Bonnie were unable to film the fight, but as soon as the shadow dome started to disappear, the camera was pointed right at the duel taking place once again. The viewers were in for a surprise as they saw Lucy looking defeated while Quinn stood there fine. When the dome fell, he also unequipped his equipment. He wasn't even sure if he had the will to fight at that moment if Lucy had tried to attack him. Then the viewers heard the great cry Lucy had done as she saw her daughter. "So the cursed faction, they won? Doesn't this mean they are the new era power? They will be invited over to the leaders' table with the others. I can't believe it. I put all my life savings on pure winning. How could they lose?" "Don't you think he went a bit far? He tried to kill the girl. He could have just beaten her. Maybe that's why she gave up. Did you see what happened at the end? Why did the woman turn into a granny? It looked like she's dead." Soon after the stream had ended there, and later on an announcement was to be made about the rest of the outcome. While things weren't very clear, Bonnie and Void thought this would be for the best. With the duel coming to an end, the place was cleared and the Pure members and Daisy members were told to stay on the planet to remain on standby. Later on they were to negotiate the terms and hand over everything that would now belong to the cursed faction. For the time being, the leaders and all the groups returned to their ship, and none of them were to leave. The original plan was to set a meeting inviting the new leader to the table to discuss plans on hunting the Des Moines tier beast. However, Quinn wasn't in the mood to talk at the moment, and they could see that by his actions that they had considered strange. Haley had confirmed the death of Lucy, and her body was handed over to the Pure group. On a ship there would usually be a place where one could store bodies, freezing them to preserve them for burying later. But when they tried to grab Layla as well, Quinn refused. He stated if anyone touched her, he would deal with all of them. They stayed back with no leaders, and most of them not being from Pure, they didn't care about her that much to get involved. He then grabbed Layla in both arms and began to move her while Haley followed. She wanted to make sure Layla was all okay. Quinn didn't quite know what happened, but he knew that her mother had given her life in order to save Layla, but they were unsure if that was enough. After some emergency treatment provided by Haley, she was placed on one of the medical beds next to Peter. The two of them lied down side by side, and Peter was being much more responsive, but he was still weak. No amount of food was allowing him to heal, but Haley said it didn't look like he would be dying soon either. It was clear he couldn't fight in the current condition he was in, and his arm was still missing as well. With Lucy gone, he was starting to wonder if he would ever find a way to get Peter back to normal. "Is she okay?" Quinn asked. "As a doctor, I have to tell you the truth. I know her mother has given up her life for her, but all she has done is give her more time. The wound won't close up, her heart is still partially beating, but if we try to put an artificial one in there to get a donor, I'm afraid it will put too much strain on her body and we will lose her. It's not something she can go through in the condition she is in." While looking at Quinn's saddened face and seeing him stare at Layla, a thought had come into Haley's mind. She knew she had seen something similar before. When she was working at the school, the two of them had come in and she thought they were both an item at the school. It was strange, seeing the two of them like this again. It was a small world. She wondered how these two came to be on opposite sides. She just wished the world didn't need to be this way. Footsteps could be heard coming up from behind, and when she turned around she was surprised to see that it was her father Paul. But he wasn't alone, and there was someone else with him, a young-looking female. "Haley, why don't you come with me? These two need to talk about something," Paul said, and the two of them were off. There was silence between the two of them, and Quinn didn't even look at Kaz but continued to stare at Layla. "What do you want? Have the vampires asked you to do something?" Quinn asked. Thinking about this, it also reminded Quinn of the strange quest he had gotten during the fight. He now had multiple things to worry about. In the vampire world, there is a leader who can probably heal them both. "I know the humans can't do anything, but I'm confident one of the vampires can," Kaz said. "And why should I trust you? Why would you choose to help me?" Quinn replied. "Quinn, I am not here to sabotage you. I am only here to keep an eye on you. Both of these two here are part of the vampire world as well. They will get treatment for being injured on this mission. I can tell they don't have time. Although I am a vampire under another family leader, right now my job from the king is to help you. Everything I do is for the vampires. And these two here are vampires." He didn't know if Kaz was a good actress, or if her words were genuine, but she was certainly very convincing about the whole thing. He didn't know what other choice he had. According to Haley, Layla would soon die and Peter was now unable to do anything. "Can I come with you?" Quinn asked. Kaz shook her head. "It's not that you can't, but I suggest that you don't. There are people who don't like that you are here in the first place. If you go, there is a good chance you won't make it back, or at least stop you from returning." When saying these words, she was wondering herself why she was telling Quinn this. But at the end of the day, she really was just following her orders as she was meant to. "Can you do me a favor when you get back?" Quinn asked. "Find out what happened to the 10th family and report back to me. Keep me updated." In the middle of the fight, the progress bar for the quest had stopped going down and had disappeared. Quinn was unsure what the number it had stopped at was. He was only sure that it wasn't 0, which meant they were still alive. At least some of them. His system also still stated that Leo was his selected vampire knight and could still summon him, so he could only assume Leo was okay. "I'll try," she replied. Bringing over the teleporter, Kaz held Layla carefully in both arms, while Peter steadied himself onto his 2 feet. The three of them went through, traveling to the vampire world. "I hope you can get better," Quinn said. With a little bit off his mind, there was finally something he could look at that had happened as soon as the match had ended. Quest complete. Become the new era power. Please select your reward. Quinn was expecting quite the reward from the quest since it was a major quest line, rather than an instant quest that would pop up when facing a tough opponent. When going up against Lucy, nothing had come up when using his inspect skill either. He suspected that this might have not been because the system didn't consider her strong enough, but just because it was already related to the main quest anyway of becoming a new power. It had been quite the journey taking planet after planet, but in the end it ended quicker than he imagined due to the duel. Not without its problems though. Please choose your quest reward. Instant level up. Evolution available. The first set of messages surprised Quinn. Rather than giving him multiple rewards or just a single big one, it was letting him choose. The first option, an instant level up, there was nothing else but that. A little disappointed, but the rewards for becoming one of the leaders at the leaders table would bear fruit soon, rather than in the system itself. And if Quinn thought about it a bit more, the instant level up quest would appear less and less as he got stronger. At the moment it felt like it was impossible for him to level up, and despite all the people he had met so far, he had not been given an instant level up quest. With this he would finally reach level 40, evolving into a vampire lord, which he was sure would have its own benefits. And he would have been one step closer to completing the quest of becoming a vampire leader. All that was left after that was to appoint another vampire knight. But then there was the second option. Unlock all skills of the shadow ability, level 8 and 7. He thought it might be easy choosing between the two, but the second one had certainly made things difficult. There was still one more skill to be unlocked at level 7, and he had no clue how many there were at level 8. Choosing this reward would unlock them all. Training the shadow to get enough skill points took a long time, and unlike the instant level up, there was hardly ever a quest that would allow him to unlock a skill. Yet, this was allowing him to unlock every skill. After thinking about it long and hard, Quinn had finally chosen one. New skill Shadow Sync unlocked. Similar to Shadow Hop, where the user is able to travel to anywhere the shadow they control is present. Shadow Sync allows one to do this with anything as long as the shadow is large enough. The larger the object is to be moved, and the greater the distance is, the more MC points will be consumed. Quinn had seen Arthur use this skill while fighting the vampire leaders. He had spread his shadow so it was spread on the whole battlefield floor, then used it to move the leaders away from battle, and even used it to redirect one of their attacks. When Arthur used it, the skill certainly seemed very handy, but Quinn and Arthur were two different people. Quinn was unable to spread his shadow on the floor that wide. He just didn't have enough MC points for that. If the skill took up more MC points on top of this, then that would be a problem. Like Shadow Hop, it was most likely a skill that could only be used with Shadow Void, when he would create the domes made of shadow. That was the last skill of the level 7, and finally he had leveled his ability to the last level, level 8. Level 8 Shadow Ability unlocked. Reward 60 MC points. You now have a total of 200 MC points. Just when Quinn was talking about the lack of MC points, he had received a nice surprise. However, he thought 200 must have been the difference between the Earth and Sun when comparing himself to Arthur. Skill unlocked Shadow Link. This skill allows the user to feel other shadow users no matter where they are as long as they are currently using the shadow ability. Requires no MC points to use, but must activate the skill. This is not a passive skill. Quinn could only guess that this was how Arthur had found out about him that time, which meant he was pretty sure what the next and final skill would be. New skill unlocked, Shadow to Shadow. Once a link has been made using Shadow Link, the user can use the skill Shadow to Shadow. This will allow the person to move and travel to the other person's shadow. This skill can only be used once a day. Obtaining these two skills, Quinn was understanding what Arthur had done that day. Quickly as a test, he decided to try to activate Shadow Link to see if there was anyone out there, or if he could even locate Arthur. Activating the Shadow Link skill was simple enough since the system did all the work for him, but he could feel nothing, and this was confirmed by the system message that had appeared. No shadow users found. Arthur must not be using his shadow right now. I guess it was true when he said that all shadow users had died out. although Quinn couldn't be completely sure as someone would have had to have been using the shadow ability at that very moment. Looking at all the skills and checking out the system, there really wasn't anything else. There were no more skills with his ability to unlock, but he was sure he had seen Arthur do some interesting things with the shadow other than the skills present. One of them was restoring Quinn's MC points, allowing him to consistently use his shadow. Perhaps this was something that Arthur had found out how to do himself. He had been alive for thousands of years after all. Now with the shadow ability completely unlocked, Quinn really only had to worry about two things: leveling up to evolve and increasing his MC points. The only current way he knew how was using Shadow Eater. Surely there has to be another way. In the middle of his thoughts, the door slid open again, and it was Linda who had appeared. She was surprised to see that both Peter and Layla were no longer in the medical bay, but she didn't dare ask. "Quinn, I have a message from the other leaders. They can't wait any longer and have said that it is time. It's time for the first meeting of the new leaders' table." His heart thumped a little louder than before hearing those words. It confirmed that Quinn had somehow, someway made it to this position. A position he could only dream of. He knew what questions they wanted to ask, but he had a few questions of his own as well. Before entering the meeting with the other powerhouses, Quinn was to choose two people to take in with him, and two only. This was the same for the others as well. They were usually there as advisors or future successors to the family. The other option was someone who was considered strong themselves. When deciding who to bring with him, Quinn's first choice was Sam. Although Quinn hadn't known Sam too long compared to some of the others, Quinn not only trusted him but Sam ran nearly everything that went on in the cursed ship. Quite frankly, without him, Quinn felt like his life on the cursed ship would have been 10 times harder. This was the obvious choice, but with the second person he was struggling. Usually with something like this, he would have liked to have taken one of his close friends. But where were they all? Logan was still pretending to work with Mona, Layla and Peter were now in the vampire world, and as for Vorden, well, he was now known as Syl, and although Quinn and Syl got on, it wasn't in the same way as with Vorden. Their connection didn't feel close at all. Finally there was Fex, but it felt strange to get him involved in a matter with humans. He never really seemed to have an interest in these types of things, and it felt like Fex was just there along for the ride, wishing to help Quinn wherever he could. In the end, Quinn had decided on bringing Paul along with him. Paul, being an ex-high-ranking general, would have been used to these things and knew what games they would play. On top of this, from time to time, Paul would share his wisdom. If he had completely disregarded the group, he could have chosen to say nothing, but he had chosen to help Quinn. The two of them were also vampires who had been turned by Quinn, so with him in his presence, something strange was unlikely to happen. The meeting was to take place outside. Their people remain on the ship. The ships themselves, including the ones belonging to Pure and Daisy, were all lined up in a circle shape, and when the current leaders of the world exited from their ships at the appointed time, they walked together with the two by their side towards the center. Quinn didn't recognize the ones that had been brought out with Mona and Owen, but he did recognize Duke by Oscar's side. The other one next to Oscar was a female. Just like before, when they had arrived in the center, Oscar placed his hands on the floor and created a round table. He then created seats for everyone there, while the two by each person's side would remain standing. I would like to announce that everyone sitting down at this moment is part of the new World Leaders table, and that we should welcome our newest member, Quinn Talon, Oscar announced. Claps from everyone at the table were made. It felt a little hollow and quiet, and the grand moment felt quite small. Usually a big deal like this would be televised and a ceremony would take place informing everyone, but it didn't change the fact that Quinn had made it. "First, I would like to talk about the outcome of the match," Oscar said. "Daisy has agreed to hand over everything to you. Resources, equipment, and their planets now belong to you, and they have disbanded. The same could be said for Pure, but we all know this isn't true in the first place. The Pure members that had come with their leader and managed to escape somehow, and it looks like they are no longer present on their occupied planets. However, those that lived in the shelters that weren't really part of Pure are still there. We have spoken to these instead, and they too have agreed to hand everything over to the Cursed faction with no trouble." Hearing this, Quinn was wondering what happened to CIA. Was she still on the ship with the other faction members? or had she returned with the Pure members from before? It was something he could go see after this meeting. As for the members themselves, Oscar continued, they are not slaves and we wish to correct our ways of the past. They will not be forced to work under you or join your group. They are free to do so if they wish, or are free to join any of the groups here at this table. However, to stop any more troubles occurring, groups will have to be under one of the leaders present at this table. I understand what you are saying, Quinn said. But don't you think it might cause a problem in the future? The group here today were separated by the cursed faction and we don't have the best of reputations at the moment. There is a good chance once they join one of the other groups, that they will attempt their revenge and take back their planets. It came as a nice surprise to everyone that Quinn had actually spoken up. This was fine to do as a leader at the table. It was meant to be a discussion in the first place. However, usually when a new person was in front of such great people that they had looked up to for years, they would be a little afraid to speak. Still, for some reason Quinn wasn't nervous. It felt like he had been in this situation multiple times before, and the Vampire Council table, the air felt a lot more heavier than this one. If they are to attempt something like that, then the respective leader will need to deal with them. This meeting and everything that's happening so far is a sign. A sign that the civil war is over, and things shall remain the way they are for now. The military is not in charge and has no rule over the others apart from its own people. Would it be better for the human race to come together as one force? Yes, I believe so. Is it possible? Perhaps, but not without more fighting, and right now we can't afford to carry on fighting with the enemy around the corner. Rather than one force, we would need to think of this as an alliance. It had to be thought of as this way, Quinn thought, especially since he knew what Owen's ultimate goal in all of this was, and if the Bree family had agreed to the military's ways of doing things, they wouldn't have parted ways either. Now before we move on to other topics, there are some concerning thoughts that we share as a group, Oscar continued. There is still a power that is not part of the alliance still out there, Pure. They have great strength and have announced to the world that their power comes from Chi. I was afraid that a lot of people would be swayed into joining them, but thankfully their loss seems to have hindered that a bit, but regardless they are a strong force. Now one of the concerns my people have brought to me is, they worry that you Quinn are working with Pure. There are multiple reasons for this, your strange actions and taking in the Pure girl you had hurt is one of them. It also doesn't sit well with me that one of my trusted men is now standing right by your side. I can't help but think he was forced to do so. They had invited Quinn to the leader's table, and then the first thing they had done was question him about his intentions. Quinn was a little frustrated about this, but worried he might say something wrong, allowed one of his men to do the speaking. Both of those are quite aggressive questions. Sam said, I thought we came here to be treated as another leader like the rest of you. We could ask all of you here incriminating questions as well. What was with the dungeon areas beneath the base? The experimentation rooms? Why did the Greylash family decide to strike first and start this war? And why are the Bree family hiding the fact that they have a device that is able to locate demon tier beasts, yet aren't sharing this with everyone? There was silence between everyone there, apart from Owen, who started to chuckle. Ha ha! So the cursed faction haven't just been dealing with me this whole time. Each one of the powers here had secrets of their own, and somehow the cursed group knew about them all. They had revealed things that the others had no clue about. If you want to ask if Paul is being forced to do this or not, you are free to ask him, Quinn said. But I want to tell you now. Many of the cursed faction is made up of people who have been pushed and bullied around their whole lives. We have crawled through far more than you know to get here, and now that we are here, we will not let that happen here either. As Quinn spoke those words, an intense pressure was felt off him, that all the others could feel. This is no normal child. Just what did he go through to be able to give off a presence like that? Oscar thought. Due to Quinn's young age and the inexperience of a new faction, Oscar and Mona had plans, thinking that maybe they could use the cursed faction in some way. Perhaps have something against them, an attempt to blackmail them to be used to force them to act. Oscar was originally planning to put pressure on Quinn, even if they didn't have a relationship with Pure. To prove to the others and the world, it would have been best if they two groups fought each other. However, it looked like Quinn and the people by his side weren't going to be so naive in this after all. They knew their position well now. If there was something they didn't like, or felt like they were being treated unfairly, they could very well be the catalyst to start a new war. Especially with the dangerous information they carried with each group. I expected there to be spies within my group, but I didn't expect for any to be from the cursed faction. Mona thought. The demon tier locating device was meant to be their trump card. Now that information had been revealed, if they chose to keep it hidden or deny it, the others would soon think that the Bree family were planning something. You're right, Oscar said. We really haven't been treating you fairly. Our time is short, but while you are here, is there anything you would like to know from us? Oscar asked. This wasn't just asked to make Quinn feel welcomed and make him feel a part of the group, but was also there to see what the cursed faction goal was. Oscar, having already worked with Mona, knew her ambitions pretty well. As for Owen, he was one covered in mystery, since he and the previous leader seemed to be nothing alike. But with the cursed faction, Oscar had no clue, but it was clear from his words that they were filled with anger. That boy has risen to this position, not because of skill, talent, and pure luck, but because he wanted to. He has clear intent. Oscar thought. As long as we are open about information with each other, I guess I should ask some things that will benefit all of us. Quinn said, have any of you been able to locate Richard Eno? Or is he possibly in one of your families? The others looked at each other for a second, as if they were trying to read their faces hoping to get an answer, but it seemed like no one was hiding anything. While asking questions, Quinn was also listening very carefully to each and every one of their heartbeats, to see if there was a slight change or response to his questioning. He wasn't sure if this would prove someone was hiding something, but it was a start. However, there seemed to be no reaction from anyone at the table. It appears no one has information on his whereabouts, Oscar replied. Even before Eno was a very secretive person, he would only meet the military on occasion to provide new information or technology and then disappear. He was a hard person to find before the civil wars and even harder to find now. Quinn waited to see if what Oscar had said was in line with what the others had to say, and it seemed to be the case. The question Quinn asked also didn't raise any suspicions, as they thought anyone who wanted to raise their group's strength would be looking to build a great relationship with the individual. Actually, I suggest once this whole thing is over we try to gather our resources and find him as soon as possible, Oscar added. I'm sure the Dalki have been watching us closely this whole time. If that is the case, once they find out the fighting has stopped, they will not allow us to recover and will attack. Eno was a man who gave us technology to fight the Dalki back. I'm sure he wishes for humanity's survival just as much as the rest of us. What Oscar had said made sense, but Quinn wasn't too sure if Richard Eno really was on humanity's side or not. And what of Jack Truedream? Quinn asked. Other than a grudge, Jack Truedream was another person that people were after. If someone controlled him, they could effectively control the other groups and people once again. No matter how horrible his personality, the public saw him the same way as the vampires saw the Punishers. Someone who could apply justice to those that did wrong. All we know is that Jack Truedream is missing after his city was destroyed. Although a lot of people are missing after that. The military's guess at the moment is it might have something to do with Pure. When Oscar said this, the heartbeats of the other two changed, but Quinn could guess why. They knew the real people behind the Truedream's mess, which was the Blade family. The other two thought the Bald family had captured Jack and were currently using him as a chained. However, Quinn knew this wasn't true. When rescuing Vorden, they had checked the other prisoners briefly, and at least while down there were no signs of Truedream. According to Syl, this was the case as well. As for thinking Pure had Jack, according to Layla, she hadn't seen him, which didn't rule out the possibility, but it was unlikely they had him as well. Just where the hell is that little rat? Quinn thought. Do you have any more questions? Duke asked, in an annoyed tone. Seeing a student of his rise to a position higher than himself annoyed him, but what was even more of an annoyance was the particular student in question as well. He was actually the one that had convinced Oscar greatly that Quinn was working with Pure, putting doubts in his heads. Quinn liked seeing Duke annoyed though. Yeah, I have another question. How's your arm doing? Quinn asked, He didn't let him reply though and moved on to the next real question. I wanted to ask you, when the war started or before the war started, did any of you have some unexplained deaths that happened suddenly? Now this was a question Oscar wasn't expecting and was wondering why Quinn was asking such a thing. It's hard to say, at the start of the war deaths happened frequently, also it's a shame to say, but those types of reports on individuals don't rise to the top. I just get numbers on a sheet of paper. Perhaps it's something each of us can look into, but it will have to be after the hunt. Can I ask why? Mona interrupted. Why are you interested in deaths that would have happened before the war? Quinn was actually asking because that was the mission he had been given by the king. To find out what had happened to the vampire spies on Earth that were within each group. He also felt like this incident might be linked to Eno and the others somehow as well. Still, Quinn didn't really know how to reply to this without sounding too suspicious, and Paul was the one that eventually answered. It's because our men were part of your group. Paul replied. We had people in each of the major factions and military, including myself, but we had lost contact with them all. We find it strange for this to all have happened at once. Coming from Paul, it sounded very believable, and Oscar looked a little upset, as if Paul's words stung him, finding out he was a double agent. The reason Paul decided to speak was because this was his main goal as well. If he had done well getting information about them for the council, then he could save his people. The king at least seemed to be a vampire of his word, but that didn't mean others would attempt to leave the humans in that crazy world alone. The longer time was spent here, the more chance his people had of dying. I think that is enough questions for today, Oscar said. We must move on to the main matter. Oscar went on to explain to everyone about the hunt for the demon tier beast. At the same time, he explained what would be done with the crystal to make things fair, adding Quinn as one of the code bearers to unlock the weapon once it was crafted. Quinn hadn't expected this to be their answer when splitting the rewards, but at the same time couldn't complain about it. So when does this hunt for the demon tier beast start? He asked. As soon as this meeting is over, Oscar replied. At a time before Quinn had been made one of the new leaders at the leader table. In the Beast Planet solar system, a particular planet located in the Bree family area was declared an orange portal planet. It had a couple of shelters that had been set up. In them, there were those from multiple different factions, and they all worked under the Bree family. The people there lived good lives and achieved great financial support from the Bree family. Due to it being classified as an orange planet, the main goal was to scout the remaining parts of the planet and report when new beasts were seen. Due to the planet belonging to the Bree family, although beast hunts did happen, if they found a high-tier beast, they were actually told to report back or capture if possible, rather than killing the beast. Both of these rewards would be substantial for completing them. This was one of the reasons the Bree family had quite a dedicated following of factions even outside of those directly in the Bree family. In the faction hall where one would take quests, there was often a tavern-like bar area where the travelers could drink food and eat, filling their belly before going off to battle or on a long journey. And in the faction hall there was a man sat on the table on his own doing just that. He brushed his long flowing blonde hair to the side as he picked up his drink and took a swig. At least this is one thing that hasn't changed in all these years, although it does taste watered down. Arthur, like a certain type of vampire, was able to change his hair as he wished. He worked hard at this. Before, when he was a human, his hair was blonde, but when turning into a vampire, his hair had turned jet black. After visiting an old friend, although he wasn't sure if it was right to call him that anymore, his friend was able to make it so Arthur could change his hair color. Arthur had been going to each of the orange portal and red portal planets in the Beast solar system, all in search for the first king, Eno. He wanted to ask so many questions after finding out the truth about what he had done. He also thought there was a chance that he might be aware of what had happened to his people. He was sure that some members of the council were behind it, but the problem was for the vampires to take out the Punishers, even with him gone. There had to be more than one leader behind the attack, and as strong as Arthur was, accusing certain vampires of such things would just cause a war between himself and them. Maybe I could take out half of them if it came to it. They do seem weaker than the vampires back then. I guess they don't fight as much. The problem is if the king gets involved, Arthur thought. Trying to think like Eno, Arthur thought rather than hide on the planets that are fully occupied, he would have created a research lab somewhere on a dangerous planet. Somewhere the humans refused to set foot on. Just like the training planet the vampires used. But he had no luck so far. There were no leads and he was just searching around aimlessly. He took a deep breath, and 5 other travelers came over to where he was sitting. "Sorry, this place is a little busy and full at the moment. Do you mind if our team take a seat?" It was a young boy with brown hair and green eyes. He had a shield on his back and a sword by his side. Although he was young, he was confident and his party behind him were as well. "I don't own the place, so you are free to sit where you wish," Arthur replied. The group sat down at the round table and ordered a few drinks. The young boy who seemed to be the leader had also ordered a 6th one, and when they arrived handed it over to Arthur. Thanks for letting us sit here," the young man said. The group was composed of an odd-looking frail old man in robes, a shorter stout man with a great beard with an axe, and an athletic female who wore light clothing but had no weapon on her. Then there was also another female who was dressed similar to her, but was a little gloomy and fragile. Through listening to their conversations, Arthur had learnt the young boy's name was Andy, and they seemed to be quite the experienced travelers with a lot of great achievements under their belt. "Okay, next one. A 3-spiked Dalkey or a demigod tier beast?" the ginger short man asked. They had been playing this game for a while now, comparing beasts' strong ranking figures and the Dalkey. On this one, the group seemed split and it was up to Andy to decide. "I have only seen the strength of a 1-spiked Dalkey in the war, so it's hard for me to really say," Andy replied. "We don't know how much in power they scale from each spike. Just pick one already, and stop being a sour plum. You're the deciding vote," one of the girls said. Looking in the corner of his eye, he decided to turn to the stranger. "I know, why don't we ask our guest? What do you think is stronger?" Andy asked. Other than the first drink that had been given to him, this was the first time they had spoken to him. Arthur thought this might happen, and he didn't mind speaking to them. He actually enjoyed others' company. The problem at the moment was the question they were asking him. "A Dalkey, that's that new alien race that came about while I was asleep. I wonder how strong they are," Arthur thought. Because of this, Arthur had to give a random answer. "The Dalkey would be my bet." 2 of the members broke out in cheers while the others started to moan. One of them being the short ginger man named Pike. "Arg, what would he know?" Pike said, annoyed. "We would need to ask someone who is a seasoned traveler. I bet this man has never even met even an emperor tier in his life." It was fine for the others to assume this, especially since Arthur was wearing no such beast gear and was in pretty plain clothing, apart from the large sword that was chained up on his back. "That sword must be for show," one of the girls said. "But he has such a big sword," the shy girl said while her face blushed bright red. "Now calm down, let's not all jump on our guest just because of an opinion," Andy said, smiling nervously. "We are quite competitive in this regard, especially since we have a lot of experience. Sorry about this." "A lot of experience is putting it lightly," Pike shouted as he threw his traveler tag and placed it on the table, proudly displaying the letter A. Looking round, Arthur could see each one of them had the A tag on them as well, but he had no clue what this meant. At first he thought they were just wearing it for decoration with the initial for their name. Now he realized how stupid he was being. "So you are telling me you guys are strong?" Arthur said, taking another chug of his beer. "Well, that's good to know. It would be a shame if such lively people like you were to die just trying to earn some gold. Your lives could end at any moment." Pike was getting annoyed by the way Arthur was speaking, as if he was an elder speaking to children, who even used the term gold. Pike himself was quite an old man, and he also didn't like the fact that there was no respect seen due to them being high-ranking travelers. "Wise words from nobody. What rank are you then, my dear friend? I would love to see it," Pike asked. Arthur, of course, had no clue what the ranks were even. He had been so busy searching for the first king. "What is the highest rank possible for a traveler?" Arthur asked. It was a strange question to ask, but Andy still answered it anyway. "Rank AAA," Andy replied. "Then I would be a triple A rank, maybe even beyond." There was silence as everyone was starting to wonder if this person was crazy or not. Beyond triple rank A would put him at the leader's level or even higher. If it was true, they would have known the person who they were all looking at. What made it even stranger was how straightforward Arthur sounded when speaking these words. As I thought, this person is a crazy fool, Pike said, giving up on trying to impress a nobody. What's your name? Andy asked, interested in the strange man. Arthur. I'm Andy. It's nice to meet you. Don't mind them. Trust me, they are great guys. I was wondering if you wanted to go out for a hunt with us? Old man Clinkers hasn't been feeling well, so we have been resting for the past few days, drinking ourselves in this tavern until he gets better. Of course, we need 5 people to go on a quest. Because of this, we have been a little bored these days. You wouldn't have to do much, we can take care of ourselves. Arthur thought about it for a while. It would be putting his own mission on hold, but he then realized he was in no rush. It didn't really matter how long this task would take him, and he would have to explore the planet anyway, so why not with a lively bunch? Sure. I look forward to working with you, said Arthur. Traveling with the travelers, Arthur remained at the back of the group, not really doing much as they encountered beasts along the way. The terrain they were traveling on was mostly filled with small shrubs and rivers that were long and winding. In the distance, large hills and mountains could be seen in all sorts of different shapes. Arthur could see that the travelers were skilled, as they had said. They certainly had backed up their words with their skills. Even when dealing with a group of advanced tier beasts, they were calm and had no trouble fighting them off. However, Arthur didn't do much as he was looking around for any clues or signs of the first king. His mind was always wondering about different things. However, the task was a large one and it was going to be difficult. Looking for a single man on a single planet was nearly an impossible task, and now he had to look for a man among multiple planets. Still, I have an infinite amount of time to do this. I'm probably the only person that can do this, Arthur thought. After having an encounter with the advanced tier beast, the group decided to rest up by the river on some boulders, where they could put down their supplies and take off their heavy equipment for a few seconds. Not all of them did this, and they took it in turns while keeping watch. The river was quite beautiful as a glowing, slightly red mist could be seen above it. Unsure where it was really coming from, the black-haired girl, who wore a headband on her head, was the healer of the group. Although she was shy when fighting, she wasn't shy to get involved, and knew the right place to be at the right time. Due to her ability, she was able to shoot it out like a beam at her allies, healing them while the fight was happening at the same time. Although the healing was less effective this way, now the fight was over, she was busy healing them directly using her hands. I knew that man would be useless, Pike said, annoyed, as he had gotten a big scratch on his shoulder from one of the beasts. He had attempted to get Arthur hurt, or to see his skill by fighting near him. Maybe if Arthur was in trouble, he could have even saved his life and look up to the man. But Arthur wasn't hurt once, and the beast took no interest in him at all. The truth was, the beast had looked at Arthur and had planned to attack him at one point. But a single look into Arthur's eyes and the beast wanted to submit there and then, do whatever this foul creature wished. But Arthur looked away and the beast felt like it had gotten off lightly. Maybe a triple A rank doesn't need to get involved with such low beasts like this, the feisty girl who went by the name Priya said. He is our guest, Andy replied. We just invited him along, so we could actually go hunting for once. We should be thankful. Is that why we haven't been going into the unknown areas? Priya asked. We haven't hunted here before, but we have hunted in this area. It's not really the best for making money. Andy was unsure if Arthur was bluffing or not about his strength. At the moment he hadn't seen him do anything. So going into the unknown, unexplored areas with one person less would be quite troublesome. Can you do some ranged attacks, Arthur? Andy asked. Arthur then turned to look at one of the larger rocks that wasn't too far away, without the others seeing. He also had grabbed a few stones from the floor. Bang, bang, bang. When looking at the boulder, small holes could be seen going right through them. It was as if someone had picked up a gun and shot right into it. Nice, Andy said with his thumb up. Who knew you had a ranged ability? With that, it will help our team composition greatly. You're telling me he could have helped the whole time but had chosen not to? Pike said, gripping his axe in anger. What Arthur had done wasn't an ability at all. He had just picked up a few stones from the floor and threw them over to the rock. He thought this would be enough to impress them for now. When the group was off again, Arthur decided to pick up some more rocks from the ground. While walking, they decided to walk along the river. They could see up ahead it was thinner, then they could finally go over to the other side, which was part of the unexplored area. As long as they stayed near the river, it shouldn't have been too much trouble. There's something not right, Andy thought. If his ability is a ranged one, then why does he carry a giant chained sword on his back? Still, he could tell Arthur wasn't a bad person, so they continued to travel along the river. Something's coming, Arthur said, as he heard and could feel the vibrations from the floor. Ha! Is this some sixth sense that only AAA rank travelers have? Pike said at that moment from the river they were walking nearby. A large wave was made, causing the water to wash up on the land. Out from the river, a large muscular sea creature could be seen. It was one with a large thick body, upper chest, and had several spikes running down its spine. Its scales were blue in color and the top of its head was shaped like a trident. When it stepped out of the river, its webbed feet could be seen. Soon, it had opened its mouth and fired out a hydro pump full of water towards Pike. It was a strong, powerful single stream. The attack was fast, but Andy had heeded Arthur's warning unlike the rest of them, and managed to block the attack with his shield, getting in between Pike. The force was strong, and while the attack was being blocked, the others started to move in. Careful. It's at least a humanoid king-tier elemental beast, Andy said, judging by the strength of its attack. Seeing Piria coming forward from above, the fish creature quickly looked up and was ready to fire another hydro pump towards her. She was still in the air and could see the bubbles forming in its mouth. Wait! It can fire another one that fast, she said, wondering how she could move while in the middle of the air. Bang! Another loud explosion was heard, and the bubbles had stopped forming in the beast's mouth. When Piria looked at the beast, she could see its eyes were dead and it was unmoving. Still, she pulled out her dagger and proceeded to stab the beast on the top of its head and fell to the floor with it. Quickly, let's see if she's okay, Andy ordered, and the rest went over. When they arrived, the beast was dead, and Priya's blade could be seen in its head. Piria, good job, you managed to kill the thing in one go, Pike said, giving her a pat on her back. Yeah, Priya replied slowly. However, she was sure of it. The beast had died before she had even stabbed it in its head. When inspecting the beast, Andy was trying to help get the beast crystal from the beast's body. That's when he also noticed a small hole in the side of its head. Where did this come from? Then something hit him. But how and when? Looking back towards Arthur, he seemed disinterested and didn't even care about the crystal in the beast. Damn, Arthur thought. I was just trying to hurt the beast to stop it from doing its silly attack. Who would have thought it would die from throwing a stone? Are these stones made from diamonds? Slowly the team was starting to realize that maybe Arthur wasn't lying about his rank after all. Continuing his travels with the group, Arthur started to participate more and more when beasts would appear. He was getting the hang of his strength, so an incident like the first time wouldn't happen again. Part of the problem was the density of the rocks themselves that were from the planet. Of course, the material and density differed based on what one's planet was, so it would take him a while to get used to his strength when throwing them. Now, he was no longer killing beasts with a single hit with the stones. Travelers like these needed to get used to fighting in order to grow. It would be wrong of him to deal with the beast single-handedly. Besides, the group didn't seem like the type to do that. Even if Arthur told them he could defeat beasts like these with such ease, they wouldn't have wanted him to anyway. The group were starting to grow on him a little as he found their arguments humored him, and even Pike was starting to see Arthur as a valuable asset with his stone-throwing ability. Once again, after an encounter with another group of beasts, they were resting while the black-haired traveler girl was healing them. Sitting down, the black-haired girl had approached him, offering a small orange pill. It's okay, Arthur said, rejecting the kind offer. I can go for a long time without food. I don't like those types of things. Unsure what it was or how it would affect him, Arthur wouldn't just eat random things created in this day and age. A vampire's stomach was often delicate when it came to these types of things. After years of being a vampire, Arthur longed to try to find food that would satisfy him compared to when he was a human, and he had run into a few difficult times in the past. The short story, Vampire Diarrhea, was not the best. "Okay, let's do it," Andy said with a cheerful voice. "We've seen Arthur's strength, and I think he might be better as a team than when we are with the old man. Although don't tell him that. The old man might never travel with us again." "You mean, you think we can go exploring the new area?" Piria said with excitement. "I was getting tired of fighting the same beasts over and over again. Besides, that's where the real treasures are." Along with them, Pike was carrying a small rucksack, which would expand in size when placed on the ground. When it opened up, it would show all types of different equipment. These were different types of tools that were meant for capturing a beast rather than killing it. "As long as Arthur is okay with it, then I see no problem." When Andy said these words, he looked towards Arthur with his innocent young face and puppy dog eyes. "Sure," Arthur replied. Honestly, with so little people to protect, Arthur didn't see it as a problem. If there was a strong beast to arrive, he could deal with them. As long as they didn't run into a demon-tier beast of some sort. Maybe he would have searched to try and fight such strong beasts like these travelers when he was younger. But the days of testing his strength against strong foes were over. When giving his reply, the group looked happy and excited, filled with energy. Seeing the smiles on their faces, he started to wonder what life as a traveler would be like. When he was a human, from a young age he had been told he was destined to become king. He looked after people but went out on adventures helping the people. Then, when he became head of the Punishers, his job was a strict one. There was no longer the time to go out on an adventure. He had spent his whole life protecting and upholding the law. So much time, so much life flashed before his eyes. Friends were made, friends were lost. He had even seen someone from the young age of a baby grow up, grow old and die before he did. His life would continue to live on seeing everyone he cared about pass on. In the end, he had gotten sick of this and chose to go into an eternal slumber. "Come on, are you ready?" Andy asked. They all were now standing up, with some strange-looking items attached around their waists and on their back. Crossing the small part of the river, they had placed some levitating platforms that they were able to jump across. The person at the end would have to pick them up, though, as they carried on moving forward. Technology sure had come a far way. Even though the vampires were more advanced in their tech, Arthur was sure the humans would always catch up one day, innovating as their population grew. When reaching the other side, they were now in a new land, a new area that was expected to be full of different types of beasts. They walked and explored for a while, but it wasn't what they had expected. Unlike on the other side of the river, they hadn't encountered a single beast yet. So to kill the time, the others wanted to make some conversation. "So Arthur, what's with the big sword on your back?" Piria asked. "You're a ranged user, right? So why have a sword and why is it chained up? You won't be able to cut anything with that thing?" Arthur grabbed the hilt of the sword on his back for a few seconds, before taking it off his back and swinging it forward with a single hand. The sheer size and weight of the thing, just carrying it with one hand, looked like it would snap someone's wrist. Well, I'm not really skilled with the sword, so I don't like to use it too much. As for the chains, if you ever saw me unwrap the chains on this thing, then you should probably start running." The others chuckled a little bit, but it was a bit of a nervous laughter from some. They realized that after traveling with Arthur, he joked a lot, but when he was serious he said things seriously, and this time, just like the other times, he had spoken the words without smiling or laughing. "And if I was to ask what tier that weapon that was, you would tell me it was a demon tier, correct?" Pike said sarcastically. "Of course not," Arthur smiled, putting the large sword back on his back. "This isn't even a beast weapon. If you tried using this thing to cut up those beasts back there, you wouldn't do much to them." With this statement contradicting his last one, the others felt a lot more at ease about the weapon. Still walking through the new lands, they no longer saw any rivers but still had run into no beasts. So they decided that they would head to the closest mountain, and when they reached there they would rest before turning back. They had already spent a lot of time finding nothing, and maybe it was time to choose a different area. When approaching the mountain, leading the front was Piria, and when she turned round one of the corners, she immediately turned back, placing her back against the mountain wall. Her eyes were enlarged, and she looked like she had just woken up from a nightmare. "Priya, what did you see?" Andy said, rushing over. Not even wanting to make a sound, Piria placed her finger on her lips and pulled him over to the side. She waited for the rest to reach her possessions, and when they did, they all peeked around the corner and they could see it. A great grand fortress had been built at the base of the mountain. However, it wasn't just any regular fortress. The material that had been used was a hard black substance. The surfaces were uneven and had several bumps and spikes sticking out, yet they still were able to build structures such as towers and even had a large gate out the front. It looks like a vampire base. Arthur's first thought was, judging by the materials used. Although they were a little rough, similar to how the old ways vampires used to build their castles from the black material. Nowadays they had discovered a technique to smooth out the material and could build structures just as well as they could with brick and glass. At least from what Arthur had seen on his latest visit to the vampire's base. Have I finally found a vampire base outside of the vampire establishment? Is this where Eno is hiding? He never thought he would find something so soon. But then, the words from one of the others had changed his train of thought. "It's a Dalki fortress," Andy said. "We have to return, we have to inform everyone on this planet that the Dalki have already established a fortress here, otherwise, everyone could die." That's when Arthur could see what they were talking about. On the gate walls, he could see large figures, human-looking almost giant-like. However, they were far larger and muscular than humans, and the features of their faces and arms were almost beast-like. This belongs to those that are called the Dalki, and not the vampires? Why does their architecture look so similar to the old way of the vampires? Arthur thought, confused. "Well, I never thought we would have visitors." A deep snarled voice from behind was heard. It was hard to make out what the words actually were. Turning their heads they could see it. There was a Dalki standing right behind them, towering over. It smiled and showed its sharp teeth. At the back of the group was the shy black-haired healer. Out of fear she closed her eyes and was about to yell. Jumping in front of her, Andy had his shield held up and ready. "Don't scream," Andy said. "If there's just one, we might be able to deal with it." Soon after saying those words, the Dalki swung its arm, and the shield was destroyed, falling to the floor. It was sliced in half. His hopes of possibly getting out of this situation alive was suddenly lost. "We're dead. We're all dead," Andy said, shaking and sweating nervously. Pike and Piria were too afraid to even jump in like Andy had just done, and were frozen with fear. "This is boring. I thought you would at least provide some entertainment." The Dalki spoke, raising its hand to throw another strike towards the couple. With its hand swinging and its strong claws, it should have been over for them. But they could see Arthur's long blonde hair in front of them. It started to change and blacken in color in front of their eyes. "Am I dreaming?" Andy said, falling to his knees full of tears. Arthur, with a single hand, was holding the Dalkis by the wrist, having stopped the attack. "I kind of like these guys, so do you mind leaving them alone?" Arthur said. "What's happening right now? I've squashed bugs like this in the war before. So then why can't I move my hand against this guy?" The Dalki thought. It tried to summon all its strength, but the human in front of him had a tight grip held on his wrist. It wouldn't even budge. This was something the Dalki had never felt before. With Arthur's right hand, he threw the stones right into the Dalki's chest where the heart would be. 3 bangs were heard firing off like bullets, and crumbles were seen falling from the Dalki's chest. "Damn it, even Arthur's ability can't do anything," Pike said, hoping for a second that maybe Arthur being a triple or rank traveler was true. But of course it couldn't be. "Wow, you're the first person to survive my new stone flick technique," Arthur said as he started to chuckle at his own humor. Although the others behind weren't laughing. How could they when their deaths would soon be upon them? How can he be so calm? And why hasn't the Dalki flinged him away yet? Andy thought. What was worrying him most was the number of spikes on the Dalki's back. As they were a group of rank adventurers, they should have been able to deal with at least 1 spiked Dalki but not 2. and if they didn't take care of this one fast, then soon more would come. On his body, the Dalki was wearing beast gear. Although the Dalki were known for wearing beast gear, it was found out that they were unable to activate beast gear, meaning the extra power boost humans felt when wearing such items, as well as the active skills, were not possible for the Dalki. So they only wore beast gear as a form of protection. You blocked my stones. Now let's see how well you block this. Moving the Dalki, leading it by the wrist, Arthur made it so the Dalki's back was now facing the mountain. Then, not holding back, he threw out his other fist at full strength, hitting it in the stomach. The Dalki was far too tall for Arthur to hit it in its head, but it didn't matter, for the Dalki was slammed into the mountain, and he had gone in a few inches deep, creating a large crater behind it. Soon, it started to cough out green blood, and it appeared to still be alive. I guess I was right about what is stronger, a 3-spiked Dalki or a demigod tier beast, Arthur said, impressed. What are you doing, Arthur? Andy shouted. You have to kill it now, while it's still weak. Arthur looked puzzled by Andy's words. What did he mean, while it's still weak? It had just been injured, so surely it wouldn't suddenly get any stronger. Not knowing information about the Dalki was a mistake on Arthur's behalf. As he turned his head to look back at the Dalki in the mountain wall, it was no longer there, and instead a fist was pounded in his face, sending him flying away. No! Priya screamed. Arthur. He let his guard down. He was our only hope. Seeing a man who wore next to no beast gear get hit like that, no one thought he would have survived. It's a shame the interesting one had to disappear so fast like that, the Dalki said, while blood continued to drip from its mouth. Took a step forward, and suddenly, it felt its legs sink into something, and it had fallen into the ground. All the Dalki could see as it looked beneath it were shadows. What happened? Priya asked. The Dalki was in front of us, and now it's gone. Soon after, they saw an object fly past and slam into the mountain once again. When the dust settled, they could see someone walking in the direction from where Arthur had been hit, and it was none other than Arthur himself. In his 2 hands he was holding onto the Dalki's hands. They had been torn off from the Dalki's body. That freaking hurt, Arthur said, although he looked fine walking forward. Shadow sink. Once again, a shadow appeared beneath the Dalki's feet, and a shadow appeared above Arthur's head, dropping the Dalki onto the floor. With its arm missing, it was still alive. As it fell, it tried to kick Arthur, but he was too fast and avoided the attack. After jumping up, he was now higher than the Dalki. Slamming his foot between the neck and head, the 2 of them came crashing down onto the floor, and a round object could be seen rolling to the others. The Dalki, the 2-spiked Dalki, was killed, Pike said, stabbing the head with his spear to make sure it really was dead. He quickly took a step back, just in case the head somehow would attack him. Green blood had been spilled all over the floor and the area they were fighting in, but not only that, a small amount had also gotten on his sword on his back. It started to shake slightly as if it was alive. This blood works as well? Arthur said. I made a promise not to harm humans with it, but maybe I could use this instead. While everyone was busy celebrating, Andy had a concerned look on his face. He quickly picked himself up and went to look at the fortress, and it was as he feared. The guards on the gate wall seemed to be discussing something, and a few of them seemed to already be moving towards them. How many of them are in the fortress? Arthur asked. I don't know, the fortress isn't too big, so maybe around 15 of them. Andy replied. We have to hurry back to the shelter and ask the Bree family for help. We can't deal with all of these on our own. Otherwise, everyone could die. 15, if they're all as strong as this guy, they could be trouble, although it seems like the single-spiked ones are more common among them. Besides, maybe I should play it safe and use this. Taking the sword off his back, the chains started to unravel from his sword and fell to the floor, which later went into a strange shadow. Soon, shadow appeared all over Arthur's body, and when it disappeared, a red and black armor could be seen in its place. Remember what I said about when the chains come off this thing? You can't be serious, Pike shouted. You'll die if we leave you. If you stay, you will die, Arthur replied. He proceeded to stab the Dalki's body underneath him with his sword. Soon the center of the sword slowly started to light up with the green blood, as if the weapon was consuming it. Listen to him. I'm sure Arthur has a plan to escape, Andy said, as he dashed off in front of the others, and soon they followed. Andy wasn't basing this off nothing. He had seen Arthur use the strange shadow ability on the Dalki to defeat it, and seeing what it could do, he was wondering if Arthur was just planning to hold them back and escape later. I promise, Arthur, we will report this, and come back for you as soon as possible, Andy thought, running as fast as he could. When Arthur's sword was finally energized, it was ready. It's been a long time since I've had to use you. Andy with the rest of his group had arrived back at the shelter as fast as they could. They were huffing and panting, and felt like they would soon pass out from the lack of oxygen in their bodies. Still, Andy had pressed on more than the others, using every last bit of strength he had in his body as if his life depended on it. Of course, the whole group had urgent news to bear to those that were in charge. Due to their high status as a traveler party, those in the shelter were keen to listen to their group and what they had to say. Andy and the others had come back multiple times with new captured beasts and information of new areas. They had become quite well known. There weren't many solo traveler groups that didn't belong to a faction that was as high-ranking as they were. Of course, all this meant was the information they were giving now was reliable. At every shelter that was owned under the Bree family, a small token of direct Bree family members would be left behind. These were the ones in charge of the shelter. After receiving the information, a bulky man by the name of Max was more than worried. He was biting the top of his thumbnail, thinking what the next best course of action was. This had to have happened at the worst time, Max complained. In his hand he had a tablet of some sort, and it looked like he was trying to get in contact with someone from the upper Bree family. But there was no luck or answer. Mona and the others are away on an important matter. I can try to get in touch with her and leave a message, but I don't think they will answer soon. Please, our friend Arthur, he was still left behind, Andy pleaded. Can't we send a group from here to go check the place out? We mustn't panic the others, Max said. It was a simple mistake. We didn't know this planet belonged to the Dalki. We also don't want to panic the people. I think it would be best if we have a look at their forces, then try to negotiate getting everyone safely off this planet. Remember, we are still in a treaty with the Dalki, so they will more than likely comply. As for your friend, you said he had been discovered, that you had already come into contact with one of the Dalki. If he has killed one of them, then I can't see them letting him get away. Even if he is still alive, to settle this matter they would want to use him. The best thing to do is prepare for the worst. It is most likely he has left us. But his sacrifice might have not just saved your lives, but everyone at this shelter. Although Andy knew the chances were slim, it still wasn't zero. Just as Max had said, he had invited a couple of Bree family members along with a scout team. These people had abilities that were used for sneaking about, super hearing, invisibility, silent sound, and so on. Their goal was to see how strong the Dalki forces were. After contacting Mona, they would return with a force of equal strength and negotiate with the Dalki fortress. As the Dalki weren't the best when needing to talk to them, so at times they needed to be prepared for anything. In the past, when all the groups were one, this would be reported to the military and they would send out a communication request with the Dalki themselves, but now with everyone separate things were a bit hectic. While the rest of Andy's group stayed behind, Andy himself insisted on going with them. Arthur had saved his life and those of his friends. The least he could do was bring back his body to them. Arthur was strong and maybe he wasn't bragging about his strength, but to take on all the Dalki it seemed impossible. He just hoped that he had some sort of plan to escape. Traveling using vehicles until they reached the river, they soon descended and started to make their way to the mountain. Thanks to Andy, it was quicker for them to locate the exact spot where the Dalki fortress was seen. Those that didn't have the best of abilities to keep them undercover waited a distance away from the mountain, while two men went in with invisibility abilities. After waiting a short while they had returned. Although when walking back they looked calm, not what someone would expect after seeing the greatest enemy of mankind. But at the same time, they had the look of disbelief on their faces. Is it really a Dalki shelter like Andy reported? Max asked. The two men nodded, but looked at each other. But sir, there's more, it's too hard to explain. I think you should come have a look yourself. Is it safe for us to do that? Max asked, starting to feel confused by the whole thing. After confirmation it was safe for them to move on, they did so, still a little cautious of anything up ahead. Then they had finally reached the point of where Andy had left Arthur. No longer crouching, Max was standing tall. He continued to move forward slowly, placing one foot in front of the other, in disbelief at what he was seeing. His mouth left wide open. What is all this? What happened here? Max asked. Standing in the middle, there were body parts, huge amounts of green blood all over the floor, but they weren't body parts of a human. They were all from the Dalki. Looking down at his feet, Max was in a large crater, where it looked like a Dalki's organs had been ruptured by something as guts were left hanging on the floor. Did Arthur manage to do all this? One person? Andy thought as he gulped. He couldn't imagine someone with this huge amount of sheer power. The Dalkis that were on the floor looked to be one-spiked Dalkis. There were around 7 of them dead. At least putting the body parts together, it was how many they could find. Soon after they decided to continue moving on forward, and that's when they had set eyes on the fortress. Seriously? Andy thought. Even the strong standing fortress was no longer the same. Not as menacing as it once was, as the towers were destroyed and the gate had been bashed in. As they got closer, Katushin started to go out the window. It was clear whatever had come here had killed every single last Dalki. And it was true. All the Dalkis in the fortress were found dead, including another 2-spiked Dalki. Are you telling me the truth, Andy? When you left your friend, he was the only person here? Max asked. Yes, we were fighting with one of the Dalkis and he had managed to defeat it, but even Andy wasn't sure if Arthur was capable of such a thing. The 2-spiked Dalki he thought was strong, and Arthur hadn't completely overwhelmed him. Although there was a difference. Arthur had unchained that strange sword when he knew more were coming. Had he gotten that much stronger from using the strange sword? Was that what had done all of this damage? We need to run an investigation, Max said. Find out if there was anyone else involved in this. I can't believe this is one person's work. Also make sure the travelers only hunt in the safe zones near the shelter from now on. There is always the chance that the Dalki could have set up multiple fortresses on this planet if they deem it worthy enough for them. Another person? No, after looking at the scene himself, Andy could see all of these had been killed in a similar way. He was sure that all of this was the doing of one person. An unknown who was beyond the ranking of a AAA. Looks like you were telling the truth after all. One would think that getting rid of a Dalki fortress was a good thing, but when humans would see one they were to not attack at all costs. They were meant to report back. Half of the beast solar system had already been conquered by the Dalki, and there were a few planets left that had been conquered by neither. Of course, without knowing what the other side was doing, it was hard to tell which unclaimed planets had now been claimed, and at times this could cause confrontation. Small scuffles here and there from both sides were fine. However, this was different. Not once before had an entire fortress like this been destroyed. Max was sure that the Dalki would get wind of this, and when they did, they could very well use this as an excuse to start the war. This was why he was adamant on trying to find out just who, which faction or person, was stupid enough to get rid of a Dalki fortress. It was a scorching hot day on one of the beast planets in the solar system, but it usually was, as this planet seemed to have only 4 different types of weather. Hot, very hot, heavy rain, or hot and raining. The shelter was placed in the center of a jungle and surrounded by large towering trees. But this wasn't like a regular shelter. They were able to make use of the large trees, creating platforms filled with houses and shops high up off the ground. Connecting each of these platforms they used bridges. Leading all of this was a middle-aged woman named Ruby. She was currently staying at the highest platform, which allowed her to look down at the whole shelter. Originally, the planet was classified as an orange portal planet, but later turned into a red one. The people there thought they had been abandoned by the military. However, since the start of the Civil War, portal use had been unregulated and there had been more visitors. Before their welcoming would be, well, unwelcoming. Anyone who appeared would be greeted by an army full of spears. But then, there were those that appeared that looked frightened, hurt and injured from the war. Seeing people like this, they couldn't help but allow them to stay at the shelter. So since then, the shelter had been growing day by day, and this was what Ruby was looking at from below. The improvements made by the shelter. They would have been considered a Tier 5 shelter before. The bottom of the barrel, but now with all the improvements they were quickly improving and it looked like they would soon reach the 3rd tier. They were certainly now big enough to be considered a 2nd tier shelter. The only thing that was letting them down was their current equipment and technology used in the shelter itself. They only had old equipment left behind, or what they could make from scratch. Not opening up to the other planets, they were unable to trade with other shelters. However, Ruby was not to do this, until she consulted with a particular person. Turning around, she walked towards a large building that had been built on the platform she was standing on. It was the only building on the platform, and basking in the sunlight was a figure standing tall just in front of it. "Arthur, when will you return?" Ruby said as she looked at the figure and started to brush her fingers down its body. The figure seemed just like a real person, felt like one too, but she knew it wasn't him. Before Arthur left, not wanting to leave them defenseless, she had seen him create another one of himself out of shadows. Apparently, if there were any beast attacks they couldn't handle, then the shadow copy of himself would handle it, and if the shadow copy couldn't, he would be able to travel to it when he wished. "I wish you were here," she said to herself, looking down at the ground. "I am here," a voice said, as shadows looked to be leaving the body, and Arthur fell to the floor covered in sweat. Ruby's face had gone bright red. She knew that this was now the real Arthur she was speaking to. As the clone was unable to speak, she had to quickly disregard her embarrassment, as she could see something was wrong with him. "Does this planet always have to be so sunny?" Arthur said, and before he knew it, he had collapsed on the floor. When he next opened his eyes, he could see the rustic-looking roof above him, made from wood. Most of the houses were made from a mixture of earth and wood. Slowly getting up, Arthur was recalling what had happened. "Those Dalki were a bit of a harder fight than I thought they would be. Still I managed to get rid of them all. But the human race has been going up against them this whole time? How did they survive? How many of them are there that are that strong?" His natural king and leader-like instincts were kicking in, as he was already planning in his head the things he needed to know and what would be the best course of action to take. But he soon stopped himself. "That isn't my job anymore." Thinking back to the fight, the reason for his unstable condition wasn't because of the fight itself, it was because of resisting the urge. Arthur was used to resisting the blood of humans. He had learnt to control himself long ago, and he restricted himself from using blood abilities because of it. The more a vampire would use blood abilities, the hungrier they would get, and that power would need to be restored. However, during the fight, Arthur found himself resisting against something else. It was the green blood. He found it strange that the blood from the Dalki was able to power his blood weapon. Since blood weapons were made from blood crystals inside of vampires, they needed one thing to activate them: human blood. What he didn't expect was the green blood to actually have a stronger effect, and the smell to be more alluring. In the end, resisting against a taste of the green blood while fighting was what had tired out Arthur the most. When Ruby returned, she had given Arthur an update on the planets and shelters situation. She avoided asking what he had been up to this whole time. He could see how she was thinking, worrying about the shelter's future, but he couldn't agree to them opening up the planet to others just yet. "Just give me a week or so before you do that," Arthur replied. "There is something I still need to check out." The planet they were on was the planet Arthur and the Punishers had moved to, choosing to live underground and away from the Council and all its troubles. What he didn't want was new people to go exploring this sacred place of his, and for more reasons than one. So before they would open up the place, he thought he would head down there to see if he could find anything, any clues about what had happened to his people just one more time. He would also set up some countermeasures if certain people would try to venture their way down there, and he could always place some people as guards. The people at the shelter were very loyal to him after what he had done for them. Entering the underground city, a wave of emotions and memories had hit him. He hadn't really searched this place thoroughly since he had left. It was almost as if he was avoiding it. There were multiple destroyed houses made out of the black material, but the black tower could be seen standing strong and tall, shining bright from the blue crystals. Arthur searched and searched the area, but just like before, there really was nothing that gave any sort of hint at what happened, other than a sign of a battle. A note, a book, a monologue about what happened here. Wasn't anything left behind. Of course it wouldn't be that easy though. Walking towards the tower, he thought maybe in the tower itself there was something. At that moment, when he had entered the front open area, something surprising had caught his eye. Stepping out of the very tower he once stepped out of were two people. Two people wasn't the right word because he knew exactly what they were with their dragon-like features, for he had just fought off a bunch of them. The Dalki, what are they doing here? These Dalki also looked slightly different to the ones he had faced, for both of them had small wings sticking out of their back. Something the other Dalki did not have, and they also had 3 spikes. The highest Dalki Arthur fought with at the fortress was a 2-spiked Dalki. This was going to be a tough fight. When they exited from the tower, they simply went to the side and stood there straight. There was no communication, and they weren't wild like the others he had faced. They carried on standing there as if they were waiting for something. That's when Arthur could hear the sound of footsteps. Another person was also coming out of the tower. These footsteps were a lot lighter than the Dalki's, making the person smaller, a normal-sized human. No human should know about this place or the tower, Arthur thought. What a surprise! The voice from inside the tower said, I came all this way hoping to awaken you from your slumber. And then I find that you are already awake. I never expected to step out of this tower and for you to return here yourself. I hope that doesn't get the two of us off on the wrong foot. I have longed to see you, Arthur. Inside the cursed ship, Quinn was preparing for the grand hunt for the demon tier beast. In truth, he wanted to ask more questions while at the leader's table. All the questions he had when he was a student at the school. The things that just didn't make sense to him. He had already asked Puel but still wasn't satisfied, thinking they had to be a better way than what they had done. The reason why Quinn was a little desperate to ask this was because he wasn't even sure if there was a better way anymore. But the leaders seemed to be in a great rush to go hunting for the demon tier. Even if Quinn had pressed for questions, they wouldn't have had time to give him a proper answer. Inside the ship, Quinn now had to select the 30 members from the faction that would be going on the hunt with him. However, he also had to make sure there was at least an adequate person protecting the ship. After all, the ship would be left behind with all the other groups full of their people, and on a planet that had a demon tier beast, there was sure to be another high-ranking beast on the planet as well. Usually, in this type of situation, Quinn would have picked Peter, but Peter was no longer with them. Not dead, but just not on the cursed ship. He was busy healing in the vampire world. That was another thing that was annoying him. If it was up to Quinn, he wished to wait for Kaz's return. He was worried about what was going on with the others, and wanted to wait for an update, but she seemed to be taking a long time. Also, it felt like this was something he should be a part of. I'll stay behind, Linda said. I can quickly use one of the teleporters and grab Webnovel from the parasites. If I bring him along, we should have a strong enough force to protect the ship. Linda was certainly a good replacement for Peter. She was plenty strong, but perhaps a little weaker than Peter. She still had the option of evolving, and it was something Quinn would have to look into when he returned. She had more than enough time to get used to her new body, and she should have accepted her situation by now. For some reason Quinn could feel it, maybe it was because of the sudden quest he had received before, but he felt like they would be returning to the vampire world soon, and he would need to make sure everyone was ready for it. Now with Linda being a vampire subclass, she would have to be brought along as well. They stood in the main hall of the ship, which would branch off to all the other rooms, and Quinn had told everyone to gather so he could pick who to bring with him. When Sam had arrived, it looked like he had some news. Quinn, there are a few people here to see you, Sam said. Following from behind him were 3 girls all sorts of different sizes and 2 more behind them. Quinn recognized these people well, as they had all been there at the fight. Seeing them, Quinn without realizing it, his expression was an unpleasing one. Don't worry, Quinn. They're not here to fight, Sam said. I know we didn't meet with the best of circumstances, said Helen. That was right, Helen and her 2 sisters Ivy and Peach were the ones that had arrived, and next to them were the reporters Void and Bonnie. The leaders said that nothing needed to be done until after the hunt, but I wanted to make my intentions clear. Helen continued, "We of the Daisy Group wish to go under you. This may not be the wish of the other factions under ours, and we will speak to them, but all those who are part of Daisy wish to join the cursed faction." The three girls gave a little bow, as a sign of respect. Seeing this did calm Quinn down a little, but he couldn't help but feel a little strange. "Can I ask why not join one of the other families?" Quinn asked. "I will be honest with you," said Helen. "Part of the reason I want you to select us three is to go on this hunt with you. This hunt can be a world-changing event and we want to be a part of it. It was why we tried so hard to rise to the top. As for the second reason, you won that fight, you beat those that we couldn't beat. So I feel it's right to go under you. We decided to be separate from the other families for so long for a reason. We never wanted to just be under someone, but now that we have no choice, I think it's best we at least go under those that are more deserving of it. Besides, I have always liked the story of the underdog, and I'm making a bet that you will become the one." Sam then scooted over and started whispering in Quinn's ear, telling him how he thought they would be a good asset to the team. While speaking, Quinn could see his face was a little blushed. He seemed more excited than he usually would be as well. "Don't tell me you've fallen for them?" Quinn asked back. "I knew Nate was like this, but you too?" Sam glanced at the girls, and he couldn't help but admire their beauty. "Quinn, it might be the case, but know that everything I said was the truth," Sam replied while straining himself to seem more professional. "It should be fine," Quinn said. "But don't you dare try anything against those in the cursed. For now you are outsiders just helping us. You will have to prove your worth." "Quinn," Bonnie shouted, "can you bring us as well? I know we don't have permission to film this, as the other leaders have requested, but just like she said, this is once-in-a-lifetime opportunity and I feel like we can't miss this chance. Seeing everyone working together again. Don't worry, you don't have to protect us. This is our decision, but we just want to be a part of your 30. And in doing so, we promise to write a good report on you." After the two of them had shared an intimate moment, Quinn was finding it hard for him to say no, and he was struggling to decide who to bring along with him. In the end, this was a demon tier hunt. It was a place where anyone could lose their lives. But he had finally made his decision. "These are the names of those that will be going on the beast hunt," Quinn shouted loudly. "Quinn, Syl, Fex, Nate, Dennis, Sam, Paul and Megan." Quinn also wanted to bring Borden, but he had suggested it was best for him to stay behind and look after the kids, especially since Peter was gone. A few more names of those in the shelter were read, the strongest of their group from a mixture of the planets they had taken over. Helen, Ivy, Peach, Bonnie and Void. Hearing their names, they were pleased that Quinn had listened. Finally, a few more names were read out, and the one that was recognizable in this batch was CIA. After Layla moved on and her mother died, there really was no reason for CIA to remain. On her own, it was going to be difficult to get her memories back, and at this point she wasn't sure if she even wanted them back. If she did, now her best chance was to get her memories back in the vampire world. Although her abilities weren't the strongest, Quinn wanted to bring her along for a different reason. If someone close to the family was in trouble, he thought that maybe she would be a warning signal. The banshees scream. It was finally time for the demon tier hunt to start. Once everyone was chosen, it was time for their group of 30 people to set off. Outside their ships, everyone had gathered and were preparing to leave. The military had brought 2 head generals with them, Duke, and a head general named Sophie. On top of this, they had 10 sergeants and then the rest were captains of their own squads. There were no weak members in the group the military had brought with them. Looking at the Greylash family, they too had selected 30 of their top-tier members, and finally there was the Bree family. Mona still had her humanoid-looking spirit next to her, while there were 10 others in the group that carried beasts with them. What was fascinating was how the beasts had been taken off the ship, which meant they had to have been living with them or at least transported by them safely on the ship. Quinn wondered just how the Bree family ability really worked. Was it similar to how vampires made contracts with familiars? Or did they actually control the beasts like his influence skill? Looking towards Syl, Quinn thought there was one person he could maybe ask if he could get a touch. Other than those with beasts, the rest of the group looked quite average and had no beasts at all. According to the information Quinn had on them, the Bree family had similarities to the True Dream family. They had many with different abilities in their family, but only the leader's power was taught to those trusted the most. When exiting from the ship, Quinn also managed to catch Logan, which meant he too would be coming on this trip. He didn't know whether to be happy or upset about this, as he was afraid Logan might just get hurt. Then there was finally Quinn and his group. If it wasn't for Helen and her sisters, they would have seemed quite lacking. Yes, they had strong members, but after that, the rest of the cursed faction wasn't too impressive. They were even bringing along some of the B-rank members. Helen did offer to have some of those from Daisy to fill the slots if he wished, but Quinn had refused, saying he trusted these people more. When everyone was ready, the 4 small armies were off, and taking the lead was Mona, as she was relying on Logan to give them first-hand information on the beast with his special equipment. The groups traveled on foot, as nearly the whole planet was one that was unexplored and they needed to be careful. "Look at this," Nate said with excitement. "The strongest people in the world are traveling together and I'm with them." "You need to hone in your excitement a little," Paul said. "It will give others the wrong idea about just how serious they need to take this. None of you have ever faced a demon beast before, have you?" "I don't think even those from Daisy have." The 3 girls shook their heads. "Is there really that much of a difference in power?" Sam asked. "We can take on Emperor-tier beasts without too much trouble, so it should be fine, right?" Vex wondered. For a lot of those in Quinn's group, they had only experienced life in the military. In the past, there had only been 2 encounters that the world knew of with demon-tier beasts. One of them with the military and the other Pure had dealt with. There were no recordings of such events, so none of them knew how much power a demon-tier beast really had. Think about it. Why, even with all the leaders' strength here, have they chosen to bring 30 people each? It isn't because we want to risk others' lives for no reason. It's because this is the bare minimum number of people needed to fight them. Even the Dalki don't bother fighting demon-tier beasts due to how strong they are. Paul continued to explain. Although a lot of them didn't know the strength of the demon-tier beast, they did know the strength of the leaders, and to hear Paul say they wouldn't stand a chance on their own was a frightening thought for them. Well, if they can't activate the beast equipment, then it would be pretty pointless to risk so many lives to get it. Sam said, speaking about the Dalki. "I am worried," Paul said, for the first time speaking his concern out loud to the others. "Our group has dealt with Emperor-tier beasts before, and Quinn, I know you're strong, but we haven't even fought against a legendary tier nor a demigod tier beast. I'm sure you've realized each tier of beast gets incredibly stronger and the gap between them is larger as well." What Paul was talking about was the gap in power between the tiers. The difference between a basic tier and intermediate tier wasn't so great, but between each tiers as you went up, this gap grew more and more. "I understand your concern," Quinn replied. "That's why I want everyone to listen up. 'Cause isn't here and your lives are more important than anything. If you are in trouble, I want you to use your full strength, hold nothing back and live. We can deal with the problems later as long as you are alive, but can do nothing when you're dead." Some of those that were walking with Quinn were confused, especially since his words only applied to a few of them. The one that stuck out to Helen the most was the words, "Use your full strength." This would imply that what they had seen at the duel wasn't everything they had. At the same time, there was also the mysterious boy who they wouldn't let take part in the fight. Although they were happy for Quinn to bring him along now. With the device Logan had created, they were sure there was only one demon beast on the planet. So it wouldn't interrupt the duel. They had decided to place it a great distance away from where the demon tier beast was located. They also chose to travel on foot to not cause any disturbances and to be ready for any beasts around them. However, because of this, the travel to the location of the demon beast would take some time. On the way there, they would have to camp for a few nights before they would reach their destination. It was tricky to find a safe place to park such a large group. The whole ground was covered in a hard diamond-like substance, and the floor was often uneven with large slabs of land sticking out here and there. Eventually they discovered a weird path. There were several giant slabs sticking out above, It looked like large spaceships had crashed and ice had formed over them. Here, they decided each group would take cover underneath a different slab. Sleeping wasn't too bad either. Those in the military who knew how to use the Earth ability well could also apply it to the diamond substance. The material they were on seemed to be a mixture of some sorts. Because of this, they were easily able to create large places for the groups to sleep in. Even with sleeping bags, sleeping inside a place made them feel safer somewhat. When the night sky hit, fires could be seen out and the members were busy chatting away. Both Nate and Sam stayed a distance away and were walking around the edge of where the girls from Daisy were. It looked like they had been discussing for a while now what to say and how to introduce themselves. Looking at this, Quinn thought it would be nice for them to have this as their only worry. He wished one day that kids, and people their age only had to worry about everyday normal things like this. That's when he heard large footsteps approaching from behind him. He pretended he didn't notice and continued to look at his members. "Quinn, do you care to join us?" Turning around, Quinn could see it was Oscar. He had his hand held out, and there was a separate fire, where all the leaders were sitting with raised seats made for them personally. "I think it will be important. There is something we need to discuss. Oh, and it would be best if we bring Helen into this too." Just then, Nate was ready to go in. He had waited long enough. "Wait. What's happening? Where's Quinn taking her?" he thought. No, not another one. But when he saw where they headed, he knew it wasn't what he had first thought. Sitting around a campfire was Helen, Mona, Owen, and Oscar. "The reason I wanted to bring everyone here is because I have the most experience fighting a demon-tier beast before. I want to give you all an idea of what it's like to fight such a thing, and why we came to even give it the name demon in the first place. Let me tell you about the human race's first encounter with a demon beast," Oscar said, and responding to his words, it seemed like the flame flickered with sadness and anger. Oscar began his great tale of the first encounter with the demon-tier beast, and everyone sat around the campfire listening well. It was a tale that not many knew all the details of, and they would be hearing it from the very man who owned a demon-tier weapon. At the time, the human race were in the middle of the war with the Dalki. At this point, they were faring a bit better thanks to the introduction of ability users. The military were starting to learn the Earth ability, and Oscar was one of the first people selected to learn about such an ability. Because of his talent with the ability, he rose up the ranks quickly and was put out on the battle more often than not. But still, the rollout of abilities to the military and general public was slow. They needed to do more to win this war, or at least give them a fighting chance. During this time, another man had been introduced into the war who would also be one of the few who people came to know as one of the heroes of war. This was none other than Leo. He was one of the first few people that were able to kill a Dalki without the use of ability. Due to the use of abilities, only those that had great power were able to kill the Dalki, which would destroy what was left of most of them. However, thanks to Leo, they were able to retrieve the bodies of the Dalki mostly intact. This was when they discovered the strange armor the Dalki wore. Testing it out, they soon found out the great power of beast equipment. Still, this could only increase the strength of a few. Not all Dalki wore beast equipment, and it was hard to retrieve their bodies as the Dalki seemed to be actively collecting their fallen comrades as well. That's when another person, who would turn the tide, appeared: Richard Eno. He was the one that told the others of the ability of the beast equipment, and also calmed he knew where to find more beasts. After showing what the beast equipment could do, and how it could power people, there were those that started to trust him. The military were desperate and felt like they had no choice. Eventually he was given access to everything the military had access to, most of it being destroyed parts of the Dalki spaceships and more. This Eno introduced the introduction of portals. Portals that would transfer one to the beast solar system, and the introduction of beast planets would come into play. Of course, a few testes were done with men before deciding anything, but times were getting desperate. Learning abilities took too long and people were starting to hit their limit with certain abilities. Just because everyone could learn an ability didn't mean they would be as strong as another with it. The military then started to rely on their second plan more, relying on the beast planets with the beast gear. A small team of 50 people led by Oscar was made, and they were to travel to the beast planets, hunting for crystals. Back then, there were only portals and the colored portal system never existed. They had no clue what dangers they would face. But the group sent out were confident. They were all ability users and Oscar was special, being the only one at the time in the group who could use a soul weapon. As expected, beasts were killed easily and crystals were obtained, but then they started to come across more difficult beasts. The crystals obtained slightly different. The expedition was a long one, and they would constantly send back crystals back to the military. Here Eno had discovered along with the help of others how to turn the crystals into weapons. A report came back to the expedition team, stating that the clearer the crystal were the stronger the weapons and armor created from them would be. This wasn't good news, as Oscar knew that the clearer crystal came from the more difficult of beasts they were hunting. However, at the time, Oscar was in a position where he was unable to go against his superiors' orders, and he knew the dire situation Earth was in. In a way, they were being relied upon. Their hunt for clearer crystals put them into different areas on the planets. They started to learn that the Stranger beasts were located in the same area, which made their progression slower. "Sir, we can't continue on like this. 10 of our men have already been injured and the beasts keep on getting harder as we press on," one of the sergeants said, voicing his concern. The group were resting after having defeated a group of strong beasts. It came as a surprise as they were looking for a place to use as shelter. They were currently on a planet filled with snow, and the visibility was quite poor. Still, they had eventually found a place, an ice cavern of sorts that allowed them to take cover from the snowstorm outside. "I know it's hard," Oscar said, clenching his fist. "But I just got a report recently formed back at Earth. They have just destroyed London. Whatever you knew of the place no longer exists." The surge looked devastated and so did those behind them. London was one of the strongholds, one of the main bases that were being used, and it just meant the Dalki were even closer to winning the war. "We'll stay here until the snowstorm dies down, and then we can move out again," Oscar said. "This that are injured can remain here, and we will come back to get them. We've been getting good feedback from the team. The latest batch of crystals we created have been the best weapons yet." Oscar and his team were also trial users for the beast equipment. Whatever they sent back would be made into items and sent to them first. This helped them gain more strength as they went on, and they found that the beast weapons of a higher tier dealt more damage. "I can tell the beast we are fighting are not the strongest, and I still haven't had the chance to use this yet," Oscar said, patting his side. It looked similar to a gun that would be used, but everyone knew guns were useless against beasts and the Dalki, which meant Oscar had to be carrying something special. Beast weapons were pretty useless if formed into a gun, as every crystal had an imprint. These imprints helped base what the items or weapons the crystal could be used to make into. FIPNs when T made to the specific imprint, then it would cause trouble when trying to activate the beast weapon's power, once again making it no better than what the Dalki were using them for. No beast implement was suitable to be made into a gun. The second problem was, even if it was, then the next problem was what to supply it with, as standard bullets did next to nothing. However, when research continued they found something. There seemed to be a beast crystal imprint that was suitable to be made into a bow, and then later they found one suitable to be made into arrows as well. If this could be done, there was soon hope for having a gun beast weapon along with a bullet. And many assumed that what Oscar had on his side was a one-of-a-kind weapon, the only beast gun and bullet in existence. While waiting for the storm to settle and in the cavern, the room they were in started to vibrate, the aisles on the roof were moving slightly, and pressing their hands up against the wall they felt like they could feel something. "What was that? An earthquake?" one of the men asked. Another vibration was felt, and this time listening carefully Sokar could hear it. It sounded more like a cry. A scream so loud that it had caused the whole room to vibrate. "It's a cry of a beast, and a pretty loud one," Oscar said. The cries continued and the vibrations in the room were felt. When looking outside in the snowstorm they could see nothing, but also the vibrations seemed to lessen. When returning to the cavern, they quickly realized that it was coming from underneath instead. In the room there were several tunnels that looked to have led down, but afraid of where or what they would lead to they thought it would be too risky to investigate. Especially they were fighting. "You're not thinking of going down there, are you? The tunnel walls could collapse if you start fighting." With my ability, it shouldn't be a problem. I can stop the place from caving in, and if the beast is as large as its cry, there's bound to be a lot of space down there and another way to get out. Oscar repeated. After much discussion, Oscar gave his squad the choice to either come with him or not, and that he would only be scouting. But other than the 10 who were injured, they all agreed to go with him. This was one of the biggest mistakes Oscar had made, as he would be the only one left alive to return. Heading down one of the tunnels together, the vibrations from the strange screams were getting louder and louder. They were starting to worry that the cave would collapse just from the loud screams alone. But the material that the cave was made from, although it looked fragile like glass, was far more robust than it appeared. Some of the men tried to chip away at the tunnel walls using the normal tools they had brought with them to send back samples to the lab. However, they were unable to, and only high-level beast equipment could break such a thing. Since the discovery of new planets, nearly everything new they found, minerals and materials, were to be sent back for research purposes. Proceeding with caution, the loud cries from the creature seemed to have stopped. "Why do you think it was making so much noise?" one of them asked. "I've never heard a beast make a sound like that." "I'm not sure," Oscar replied. "Maybe that's just what it normally sounds like." Although Oscar said this as a joke, his men behind him gulped as they thought about the sheer size of a beast that could make a sound like that. Continuing through the tunnels, they found it a little strange that they only headed downwards. There were no signs of it being man-made, but at the same time it was consistent in its route. Then finally, it looked like they could see what could only be described as the end of the tunnel. It was a little strange as it had suddenly cut off and it looked like they had gotten to the bottom of the floor. "Do you think we should go back up and try to head through one of the other tunnels? It took us a while to get down this one, and we aren't sure how many others are dead ends either," Oscar replied. He then pressed his face up against the ice-cold surface of the wall at the very end, and gave it a knock a few times. Oscar continued to do this in different parts of the wall as if he was searching for something. Ever since entering the tunnel, there was something strange that had been bothering Oscar. His sole weapon was an enhancement type. It was one that people either saw as weak or strong depending on the situation, but it allowed him to use whatever his feet were on as a piece of earth. No matter what the material was actually made of, he could shape and form it at his will. However, he didn't understand how it fully worked, and it seemed to relate with the planet he was on. As long as the material belonged to the planet, he would be able to use it in some way, which was why he was confused ever since they had entered the tunnel. If the ice tunnel they were in had naturally been formed by the planet, then using his abilities he should have been able to shift or chip away at the wall, but he was unable to. What does this mean? Oscar thought. Eventually, using a short sword he had equipped to his side, he pulled it out and proceeded to cut a rectangular shape, large enough for a man to fit through. "The walls are thin here, and I think we've reached what we were looking for. Is everyone ready?" Oscar asked. When they all nodded, Oscar immediately lifted his foot, kicked the ice wall, and the large slab of ice went sliding across the floor. "Well, it looks like I was right," he said, smiling. Drawing their weapons, they all carefully walked out of the ice tunnel, and it looked like they had entered a giant cavern. They could hardly see the ceiling. The room they were in was as big as a football stadium. "Look," one of them pointed. In the large cavern, several long ice tunnels just like the one they had come out of were leading right to the ceiling. It certainly was a strange thing to see, and was definitely unnatural. "Ah!" A man screamed as he fell to the floor. Looking at him, he had his finger pointed out and he was visibly shaking. He looked like he was nearly in tears. When the others went to see what he was pointing at, they all took a step back. "What is that?" What Oscar was starting to notice was the room was getting brighter by the second. When they had entered, there were dim blue crystals on the ceiling and walls, allowing them to see even though they were underground. Slowly, the crystals seemed to be getting brighter, and it had revealed the body of a giant beast. It had a large body covered with fur, and on its shoulders were 3 large wolf-like heads, with fangs as large as a human body protruding from its mouth. The beast was something far larger and looked to be stronger than anything they had faced before. But as the crystals lit up more and more, they could soon see the whole body of the beast. It was bleeding, and one of its 3 heads had been severed from its body. On top of that, several large spikes the size of the tunnels were sticking out from its body. "The beast appears to be dead," said Oscar. "There is nothing to worry about." What was worrying him was the crystals lighting up in the room more than before. This reaction he had seen before, but never at this level. The small blue beast crystal acted the same way as regular beast crystals. When a greater power force was using energy near it, they would react by lighting up even more. When fighting a king-tier beast near these crystals, Oscar had seen a few of them light up, but not the whole room. If the beast was dead, then the crystals couldn't have possibly been glowing due to the beast. It had to be something else that was alive powering the crystals. Besides, whatever was able to kill such a powerful beast was probably inside the same room as them. "Get out!" a voice echoed in all of their heads. The others started to look around to see if they could spot where the voice was coming from, only to realize it was being spoken into their minds. "Telepathy, and it knows how to speak. Leave now," it shouted, and rumbling from the ground could be felt. "Everyone move," Oscar shouted. Now that his feet were on the solid ground, he could raise the floor beneath them and created a thick ice wall to protect them. However, he had a bad feeling about what was to come and decided to dive out of the way. A loud bang was heard as something had smashed through the wall he had created. Straight down the middle, another ice tunnel had appeared, and it had split the group into 2 halves. "Boss, help me!" a voice shouted. Getting back on his feet, he rushed over to where the voice was coming from, and that's when he could see a few of his men had been caught by the strange tunnel, half their bodies crushed by it. They tried to move, but it seemed impossible. Slowly, the ice seemed to be covering the rest of their bodies as if it were spreading. One of them in a panic brought out a small dagger and tried to cut into the ice that was forming around him, but when the knife hit the ice, he screamed in pain. It felt like the ice that was attached to his body now had become a part of him. Oscar, seeing this, used his blade once again and cut around the ice. The problem was how to detach the person from the tunnel itself. Oscar went to grab his hand, but before he could, "No, if you touch me it could spread to you. I can tell I'm already dying. When the ice touched us, I could feel that it was already freezing around my heart." The man said, "Just do me a favor dash." But before he could finish his sentence, his lips stopped moving, and the ice covered his entire body. This was what Oscar was afraid of. The ice tunnels were an ability of some sort. Trying to not let his emotions get the better of him, he took a deep breath and looked in the direction of the attack, and this was where he saw the demon-tier beast. A girl. The first thing that Oscar noticed when looking at what had just attacked them was that it had a humanoid shape. Although she didn't look completely human, her form was the same. There were 2 legs, 2 arms, and a head. However, there were also some distinctive features that made it clear she wasn't a regular human at all. Sticking out from her shoulder were 2 black wings, and the top half of her head was completely black with no hair. It was hard to even see if the beast had any eyes. Finally, where her mouth would usually be, her jaw stretched wide, showing her long razor-sharp teeth that went to the back of her cheeks. It was the first time they had ever seen a humanoid beast. It startled Oscar, as the first thought that came to his head was if this was an ability user, one that had strong ice powers, but how could that even be possible? However, one thing was clear. This was an enemy and not a friend. He had already lost a few men, and he didn't want to lose anymore. Rushing in front of the others, Oscar had both his hands held out by his side, ready to use his powers at any moment. Although he had his sole weapon that would allow him to use the ground, the others didn't. However, once he used his ability on the material, the others could also treat it the same as well. To help them, Oscar raised a large thick wall of earth on both sides, allowing them to use it as they wished. The advantage was the ground on this planet was denser than Earth on Earth, meaning it should be able to be more useful for defending and attacking. The other reason for raising the walls was so the beast only had one target to focus on, himself. When Oscar eventually got closer, he could see that the humanoid beast had stumbled. At any moment, it looked like the beast would collapse. On a closer inspection, he could see that one of its black wings were torn, and underneath it was a pool of black blood. The beast, It's injured, Oscar thought. It wasn't just a small injury. It had severe cuts all over its body. The amount of blood on the ground, if it really was a human, it would have been dead by now. This had confirmed that the humanoid creature in front of them was indeed a beast. The beasts had black blood. Thinking about what might have happened for it to be injured like this, he could only think of one thing: the other beast that was dead. Were the injuries from fighting with the other beast before? It certainly looked strong enough to have injured this one as well. Oscar made sure his gun was still attached around his waist, with a single bullet in its chamber. There was only one chance, as it would be nearly impossible to retrieve the bullet either. Getting up from the ground, the beast opened its large mouth, and a blue glow could be seen. Oscar could guess what this was. Similar to what had happened before, it was getting ready for another attack. I have to stop it, Oscar thought, stomping his foot on the ground. It started to rumble, digging up the ground beneath, and when it finally reached the beast, a large pillar shot up, hitting its leg. It threw it off balance, but the attack from the beast still went ahead, firing off to its left side. Seeing this, Oscar tried his best to raise several walls, but the ice tunnel attack went through anything he made with no problem at all, and the men tried their best to run with the tunnel before blocking their way. They didn't have much room or choice of where to go. Most of them had been caught up in the attack, surrounded by ice. The others, knowing the ice would soon spread through their bodies, immediately went to try to pull their comrades out by cutting around the ice, but this time, the beast seemed to be more aware of what they were planning. It raised its hand, and at that moment, from the ice's outer walls created from its attack, spikes spread out and stabbed anyone who was close. Even if the ice hadn't hit any fatal spots, it started to spread through the body of the others, freezing the areas that had been hurt. Some resorted to drastic measures, cutting off their limbs that were starting to get frozen. Oscar desperately wanted to try to help them, but the best thing he could do to help them was to get rid of the beast. It seemed like its injuries were affecting it greatly. For every time it would make an attack of that caliber, it would look tired and more blood would seep out of its wounds. Not only Oscar, but the others that were uninjured knew this was their opportunity to attack. Hurling boulders, using their weapons, and more, they all started to attack the beast. With the flying objects approaching it, it opened its mouth once more and howled, creating a piercing scream. When the boulders and objects got within a certain range, they too would freeze and fall to the ground. Once again it had stumbled through using more of its power. Drawing his gun, Oscar was waiting for this moment. He knew after each attack, there was a brief resting period, and it was the only time he had. Not wasting any more time, he fired calmly. I saw your beast core when you opened that wide mouth of yours. This may do damage to the crystal, but it's worth it to take you out. Oscar started to wonder just how strong was the beast before it was injured. Would they have even stood a chance? Raising its wings, the beast thought it could block the bullet, but it had gone right through, and then knowing this, it could only do one thing. It tilted its head slightly downward, allowing for the bullet to go through the top of its head rather than the crystal itself. The bullet continued to travel and went through the walls behind them to be forever lost, the only beast bullet in existence. The beast had flinched, but not for long, as it opened its mouth, preparing for another attack. No, I wasted the opportunity. Everyone here is going to die. Oscar! A man shouted, standing in front of him. Those that were left alive stood in front of their leader. There is still one more thing. Remember, Eno said that the gun can also be used to fire out pure crystal energy. The beast from before, it looks to have only been killed recently. Maybe the crystal is still there. Running off, Oscar used his abilities to quickly help him travel to where the beast was. The sound of the other girl beast attacking was heard, and his men's cries were heard behind him, but he continued to move on. Eventually getting to the beast, he tried to locate the crystals, carving out certain parts and ripping them to shreds with his ability until he had eventually found it. A crystal clearer than any other they had ever collected before. Placing the crystal into a special glass tube at the top, it was ready to be used with its second function. The military had already discovered how to use crystals as pure energy, and their ships and mechs used this to attack. The problem was, if the raw energy of the crystal was to be used, then it could never regain its energy back. That crystal would be lost forever. It was a shame, as the crystal perhaps could have been made into something great. But there was nothing he could do. His and his men's lives were at stake. When Oscar turned around, it was a scene he didn't expect. No one was moving, and the beast had nearly collapsed on the other end. Everyone had been hit by the strange ice abilities. "Leave now." The voice spoke in his head again, not listening, and out of sheer anger for all those that had died. Oscar lifted his gun once more and pulled the trigger. A large surge of power stronger than ever was shot out from the gun. It was unable to hold such power that the gun itself had shattered and fallen to pieces. A small explosion was made, flinging Oscar back, and the beam of energy was shot out towards the beast. For the first time, the beast seemed to be using a strange skill he had never seen before. A barrier of some type was rising from the ground, however. The shot of energy was too fast and had hit the beast, killing it before it could have its final stand. No one else had survived from the expedition apart from Oscar, and in the report that had returned, there were 2 demon-tier beasts that had been discovered that day. There were multiple things that had been revealed in the story that Oscar had told. They were revelations none of them knew about, and it came as a great shock. "A beast gun. Well, that is certainly amazing," Mona said. "I never knew one existed. It's a good thing those 2 reporters aren't here, or they would be having a field day." "Well, it was wasted in a way, destroyed there and then," Oscar replied. "And ever since there has never been another one made along with the bullet." However, the use of energy weapons became more potent after using the crystal's raw energy as a form of lasers, and this has worked the best against the Dalki and their ships so far. But remember, beast crystals are still hard to come by. They aren't something easily manufacturable like bullets, so stronger beast crystals make more sense to be made into weapons or armor. A sword can be used again and again to further fight more beasts and the Dalki. A beast bullet just isn't practical. It's true. There are many flaws with something like a beast gun, Owen said as he played with his fan, looking at it as if it was a great piece of craftsmanship. Quinn was wondering if the fan itself was some type of beast weapon as well, considering how much Owen had it around him. It was hard to tell as it didn't have the usual beastly features that beast weapons have. They had learned a few more things from Oscar's story, but it wasn't good news. Information was key when going into battle, and none of them other than Oscar had faced a demon-tier beast before. They were hoping his story would give them an idea of the beast's strength, but it hadn't. In the story itself, the beast had already been greatly injured, and it was hard to tell how injured. But according to the information that was found out later, it had been placed in a deadly fight against another demon-tier beast beforehand. Being a humanoid one, it came out as the winner, but not without a few scratches here and there. Oscar and his group were just in the right place at the right time. Although it was also strange to say that considering they all still had died. It sounded like Oscar would have died as well if it wasn't for the other demon-tier crystal and gun that he had in his possession, which they didn't have this time. "You're worried?" Helen asked, seeing the deep frown on Quinn's face. Quinn paused before answering. "I think it's fine to be worried, but I just thought we would have gotten a better idea from the story of the demon-tier beast's strength." Quinn replied. "There are a few things that are different this time," said Oscar. "Back then, I was not as strong as I was today. We also have the other top ability users here as well. But we don't have the gun, the demon-tier crystal, nor has the beast been greatly weakened," Owen mentioned. "True, the forces are small as to not cause great damage to our men. At the same time, depending on the size of the beast, we might need a great force, which is why I chose the number of people to come along with us on this hunt. Too little and we may never be able to kill the thing. Too many and there is a chance of sacrificing too much for the sake of the crystal. Also, there are a few more things that we have now that we didn't have before. Our men are wearing the best of beast gear that we can find. Their lives won't be as lost easily. Second, we have this," Oscar said, patting a large wooden box to his side. The others knew what he was referring to. "The demon weapon," Helen mumbled. "Correct, not just any demon weapon, but also one from a humanoid-type beast. Before I used the demon crystal to kill one, this time we have the demon weapon." When Oscar had returned back from his expedition, the demon weapon was created, and rightfully so. They allowed him to be the user of it in the war. With the demon weapon in his hand, he had become one of the heroes of war. Hearing everything, Quinn was starting to wonder about the other demon weapon that had been secured by Pure. Oscar was extremely lucky, but what about Pure? Could the same set of situations have happened to them to stumble across the demon weapon? No, that was very unlikely, which meant somehow using their strength, they were able to kill a demon-tier beast. It showed just how strong Pure was. Do you know how Pure came across their demon-tier weapon? Quinn asked. He figured that after what he had done, there was a good chance that he had created a target for himself, and it would be good to learn of them a bit more. Actually, we had no clue Pure had a demon weapon in possession. I guess the military has been keeping too many secrets. Oscar sighed. Like everything he was telling them was a great weight of his chest. I have been following after those that were left behind, but I often forget that I'm the one in charge now. At one point, we had discovered Pure's whereabouts. You see, the reason why it's so hard to find Pure and their base is because it is located in the sea. In the sea, Quinn repeated, confused. Correct, the Pure base is a giant submarine located somewhere in Earth's seas. They are constantly on the move and hardly ever surface, but at one point we had received information on their whereabouts. As a chance to get rid of the pain in our backside, I went there personally. The attack was going well until I had clashed with their leader, and that's when we had discovered they had a demon weapon. I don't know how, but rumors had come out, perhaps other people had seen their leader use the demon-tier weapon as well. Then, the world saw the use of the demon-tier weapon once again when the Alliance attacked Pure during the Civil War. Maybe it would be best to ask those guys, they still remain back with the other ships, and they will be able to give you a better picture. Was it anyone you recognized? Mona asked, now interested in who the Pure leader was after seeing the strength of one of their top members. No, I thought it might be someone who had taken part in the war, especially someone with such great power. However, his fighting style did remind me of someone. Never mind, just the ramblings of an old fool. Having only ever experienced the strength of the Emperor-tier weapons, Quinn was wondering just how strong demon-tier weapons could be that everyone was willing to fight over them for and risk their lives. His eyes started to glance over at the box, and Oscar at this point noticed that Quinn wasn't the only one that was looking at the box. Everyone at the campfire was. Oscar started a deep laugh which sounded like it came from deep within his belly. Ha! Ha! I suppose you all want to see it, don't you? He asked. What a demon-tier weapon looks like and what it can do. Looking over his shoulder, he looked at all the groups that were a distance away. I suppose it would be useful for you to know about it. After all, we will be fighting together. Opening the large rectangular box in front of him, he dragged it across the floor. The others wanted to get up from their seats and look over, but at the same time their pride wouldn't allow them to seem too keen. Pride, what do I care? Quinn thought, as he stood up from the seat, and stood next to Oscar as he started to unlock the box. Standing by Oscar's side, as soon as the wooden crate was lifted, Quinn was the first one to set his eyes on the demon-tier weapon. The heavy top was pulled open and at the same time, a pulse of energy could be felt around the campfire. Quinn wasn't the only one that had felt it. From the look on the others' faces, the rest did as well. It was at that moment that Quinn realized that the crate itself wasn't any regular crate. It was one that had been crafted using beast materials as well, and it seems to have some type of suppressive ability. Looking down at the weapon itself, Quinn could only think one thing. It's beautiful. From looking at the weapon, he imagined what a beauty the beast must have been in its humanoid form. Images started to appear in his head, at what creature Oscar had described in his memories to create such a thing. Oscar was careful as he pulled the weapon out to show the others. He was holding it and taking care of it like it was a baby. When he pulled it out, the others also could now see the magnificent weapon, and it seemed to have drawn the attention of all the other camps as well. Damn it! Bonnie shouted. Look at that thing, if only we were allowed to film, we would be able to show so much footage. In his hand, Oscar was holding it by its large black hilt. At the very bottom, hanging off like a cloth, was something black in color and shaped like wings. The hilt was quite thick, but it looked to be perfect in Oscar's large hands. Although Oscar was able to hold the weapon single-handedly, Quinn was unsure if he could do the same. for the size of the weapon was something in between a greatsword and a longsword. It had the length of a longsword, but not quite the thickness of those giant greatswords used to slay beasts. Only one side of the blade was edged, with a slant at the very top. Then towards the top of the blade, there were 3 circles cut out, each getting smaller as they got closer to the tip of the sword. The most beautiful thing about it was the sword guard. It was covered in a beautiful royal dark blue color. It looked like feathers would wrap around the user's hand, but it wasn't feathers. Instead, its material was more like that of ice. The 3 circles on the blade light up depending what active skill is used. Oscar started to explain. Once a skill is used, the outside of the ring will turn red. Once the red circle disappears, the active skill can be used again. The red goes around in a circle like a timer, so the user has an idea when they can use it again. The smaller circles have a slower cooldown time. I'm assuming the weapon has some type of ice abilities? Do you mind sharing? Owen asked, hiding the expression on his face with his fan. The smallest circle is the ice wave ability similar to the beast. With a swing, a screeching sound is made, and anything that enters its proximity will start to freeze. However, the ability doesn't seem to be so effective on beasts or humans, and is more so for weapons or abilities. The second active skill is the ice tunnels explained in my stories, though not at the same power level. The tunnels themselves are far smaller than what the demon tier beast could produce, and it seems like the cooldown time is longer as well. Hearing this, the others had realized and noticed this too with the other beast weapons. When the weapons were made from the crystals, their power was far less effective. This was one of the other reasons why multiple crystals of the same tier would need to be used to create a true tier of that weapon class. But with a demon tier weapon, that would nearly be impossible. The power of one crystal alone was powerful. It was enough to be turned into a weapon or armor far greater than any of the other tiers, and it still wouldn't match up to the level of what the beast could do. You only mentioned 2 active abilities, Mona said. Judging by the last ring being the biggest and taking the longest time to cool down, that would be the most powerful skill, would it not? So far, all the active skills had been based on what the demon tier beast could do. However, the demon tier beast was injured, so perhaps it was unable to use its ultimate skill in the state it was in, but it still had been transferred to the weapon. Mona thought, now I can't tell you everything. If there is a need to use it, you will see it anyway. The skill won't help you guys out in the fight. Oscar replied, with a smile growing from the corner of his mouth. What a weird old man. First he says that we should share our skills, and then he goes and hides the most powerful one. Mona thought, crossing her arms to show her disappointment. But Oscar wasn't going to budge on this one. It just showed that the relationships between each other were clearly only at the surface level. Quinn looked at the sword intensely as if something was pulling him in. He wanted to reach out and grab it, just to give it a few swings to see what it was like. He didn't say anything, but his eyes wouldn't look away from it for even a second. Master, a deep voice said in Quinn's mind. You want the sword? I can snatch it from him whenever you wish, the deep voice said. The voice was one Quinn knew well. It was his familiar. One that would grant his darkest desire. And right now, Quinn wanted that sword more than anything, even though he wasn't a swordsman. Locking the sword back in the crate, Quinn was knocked out of his trance and the others were now heading back to rest. However, Quinn couldn't get the weapon and what the Bone Claw had suggested out of his mind. With the Bone Claw's unique skill, it was something he probably could easily grab. Even if the Bone Claw was spotted, they would think it was just a beast, and if it got killed, it would come back to life at a later time. The best thing was that Quinn had his dimensional space he could hide the weapon in. Your wish, the deep voice said again. While Quinn was sleeping in his house with the others, he thought about it long and hard and decided against it. He shook his head, trying to screw it on straight. Taking the weapon now would lower their chance of survival against the demon tier beast, and Quinn didn't know how to use it. And if he used it now, he would be turning everyone against him. The sun rose once again and it was time for the group to set off. But before doing so, Logan had opened up his little computer system to try get a location of where the beast currently was. The rods had been set up beforehand on the planet, and it now allowed not quite real-time tracing, but at least every hour or so they would know where the general direction of the beast was. I suggest everyone prepares to encounter the beast today, Logan informed Mona. I don't know why, but I think the beast might know we are here. What makes you say that? Mona asked. Well, ever since yesterday, the beast has been making its way towards us. Even if we stood still and did nothing, there is a good chance that the beast will arrive here in at least 3 hours. Hearing this news, there had been a slight change of plan as suggested by Oscar and Logan. Instead of going towards the beast, it would be better for them to wait for it and set up a trap for the beast. It gave them time to get into gear and create the best formation possible to give them a better chance. Preparations were being made, and as an hour passed it looked like the beast was still heading towards them. While Quinn and his group were following orders from Oscar, further led by Sam, someone started to walk over. This guy, I don't know whether to be worried about him, or to see him as a friend. Quinn thought as he saw who was walking over. Owen placed down his fan, showing a smile and his moon-shaped eyes to Quinn. Whenever talking to Quinn, he often put down his fan showing his expressions, rather than hiding it compared to the others. Why do you do that? Quinn asked. Why don't you hide yourself in front of me? With an even bigger smile on his face, Owen replied. I have many secrets I hide from others, we all do. Some use a mask, some are acting. Others chose to only show their true self to those close to them. I have never been good at hiding my emotions, so I use the fan. However, with you, Quinn, I feel you have more secrets than even me to hide, and for some reason that makes me feel comfortable. Quinn was right. This person was strange, and Quinn still didn't know how to feel about him. The boy from the Bald family. I want him to stay close to you and us. After hearing the Supreme Commander's story, I fear this beast might be stronger than what we have anticipated. If he needs to use our powers, then don't hold him back. After Owen had finished speaking those words, vibrations could be felt through the floor. It's here earlier than expected, Owen said. Although the beast was upon them earlier than they had thought, at the same time, everyone was already in a position to fight whatever was heading their way. A lot of work had been done, most of the preparations thanks to Oscar. Due to his ability, he was able to move and change the terrain at will. Creating quite a wide valley, he had made 2 large cliff tops. Walls that went on for 100 meters, only allowing the beast to come down one direction. On the top of the cliff tops themselves, there were also several smaller walls so they could take cover from attacks. Then on the ground were the more vital members in the hunt, and behind them the support classes. The idea was those at the top of the 2 walls were ranged users. Judging by the reading Logan had received, the demon tier beast seemed to be a large one. Using their abilities and weapons, they would rain down attacks on the beast. Then, the strongest fighters, including the leaders, would be on the ground, fighting toe-to-toe with the beast. Finally, there were those behind them. They were the group's healers and supportive classes. Some had reinforcement and buff abilities to be used, and even defensive abilities. Also, a group of tunnels had been made from their position, allowing the support to either enter them to run away from the beast, if anything went wrong, or head upward to the top of the walls to support the ranged users as well. Which means the ones that have the hardest job in this fight are those on the ground, Sam said, standing at the back with those that were playing the supportive role in the fight. They were a few people who had come along in the hunt, that weren't exactly considered fighters, or at least even if they contributed, they wouldn't be much help. This was why Sam, Logan, CIA, and the 2 reporters had stayed at the back. The main fighting force was composed of Quinn, Owen, Mona and her sprint, Oscar, Duke, Nate, Dennis, Paul, Sil, Fex, Helen, Ivy, Peach. Also, 5 from the Bree family with their beasts had been brought. It was a mixture of King tier beast and a couple of Emperor tiers, and also a few from Owen's family. However, most of the Greylash family were at top using their lightning abilities at a range. What Bonnie found strange looking at them was both Owen and Mona were standing around a particular blonde-haired boy. Are you sure this is the right thing to do? Mona said, looking at Sil like he was some type of disease. Not right now, but there might be a point where we don't have a choice, Owen said. Would you rather end up dead? The reason Mona was being cautious was she felt like as soon as Sil touched all of them, he would have the strength of all of their abilities. There would be no stopping him. If he was truly loyal to Quinn after dealing with the demon tier beast, he could make the two of them submit there, and then the horror and true power of the blades would be revealed. Although Mona had no clue how strong Syl was compared to that man, what she feared more than anything was if, with her powers, he was able to control the demon tier beast to do its bidding as well. I'm sorry, I just can't let him use my powers. There are plenty of offensive powers he can use here. If you want to share yours, then be my guest, Mona said, as she walked off to the other side, staying away from the others. The vibrations in the ground were more frequent and getting stronger by the second, yet they still could see nothing. The beast will be here soon, Logan shouted. Hearing this, the blue demon tier weapon was drawn. We can trust this weapon is even stronger than my own abilities. But together we make a great pair, Oscar said. It better be, Quinn mumbled. The main reason why he didn't attempt to take the blade was because he was sure that they would need it in Oscar's hands to win this fight. Finally, everyone could see something coming towards them in the distance. A strange diamond-shaped object made from the same material as what they were standing on was moving towards them. When it got closer, they realized the sheer size of the diamond, as it was the size of a small hotel. It was a good thing I made this wide enough, Oscar said. Carried moving, but they were confused. The beast itself couldn't just be a moving diamond. It's under the ground, Sam said. It's under the ground, Logan shouted to the others. When it finally reached the area where it was traveling within the two large walls, a rain of attacks fell on it from above, hitting the large diamond. Flashes of lightning powers, explosions, arrows, and more. However, it seemed like it had no effect at all. Still, they all continued to attack as it was the only thing they could do. Placing both hands into the ground, Oscar thought he might be able to do something to get the beast to come out. He had raised the ground underneath the very beast, shooting it up. It had worked, as they could all now see what type of beast they were going up against. The closest animal they could use to describe the beast was it looked like that of a giant crab. It had two large claws with one bigger than the other, and the large tower diamond they could see was the back of the beast. The attacks from above changed to try to hit the beast's shell, as the crab was not made of the same material, only its back. Still, most of the attacks would land on the diamond back, and those that did get through to the front would hit its hard outer shell. None of the attacks are getting through, Oscar said, which means it's now up to us. And the group began to charge forward. Oscar swung his blade and fired out a tunnel of ice to try freeze one of its claws. Although the attack had hit one of its large claws, it quickly lifted it, breaking the ice with its sheer strength. Some of the ice from the weapon had remained, and it had spread slightly, covering more area of its claw, but soon stopped. Then, standing up, off its belly, several longer limbs of the grab were seen coming out from underneath. They stretched out, nearly touching the walls. In total, there were 16 powerful claws, thinner than the two large ones that covered its face and had a sharp pointed end. One of these claws descended down on Owen, moving his fan at the right time. A powerful lightning bolt was shot out, knocking the thin claw away to the side, but it moved soon after, attempting to hit him again. Like a dance, Owen moved, flipping his body, avoiding the attack while hitting it away with bolts of lightning. My lightning doesn't pass through the shell? I thought I might be able to cook this thing, Owen said. The strange spirit that was being controlled by Mona was somehow repelling the attacks away from her, and it was as expected. Her ability was having no effect on the demon tier beast whatsoever. The others had to group up to defend against the claws, as it would quickly use its pointed end to stab down and up like a drill. Straight away, some groups of people were hurt. The main problem is its hard shell, Quinn thought. Then the only thing that might work. Timing it right, as a claw went down, Quinn stomped his foot and hit the claw with a hammer strike as hard as he could, swinging the claw off to the side. The large bang had caught the attention of a few others there. It still didn't break the shell, Quinn said. Although it didn't break the shell, it did cause a reaction out of the crab. It had jumped slightly back, and when it landed, the sheer weight had caused those on top of the wall to fall over. Retracting all its claws back into its body, it looked like it was preparing to make its next move. This is what I was worried about, Oscar said. The beast still hasn't used any skills, "Everyone get behind me." They did as they were told, but just in case Quinn was also ready to use the shadow. When looking at the demon tear blade, both the smaller circles were already glowing red. What Quinn also noticed was one of the claws from the crab had been damaged and was cut, which could have only come from the demon tear blade. Foam started to form in the crab's mouth, as it was ready to fire out its attack. "You wanted to see the last skill of this weapon, right? Well, I didn't think we would have to use it so soon," Oscar said, as the ring started to light up. Everyone could see the foam bubbling up in the crab's mouth, and judging by how it had made room and leapt back like so, they thought there was a high chance that it was about to unleash a powerful skill. Attempting to distract the beast, those above continued to hurl their abilities at it, but MC points weren't unlimited. The order was given for them to halt, as it was clear it would do no damage. Nothing was getting through the large diamond on its back. It was best to wait for the right opportunity to then strike together. All those that were on the ground floor now had to trust in whatever Oscar had up his sleeve. However, Quinn wasn't worried. There were multiple ways for him to get out of this, but what about the others? Firing out from the crab's mouth was a powerful jet stream of water. It looked like the crystals around its back were spiraling around the jet of water. Oscar then proceeded to stab the sword into the ground, which had gone through it like a hot knife through butter. Then the final large ring began to light up. In front of the sword, ice started to form, building up from the bottom layer, forming a barrier. "That's it," Helen shouted, worried. The final skill was an ice barrier? If a wall made from the planet's substance wasn't going to hold the attack back, she was wondering why Oscar thought an ice barrier would do the trick. "This isn't just any ice barrier," Oscar said, picking up the sword from the ground. Now the barrier was formed. At the right moment he proceeded to stab the sword into the ice itself. The ice started to light up so bright, some had to cover their faces and squint their eyes to see what was going on. The attack had hit the barrier, but unexpectedly it was holding its ground. What happened next was the most surprising, for the attack was now going right back at the beast. The last skill is a reflective ability. It can reflect any attack back at its opponent, and that's not all, it also adds a little bit more power when it sends it back as well. Oscar explained. Back when Oscar was fighting against the demon tier beast in the ice cavern, he realized that when he fired the bullet, this was the skill it was trying to use. The only thing was that the ice barrier hadn't risen in time, probably due to how weak it was. With an active ability like that, it could turn the tide in any fight, Owen thought. Seeing its own attack sent back to it with added strength, the beast knew it was in trouble. There were two large walls on both sides, so it only had one option left. It started to burrow down in the ground. All of its claws that were positioned in its abdomen retracted inside itself and started to dig away at the ground. That's how it was traveling underground from before, Logan said, watching the whole thing from afar. Burrowing itself, it was able to hide its body but not the large diamond on its back. The attack hit and it sounded like a hard rock was grinding it. A screeching noise was made until eventually it had stopped. When they all looked at the demon tier beast, the diamond still remained undamaged. Burrowing itself out of the ground, it swung its two large claws and raged. And once again it brought back the other claws from underneath and started its charge towards them. Watching the beast come their way, the group were trying to think of a plan. Its outer exoskeleton was unable to be pierced and the diamond on its back seemed to be even stronger. Perhaps, if they were able to reflect the attack on the exoskeleton, it would have worked. At the moment it was the only thing Oscar could think of. Then he felt a touch on his back. "I will just be borrowing your strength," Syl said, as he walked out in front of the others. That's the kid the others didn't want to join in the fight. What is he doing? Oscar thought. Mona had still remained well away, not allowing for Syl to touch her. But it didn't matter. There were plenty of strong people to borrow their MC points off, and he had another great ability at his disposal. Holding out his finger like a gun, blue lighting started to run up and down his arm. "That's the Greylash ability," Oscar said. It was running up and down faster than the human eye could see. Aiming carefully and lifting his hand, a bolt was shot out. It looked just like the one that Owen would fire, so people seeing this didn't expect much. But when the bolt had hit one of the claws, It had snapped right through its shell and the claw had fallen off its body. How can an ordinary boy we have never heard of be stronger than the leader of the Greylash family? Helen said. Then she soon realized that there was a chance her and her group would have gone up against such a monster. Sill's attack was the first attack on the demon tier beast that was able to completely break off a limb. Sill, preparing the attack again, fired another one, hitting another of the thinner claws. While Sill was preparing for the next attack, the beast screamed again and stood up on its thinner claws, putting its body in a higher position than before, and then something strange started to drop from the beast's belly. Is it taking a shit? Nate asked, thinking it was strange. Large drops of diamond were falling out from its abdomen. Hundreds of them the size of a large tiger. One of the first diamonds began moving, and soon after all of the diamonds that dropped from the crab were moving. Everyone be careful, Logan shouted. These things are beasts as well. These smaller crabs weren't slow either, and when the group from above tried to hit them, they would burrow underground to only pop up and deal with those on the ground floor. Nate, hitting one of them with his full strength, expected it to be sent back flying. Instead it had blocked the attack with its claws and then struck him back, piercing through his hardened skin. He was bleeding. These smaller crabs are freaking strong, Nate shouted, hoping to warn the others. Everyone was now busy dealing with the hundreds of smaller crabs that were soon overwhelming them all. There were just too many, and being close range, those from above couldn't help without hurting their own team. The only good thing was that while the crab was dropping miniature versions of itself, it looked like it was unable to move. When Quinn went to punch one with the added strength of his gauntlets, he had fared better than Nate moving it back, but it was by far not out of the fight as it quickly went to attack him again, and soon another 3 were on him after the first one. Using his fast body, he could move or block the attacks, but Chi, the gauntlet's active skill, none of it was hurting the little creatures that were just as tough as the big one. It looked like only the other leaders or the strongest members could actually deal with the crabs, but they were soon tiring out. Using his shadow to block in a situation like this was just pointless, and his sole weapon required human blood. Quinn was unable to use it on a beast like this. Frustrated that nothing was working and at all the crabs coming his way, Quinn threw out a kick. But it wasn't just any kick. Using the power of Chi, he had thrown out a blood crescent kick, and a sharp single red line of aura had come out. When it hit the crab in front of him, it had sliced through its shell and the beast was dead. Emperor Tier Diamond, crab beast has been killed. The message coming up had worried Quinn even more. The system had just told him that these hundreds of smaller crabs dropping out of the demon tier were all Emperor Tier beasts. New quest received. The demon tier beast now sees your group as a threat. Retrieve the demon tier crystal. Quest reward. Unknown. Does this mean the beast never saw any of it as a threat before? Quinn thought. The claws that had been shot off by Sill had regenerated back to normal, and finally the last diamond crab had dropped out of the demon beast, and it looked like it would be on the move again. Using his inspect skill, Quinn knew that the demon tier beast was never really injured by Sill, for its SL status had remained green and healthy. Having received the sudden quest, Quinn now felt a lot more enthusiastic about killing the thing. A shadow started to surround his face, and as it disappeared the bottom half of his face was covered in a mask. A Japanese demon, with its large tusks, were shown. Everyone, use your full strength. Don't hold back, Quinn ordered. Mask attribute set to strength. Slamming his foot on the ground and infusing his fist with chi, then preparing the blood spray ability, Quinn mixed all these things together. Snapping his arm back like a shotgun, a loud bang was heard as he let his fist fly out. The crabs that were in front of Quinn all were blown to pieces by the sheer power of the attack. Their backs shattered, and those near had also been slightly damaged as the blood sprayed over them. That attack! Seeing the attack being performed, there was one person that recognized it well. He started to touch his robotic arm. That mask, it's the exact same one from that night demon. It may be a different color, but the attack he just used, it's the same one that ripped my bleeding arm off. It was you all along. Duke screamed internally as he had recognized that Quinn and the night demon were the same being. The loud bang alone had caught the attention of a few on the battlefield, but turning their heads, What was even more shocking was the 10 or so Emperor tier crabs that had been defeated, lying there on the floor. The crabs themselves weren't too hard to deal with in terms of their attack power. The armor the others were wearing was enough to protect them from the crab attacks. The main problem they were facing was how hard it was to penetrate their bodies, to actually use an attack that would damage them. That skill, he didn't use it in the duel? Helen thought. As expected. Always hiding secrets. Owen thought. However, he wasn't the only one that was grabbing attention. Although the crab's attacks weren't damaging to the others, those in the cursed faction didn't have great beast gear to protect themselves, and they were getting hurt from the attacks. Once Quinn gave his command, and since they saw how he was no longer hiding, Fex and Paul went into action. Fex, using a mixture of his string abilities while also hitting away others with his blood swipe, was impressive. He also no longer held back on the speed or raw strength that he possessed. Even Paul was demonstrating the same set of skills. Mixing his poison and not holding back, he was able to use everything he had trained in secret. Quinn, is this the right thing to do? Logan thought while watching. I guess there's no one left to really question you anymore. We will just have to deal with the consequences that come after. He said to himself, smiling. If the demon tier joins the fight while we're dealing with all these little ones, it will become troublesome. Quinn said as the shadow beneath his feet started to expand. I can take us all there. The first one to go to Quinn's side was Syl. Following soon after was Owen and Oscar. Helen, with her two sisters, also had followed. However, Mona didn't want to get close and decided to stay back. Before Quinn was about to use his shadow travel, Duke had also jumped into the shadow. Not saying anything, they all sunk into the shadow. Traveling in the dark space, they went underneath all the smaller crabs, while the others were left to fight dealing with them. Mona and the others would have to be enough to get rid of them, while they dealt with the larger threat. Sure, they would have fewer people to fight the demon tier beast, but at this point they were useless. None of them could even put a scratch on the demon tier. It was unfortunate the type of demon tier beast they were going up against. When they rose from the shadow again, the first thing Helen and her two sisters did was turn around and run back towards the army of crabs. You guys deal with that, we will make sure your back is covered, so you don't have to worry. Helen shouted. Using their plants and soul weapon, they were strong enough and experienced enough to make sure the others didn't have to worry about attacks from behind. Looks like she is quite reliable, Quinn thought, but they now had to worry about the thing in front of them. Not wasting any time, Quinn decided to use one of his strongest skills. He threw out two large chi-infused blood swipes and combined them with his shadow, making the shadow size. Then, activating his gauntlet ability, a searing red outline started to show on both of the scythes. If the skill wasn't enough to hurt the grab, then none of his skills would be. The crab was also too large for him to use his shadow lock, or cover it with a shadow dome, so he would have to rely on his natural skills. One of the thinner claws came shooting down towards the group, and Quinn swung out his scythe, hitting it away easily, but that was all he could do. However, with his eyesight, he could see something the others couldn't. The outer shell of the crab had cracked a little. The other leaders were dealing with the claws well, avoiding getting hurt by them. Owen would often move from one location to another like a bolt of lightning. It was as if he could change his body into lightning itself. When he would appear again in a different location, he would fire his lightning out at the claws and body, looking for a weak spot. Oscar was also able to use the hard ground of the planet to knock anything coming at them, and it looked like he was attacking the same spot on the crab over and over again, hoping for a certain result. Duke had to stick close to Oscar, for there was no earth, and he could only use the materials that Oscar had already used with his ability. This was also the reason why, at the moment, Syl using the earth ability was useless. The planet they were on was one of the worst for earth users, unless they had a soul weapon similar to Oscar's. I hate to admit it, but even I'm not strong enough to kill this thing alone, Quinn thought. At the moment, there's only 3 people here that can damage it. Oscar with his sword, Syl with his lightning powers, and finally the crab itself, but that requires Oscar to use his demon tier weapon skill. Syl, don't worry about the claws. I'll protect you. You just keep on firing at the same spot on that crab. Sil nodded and raised both his hands. Using the MC cells he had gathered from all the ability users, his lightning powers were supercharged compared to Owen. He fired at the top of the crab's head just underneath the diamond. It seemed the more power he used, the harder it was to be accurate with the skill, so Sil decided to go for an area that was easy to hit. Still, it wasn't strong enough to damage the crab, but as the same spot was hit over and over again, the crab was starting to feel something. Soon most of the claws were heading towards Sil. Keeping his word through, Quinn was ready to cover him. He hit them away swinging his scythes, but the claws were coming down fast and eventually, one of his scythes had shattered. With one hand free, he started to throw out blood swipes until the other shattered and he started kicking and punching the claws away. When he had time, he would mix in a few blood hammers here and there so the claws would take longer to recover. With every strike, he made sure to use his chi as well. At one point, one of the claws had snapped off, but as seen before, the crab was able to regenerate them. Seeing this, he wished maybe he could have learnt what Lucy had done with her chi. It probably would have helped in the fight. "I will trust you, Quinn," Sil said, as he continued to fire at the crab's head until eventually a small crack could be seen. Now, the claws that were busy dealing with the others had stopped. "Huh, where's it going?" Owen thought. When he turned, he could see they were all going for Sil, trying his best to protect their best chances. Quinn threw out as many blood swipes and crescent kicks as he could, but it wasn't enough, and the only thing he could do now was raise his shadow, protecting both of them. When the long claws had hit the shadow, they slowed down. Nonetheless, the attack was too powerful and his MC points had gone down to 0. The shadow disappeared, and the claws continued darting forward. A sword was stabbed into the ground and an ice barrier was formed, the same one from before. When it rose, the claws bounced off the barrier, and in the process, it looked like each one of them had snapped. "I'm no idiot. I know that Kid is the best weapon we have against this demon tier," Oscar said. "We will protect him as well." What they did notice was not only were the claws that had hit the barrier broken and unusable, but also all the others that Quinn had attacked as well. Those attacks from before, he is definitely the night demon, Duke thought as he clenched his fist. Finally, a light could be seen to defeat the demon tier beast. Even though it could regenerate its claws, it would take some time, and with all of the small ones dealt with, now there were only the 2 large claws the crab had left. When the ice barrier went down, they were all ready to attack again. "Ah!" From the very back of the group, a loud, piercing scream continued to ring out louder than anything anyone had ever heard before. Some even thought it was one of a beast. But this was no beast. The screams continued, and when they went to look, they could see it was coming from a purple short-haired girl. "The banshees scream," Quinn said. "Everyone, we have to leave now, get out of here." Shouting, Quinn stumbled to the floor. He had used up more energy than he thought. Was I overusing the chi? In the past, if he would deplete his chi, his body would feel the effect greatly. Even if he had health, his stamina would take the brunt of it. Quinn was so focused on protecting Sil, he was unaware of what was happening. Quinn had no time to explain to the others what the scream meant, but he knew they were in trouble. "Just go. Everyone leave now, everyone," Quinn said. Logan also knew what the scream meant, and he instructed the others along with Sam. When the cursed family started to move, all the others soon followed. This was for more reasons than one, as the crab was already starting to act. It lifted its large 2 claws, and the strange diamond on its back started to glow. A few seconds later, and the large claws started to crystallize. "Trust me," Quinn said. "One of my people has the ability to see the future." The scream was a warning. He didn't need to say any more. And with the strange actions the crab was doing, everyone was already running away. Those of the smaller crabs that were still alive started to scale the side of the walls, and then the large crab had dug its 2 claws into the ground. "What is it trying to do?" Sam said. Out of energy, everyone was running faster than Quinn, and he was now at the back of the group. "Come on, legs!" He was pushing through the pain, but his speed wasn't there. Using its great strength, the crab's claws had ripped apart the ground, and a large fissure had been created down the middle. The crack reached to the center of the planet, and a dark crack was chasing after the group. The group had a head start thanks to the warnings and were nearly at the area where the tunnels leading up to the wall were. At this rate, they should all have been able to escape safely. Quinn, seeing the entrance in front of him, was ready to fall over as soon as he was safe. "No," a voice said, as the person in front of Quinn turned around and a large pillar of earth had hit Quinn in the stomach, sending him flying back. If Quinn was his regular self, if he hadn't used too much energy, he would have been able to protect himself, or if he hadn't been so trusting perhaps, he could have foreseen this. As he fell into the dark crack in the ground, the last thing he saw was Duke's face with a smile. "If I make it out of here alive, I'm going to kill you," Quinn screamed at the top of his lungs as he fell into darkness. The cold wind could be felt on his back and through his hair as he continued to fall. Looking around, all he could see was darkness, apart from the small light from where he fell, which was getting smaller and smaller by the second. "How deep is this thing?" Quinn thought. Soon his mind wandered to a certain individual, to the last person he had seen. "Duke, you ruined my life at school, ruined my friend's life and so many others, and now you attempt to get rid of me? I swear if I come back, I will drain every bit of blood from your body." Blood. Quinn had been free-falling for a while now, and not only had he used so much chi that his body now felt weak, he had also used a lot of blood skills. He attempted to grab at the wall as he fell, but his weak hands were unable to grip anything and the skin on his fingertips were just ripped to shreds instead. He didn't know why, but not only did he feel weak, it seemed like he was losing consciousness as he fell as well. "If I fall from this height, will I still die?" Hoping to give himself some type of chance, Quinn activated the blood bank. He knew it was unable to restore his stamina, which was completely depleted at the moment, but he hoped the refreshing taste would energize himself to at least do something. "Blood bank has been activated. Your HP is recovering." A welcoming warm feeling was felt through his body, but it was having no other effects, and the last thing he saw before he completely passed out was his HP bar had maxed out. He continued to fall, and while doing so his body would hit the sides of the wall, at such a speed that it was sure to create bruises and break a few bones, but still he wouldn't wake up. "This is not your time to die," a deep voice said, as black smoke started to rise from Quinn's back. Soon a portal had opened and a large claw was seen holding onto Quinn. The bone claw was able to create small portals that it could travel to. Usually it would use this for attacking purposes. However, in this case, with Quinn in its hand, it was using it to avoid the walls of the planet's crust. It was, however, impossible for it to teleport them up to the surface. They were simply falling down too fast. The bone claw managed to make it so neither itself or Quinn took any damage as they continued to fall, but eventually, a light could be seen at the bottom. When the two of them fell through, the sight the bone claw could see was unbelievable. There were hills, forests, trees, lakes, rivers, and even beasts could be seen flying through the sky. Everything was visible as the sky began to light up by the planet's blue crystal material. It was as if there was a planet within another planet. Still, there was one thing the bone claw was unable to do, and that was to slow down their descent. Even when going through the portals, they were still dropping down at the same speed, and that's when a large winged beast was spotted coming their way. It had a large pointed beak that was as long as its body, and it had set its eyes on the two falling objects, honing in on them fast when it got close enough. The beast sped up, hoping to stab its prey with its beak. Suddenly, the targets had disappeared in front of it, and it soon felt a sharp pain dig through the back of its head. "Weak creature," the bone claw said, and all three of them were now falling to the ground. They braced for impact, but now were no longer falling as fast as they did before. Still, when the three of them hit the canopy of trees in a jungle area, it had easily broken all the trees and caused a commotion as they pounded into the floor. The bone claw and Quinn looked to be safe, but Quinn still was unconscious. The bone claw remained outside protecting its master because the noise they had made was sure to attract others. It wasn't long before loud footsteps and the sound of trees tumbling to the ground were heard coming their way. The bone claw prepared itself, stretching out both of its long dangling fingers, and flicked one of its hands, throwing the black blood of the winged beast onto the floor. Some time had passed, and it looked like a horror scene around Quinn. The bone claw was quite hurt, covered in black blood. Whether it was its own or the beast's, it was hard to tell. Not too far from where the two of them were, countless beasts had attempted to take the bone claw on, and none of them had succeeded. However, it needed to rest. Now that it had signed a contract with its master, it was starting to feel weak. It needed to be fed by its master's will or rest in its body, and Quinn, being unconscious, could do neither. The sound of leaves ruffling was heard once more, and the bone claw gathered its energy to fight the intruder. This time it wasn't a beast, but a human. The human had no shirt on and wore simple khaki trousers. On his feet, a pair of wooden woven sandals. His hair was bright red and long like a wild man. His body covered in countless scars. The most important thing was the two small thick dual swords he held on his back. "Whoa! Was this all you're doing?" the man said, looking at the bone claw. "Beast fighting beasts is quite common here, but I can see you're quite hurt. So why didn't you leave?" the man said out loud. Seeing that the beast had a humanoid shape, he thought that perhaps it had some form of intelligence and could understand him, but it was a long shot. When looking around, that's when the man spotted a human lying there on the floor. He then looked up in the sky, and could see the crack which they had appeared from in the distance. "Someone else fell too?" the man said excitedly. His eyes glowed as he was happy to have contact with another human. Stepping forward, the bone claw moved toward Quinn's body and stood in front of it. "Look, I don't know if you're protecting him, or wanting to save him for later, but I haven't talked to a person in a long time," the red-haired jungle man said, as he continued to move forward. The bone claw did not waste time. It teleported in and appeared behind the man. But before the bone claw could do anything else, his body was already disappearing, and the sound of the man putting his sword back in its sheath on his back was heard. "I would have loved to have fought you at full strength. It's a shame," the man said. "Wait, what's happening?" The man was now confused. He thought he had slain a beast, but instead the figure turned into black smoke and started to head towards the person on the floor. "Ah, so you were protecting him. Well, it looks like someone special fell down here then." Back on the surface of the planet, many of those that had been gathered to take on the demon tier beast were standing on either side of the artificial giant walls that had been created by Oscar. They were looking down below at what had just happened. A large crack could be seen, and staring down into the void there was nothing but darkness. It was incredibly wide, stopping just short of the two walls. As for the demon tier beast itself, after causing such a mess, it had already burrowed itself into the ground, and they had no clue where it had gone. Those that were on the ground floor had used the remaining tunnels that lead to the top of the walls. The idea was for the support users to use them, allowing them to travel in between. It was a good thing, otherwise a lot more of those on the ground would have been caught up and would have fallen in. When they arrived at the very top, they were unaware of what was going on. When the demon tier beast had unleashed its small army of emperor tier crabs, some of them had scaled up the side of the walls and were busy fighting with the users up top. Some died, but as soon as the leaders had arrived, they dealt with those quickly. In the scuffle against the demon tier beast, around a quarter of them had lost their lives. It would have been a better result than expected if they had actually killed the demon tier beast. When they all had arrived at the top and had a moment to take in everything that had happened, that was when Sam noticed. "Where's Quinn?" Sam asked. "What happened to him? Did anyone see what happened to him?" Everyone looked around but had no clue where he was. Duke remained silent. That was until someone started pointing fingers. "You," Syl said with his finger pointed at Duke. "You were behind me and Quinn was behind you. He should have made it." Scrunching up his face with his arms folded, it looked like a vein was about to pop out of his forehead. "Are you accusing a head general of something?" "I know nothing. He was running behind me and was at the very back. Of course it would make sense for him to fall in out of everyone." "Why? Did you think I did something?" "You know those that lie tend to over-explain things," Logan interrupted, as he continued to type away as if he was trying to find out something. "All he said was he should have made it, and that you were behind him." The anger was rising in Duke. Since when could just normal civilians, a bunch of nobodies, talk to him like that? "You're a right smartarse, aren't you?" Duke said, as he threw out a pole made from earth towards Logan's head. But before it could reach him, a hand grabbed the pole that looked almost transparent. "He is part of my group. What do you think you're doing?" Mona said. The one that had grabbed the pole was Mona's beast. While everyone was focusing on the conflict that was unfolding between Duke and Mona, they had failed to notice the blue bolt of lightning that was charging up and down Syl's arms, and before they knew it, it was fired straight towards Duke. Duke had brought some earth with him along on this trip. That was how he was able to form the object now and the one before, but even though earth was stronger against lighting, in this case it would be useless. However, before it could hit him, a blue sword had intercepted the attack. Lightning struck the edge of the sword, and Oscar's arm, which was holding it, could be seen covered in the diamond material from the planet. It was protecting him from the lightning. Still, it wasn't enough. Stabbing the sword into the ground, he had to redirect the power to the ground. "Are you trying to start a war?" Oscar said in anger, as one of his own men was attacked in front of his very eyes. "Did you hear what Logan said?" Syl replied. "He was lying. In short, he knows something. He. Syl repeated with his head held down, and soon bolts of lighting were running up and down both arms. He had already attacked the crab with so much force, and he still has power to use his ability? Owen thought. He is one of the stronger ones from that family. He killed Quinn, Syl shouted while pointing at Duke. Oscar was ready, and all of his active sword skills were off cooldown. Whatever attack this boy had, however powerful, he would raise the ice barrier and reflect it back. "Are you going to start a war now? Another civil one? When we don't even know the truth?" Oscar said. "There's a chance that Quinn is still alive, and when we find him he can tell us the truth," Logan said, as he pulled up a hologram for them all to see. Ever since they had lost the demon-tier beast, Logan was attempting to find its position again, but it was proving difficult. The hologram was showing the planet, and it was showing where the large red dot was, which was supposedly where the demon-tier beast was. However, on the map itself, it was showing that it was inside the planet. Confused? Well, I was too when I first took a look at this. At first I thought it was an error, but it claims that after the beast moved away, that it went into the planet. We all saw its ability, so I thought it made sense. It could burrow underneath the ground after all. But the map indicated that it was quite deep underground, which led me to investigate. After sending one of my drones into the fissure to investigate, it looked as if there is a whole other habitable land down there, and it looks like our demon-tier friend has decided to rest down there as well. When we find Quinn, he can tell us what really happened, Logan explained. "How would we get down there?" Mona asked. "Honestly, the quickest way would be the same way Quinn supposedly went down there, but a drop down that far would kill us, and the pressure formed the gravitational pull from the core would be so great that most would probably pass out, unable to do anything. The only thing we could do is return with some smaller ships, take a small group to investigate and take down the beasts," Logan suggested. "If that is where the beast is, and it's the best chance we have, then so be it," Owen said. The group discussed it a bit more as Logan tried to show what he could do to make everyone feel a bit safer about going down there. After much discussion, a group was sent to get a couple of small ships that could fit through the crack, and then the leaders would go ahead and investigate. During the whole conversation, the frown and anger on Duke's face never left for a second, and at the same time, Syl didn't look away from him either. When all was decided, all the group could do now was wait for the spaceships to arrive. Standing up, Syl looked at Duke, unafraid of everyone that was there at that moment. "If Quinn is dead, the first person I'm killing is you," Syl pointed once again. Hearing the threat, Oscar was clearly not pleased. But then Syl turned to him as well, continuing to point his finger out like a child. "And if you try to help him, you can die as well." His words were spoken like that of a child, but at the same time every one of them had seen the immense power he had, and both Mona and Owen were afraid that they still hadn't seen the full extent of it. Down in the inner planet, where the sky was made out of a crystal that lit up the place with a slight blue hue, the red-haired man had safely taken Quinn with him to a tiny little cave placed right next to a waterfall. Quinn had been laid out on a bed of large leaves, still unconscious, and as for the red-haired man, he was wondering what to do. The place was quite bare, But the man did try his best to make the best out of his situation. The problem was he was the opposite of a handyman. There were rugs and tables made out of beast skin and bones. Still, there were no signs of modern technology anywhere in use, and he himself had no clue how to even create anything of the sort. Relying on technology made by others for too long, he was lucky he knew how to cook. "Well, I guess you'll just have to wait for him to wake up," the man said, looking at Quinn. He proceeded to do his daily routine. Ever since he had been stuck down here with no way to return to the surface, he did the same thing every day. He placed his weapons on his back down on the ground and grabbed a small dagger placed on the table. On a closer look, the dagger itself was just a beast's tooth, but drawing a line, he had now added the 7th one. Day 7, huh? Well, the way I look and act, some people might think I've been down here for years. He chuckled and spoke out loud to himself. The loneliness took a toll on him, and speaking out loud would often make him feel less lonely. A large thick boulder made from the same crystal material on the outer of the planet was inside the cave in the corner at the very back. Grabbing onto it wide as if he was hugging it, the man proceeded to use all his strength to lift it. Then, after placing it on his back, he started to do some squats. "Let's go for 39% this time. Maybe one day I'll be able to do this without any help at all." He continued doing the squats as sweat dripped down his face, dropping onto the floor. He had a clear target to hit in his head, and when he did, suddenly the rock appeared weightless as he lifted it easily and placed it on the ground. "The boy is still not awake, huh? I guess I can train some more." Next, the boulder was slightly thrown up in the air, and he quickly got down into a push-up position. The rock fell on his back, but he didn't flinch when it landed, not affecting the man at all. 30% again should be good. And soon, he began his marathon of push-ups as well, and just like before, when he was done, the heavy rock seemed light as a feather as he took it off him. He wiped the sweat off his face and looked at Quinn once more. "Come on," he shouted. "Are you really not going to wake up?" The desperation was getting to him. When he came down here, he didn't know that communication devices would be interrupted. He thought if there were beasts on the surface, surely there was a way to go up, but he never found it. He had even tried to catch one of the winged beasts and steer it into one of the cracks above, but that proved more difficult than he thought, as they were stubborn, and no matter what he did, they would refuse to listen. So, in the end, he was trying to make the best out of a bad situation. Someone would come to him eventually, right? What he didn't realize was how much a human being would yearn for contact, and so quickly. There were multiple times where he had gone weeks without seeing anyone, but that was when he had T.V shows and the internet to communicate with people. With nothing to do at all but hunt, he was going crazy. He was no monk. However, he was well disciplined and kept up his training every day, hoping to improve his body. Frustrated that the only person he had found in the last week was just lying there, he decided to go over to Quinn and see just what was wrong with him. He had no physical wounds on his body, which was amazing. There wasn't even a scratch on him, considering he fell from such a great height. But then why wasn't he waking up? Maybe the problem lies somewhere else, he thought. As he reached out his hand to touch Quinn, the image of the strange creature that protected him popped into his head. So he decided to grab his dual blades from the wall and attach them along with Thier strapped to his bareback. The weapons were quite thick for dual blades and were around 8 inches thick. Each part would be segmented and had a small tooth that acted as a sharp blade. These segments continued until the very top, where it was a flat edge. When touching Quinn, nothing happened, and he now felt safe and started to close his eyes. Now that is unexpected. No wonder he's out for the count. This boy Chi is comply depleted. He must have gone over his limit. If he carried on fighting and used himself like that, it could have been very dangerous. It would have started to eat into his real-life energy. The thing is, the only way for someone Chi to deplete like this if they know how to use it? The man then took a look at Quinn's face. He looked young, too young. What a surprise to find someone this age that knows how to use Chi. I don't recognize him, do I? Have I really gotten that old that now I can't even recognize the people I have met before? Even so, he knew the way Quinn currently was. If something wasn't done, then it would take a while until his natural Chi was restored. Well, Let's share a little of my own. Sending his one chi into Quinn, he could feel it passing through his body quite easily. The man wasn't using his life force, he was just using what his body would naturally produce. Although he wanted to talk to a person, he didn't want to talk to them that desperately that he would give up his own life. He continued to pass him chi, and now there was sweat running down his face slightly. How much chi does this person need? I'm not a fountain. What was surprising more so to him was the fact that the chi in his body hadn't reached its limit yet. Then Quinn's eyes started to slowly flicker open. He could see the cave around him and had a warm, pleasant feeling inside. He was becoming energized. Looking at the hand placed on his chest, he could tell it was chi being passed on from the man. Someone who was doing this wouldn't want to harm him. Thank you, Quinn gently spoke. Those simple words nearly brought a tear to the man's eyes. You're welcome, kid. The name's Chris. I think me and you might be down here a while, so it will be good to get to know each other. At the moment, Quinn wasn't bothered about why this man knew chi, or who he was. If he wanted to, this man could have killed him while Quinn was passed out. But then, a particular memory entered his head. In the past, there was another who tried to give Quinn his chi, and it had ended in a terrible result. At that moment, Chris started to sense another power inside of Quinn other than the chi. A strange red energy was swirling around, and it was heading straight for him. It had reached his arm and was beginning to enter his body. Straight away, Chris pulled his arm away and off Quinn. He could tell the foreign energy was trying to take over. No! Quinn shouted as he realized what he might have done for a second time to his savior. Is he going to turn? Just like with what happened to Leo?